Long lines at grocery stores and pharmacies. Joe Fetterman is live for us in Kyiv reporting for NewsNation. Joe, we know that your team had to search for an open grocery store. What was that experience like there?
Yeah, we ventured out of the compound where we've been staying this morning just to take a look around, get a feel for the city. And one of our goals was to stock up on supplies, which, like everyone else, are running low. And we had a hard time. We went to the supermarket. We went to a couple of shops around the corner. Everything was shuttered. Part of our crew went across town. They met up with somebody in another part of town, and eventually they did find a store that was open. It took them a half an hour just to get in because of the huge lines, and it took even longer, an hour and a half, just to check out and pay his bill.
All right, so Joe, what about supplies? I mean, was the store adequately stocked with everybody trying to get those supplies?
Yes, it was packed, and everything was dwindling. We were able to stock up. We should be good for a couple of days, but the shelves are emptying quickly. I can only imagine what they look like by the end of the day now.
And what's the overall mood in the city at this point, day 5 of fighting?
Yeah, it remains very, very quiet. We were just talking, if you could see behind us, the entire block here in central Kyiv, really the heart of the city, pitch black. No lights are on. The buildings are all in the dark. And that is sort of an apt symbol, I think, for the mood in the city right now. It's just empty. It is quiet. It's nervous and waiting, I think, dreading what lies ahead. As you mentioned, there's a huge convoy of Russian troops on the way. According to satellite photos, it's estimated to be 17 miles long of equipment, tanks, armored carriers, and so forth, all on the way to the city. So the next couple of days look like they could become pretty hairy.
Yeah, we're taking a look at some of the footage here of the explosions. Just breathtaking there, Joe. Last question for you. We saw some footage today of Ukrainian police detaining several people at checkpoints around the city. And we've heard reports of police searching for Russians in disguise. Do you know, is this true, or are they arresting Ukrainian men attempting to leave the country, which is now forbidden?
It's so hard to know exactly what's going on. What I can tell you is that we see all the time just signs of jittery security forces. We were in a building a few days ago, and all of a sudden, a number of police and soldiers burst right past us. We were not the target, but they were on some sort of mission, and they looked nervous. And you're getting incidents like that all across the city. So you see people, and you hear stories about reporters and just everyday people being stopped at checkpoints, getting very difficult treatment from security forces. Part of it is a legitimate search. I've heard from multiple people. They talk about Russian spies, Russian sympathizers, people even disguising themselves as Ukrainian police or soldiers in the uniforms, but actually working on behalf of the Russians. How much of that is true and how much of it is hearsay, it's impossible to say. We spoke to the mayor of this city yesterday, and he said during the curfew that security forces had killed 6 Russian sympathizers. So the issue is out there, and the security forces certainly are very jittery right now.
Well, Jill, here's the last question for you. You referenced behind you, we can see that it's dark, all the lights are out. How concerned are you for your own safety, for the safety of your crew?
We're all very concerned. This is obviously the #1 concern. It's something we talk about and think about all the time. We're very careful about our movements. We stick together. We keep in touch with our headquarters. We keep in touch with colleagues across the city and colleagues even from our competitors. Everybody's in this together. It's important to get the story out there, and that's why we're doing it. But safety, obviously, is #1.
Well, Joe Fetterman, we certainly appreciate your reporting for us live there in Kyiv. We certainly hope you and your crew stay safe. Thank you. Well, the first time in 40 years, only the 11th time ever, the United Nations General Assembly gathering today for an emergency session. Washington correspondent Kelly Meyer is live. So, Kelly, much of the response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine has been extraordinary. This special session now at the UN, and economic sanctions coming from all corners of the globe at this point.
Nicole, you're really seeing the universal reaction in real time to Russia's ongoing assault. The U.S., UK, EU, and even Switzerland, who is traditionally neutral, all hitting Moscow with severe sanctions, all a part of this extraordinary showing of unity against Vladimir Putin and his unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The Western world coming together to punish Russia. Today, Moscow facing the financial fallout from its decision to invade. The U.S. expanding sanctions on Russia's central bank, stopping Americans from doing any business with the bank and freezing its assets within the U.S. The latest in a series of tough sanctions from the EU, UK, and even Switzerland, sending crippling sanctions to Russia's economy. Russian President Vladimir Putin responding with defiance, calling the West an empire of lies as he continues his assault.
The level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War.
Today, for the first time in 40 years, members of the UN convening an emergency meeting to condemn Russia and calling for its invasion to end.
The fighting in Ukraine must stop. It's raging across the country from air, land, and sea.
Today, Ukrainian President Zielinski urgently asking to join the European Union and demanding Russian troops withdraw. The U.S. and allies continue to send arms and aid to Ukraine, the Pentagon doubling down on its support as Russia moves into day 6 of its deadly assault.
We're going to stand by the Ukrainian armed forces as we have, as other NATO allies have, and we're going to continue to find ways to help them defend themselves.
And Nicole, the Pentagon says Ukrainians continue to put up a fight against the Russians, saying they think the Russians are a few days behind where they expected to be at this point, but noting Russia has a lot it hasn't moved into Ukraine. Nicole?
Well, Kelly, you reported on the debate at the UN there, which included a powerful moment when the Ukrainian ambassador read what he said was a message from a scared Russian soldier to his mom.
Nicole, like you said, a powerful moment. We're hearing so much from Ukrainian soldiers, but this was a unique perspective from a Russian soldier who didn't want this fight to fight this battle. The Ukrainian ambassador held up a piece of paper with the screenshot of the text messages sent just moments before this Russian soldier was killed, telling his mom, "Mama, I'm in Ukraine. There is a real war raging here. I'm afraid." And again, this was moments before he was killed, just really shining a light on the cost of this war, not only on Ukraine's side, but Russia's too.
Yeah,
Nicole?
Such a powerful statement there. All right, Kelly, thank you for that. Well, as the crisis in Ukraine deepens, an unthinkable scenario might actually happen: the use of nuclear weapons. Over the weekend, Putin put his nuclear forces on high alert, showing he is prepared to resort to the most extreme level in his effort to achieve victory in Ukraine. Western nations are reacting, and Americans have a lot of questions about what our response should be. Correspondent Tom Negevin is live in New York with the very latest on this escalation. So, Tom, talk to us about what this really means.
Well, you know, it's really an outsized response, Nicole, to Western economic sanctions. Russia escalating, the U.S. working to calm things down. Analysts here thinking of it as sort of a fire and fury moment, but in Russian that could lead to nuclear war, even if by mistake.
Should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No.
The president's one-word response to Vladimir Putin's ramping up of the nuclear threat level, citing aggressive statements by NATO as he places his nuclear forces on special combat readiness while waging war in a country that has no nuclear weapons. It did, but when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine's nukes were returned to Russia. That was back in 1994. According to the Federation of American Scientists, Russia's nuclear arsenal leads the world in size, more than 6,200 warheads to 5,600 in the U.S. And right now, no sign that either side is loading any onto planes or submarines. But rhetoric is the first step toward confrontation, and Putin's is especially significant given that just 3 days into this year, the leaders of the 5 nuclear states, including Russia, reaffirmed that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
What I would tell you is we've seen Mr. Putin's announcement. We believe it's as unnecessary as it is escalatory. Secretary Austin is comfortable with the strategic deterrent posture of the United States and our ability to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners.
In short, the U.S. working hard to lower the temperature here, Nicole, and lower it as quickly and as safely, as manageably as possible. The administration saying it sees no indication that it needs to alter the current readiness level here in the U.S. in spite of the tough talk, and that's all they believe it is, coming from Russia.
Yeah, such a scary prospect, but very informative piece there, Tom. Thank you. Well, President Biden's first State of the Union address is tomorrow night, and polling data you'll only see on NewsNation shows voters giving him poor scores across the board. NewsNation correspondent Evan Lambert is live in Washington. And Evan, nearly 60% of the people we polled say they disapprove of Biden's handling of his presidency.
And Nicole, that just leaves 43% approving, which means that President Biden will have tough work ahead trying to convince Americans otherwise in that speech tomorrow night. The state of Joe Biden's presidency is tenuous, according to a new exclusive NewsNation Decision Desk HQ poll. As the Russian invasion of Ukraine rages on, the president is juggling multiple crises, from the pandemic to an economy seeing the highest prices in decades. In a poll of just over 1,000 registered voters, President Biden's approval rating sits at only 43%, with 57% disapproving. Tomorrow night, the president will have a chance to appeal to a divided Congress and the public and chart his own narrative, all as the U.S. sends aid to Ukraine. Our poll found 45% of Americans want the U.S. to further defend Ukraine, while 37% don't. On the home front, and the issue that has hung over Americans for more than 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic, voters are now more hopeful. Almost half of Americans say we will return to life as normal within a year, but 15% still saying that won't happen ever. And possibly one of the biggest issues the president will have to battle against and address in his State of the Union speech is surging inflation. Just shy of 90% of those surveyed said they were either somewhat or very concerned about the highest consumer prices in 40 years. And a senior administration official telling us that the president will outline that plan, his plan to rein in inflation, the biggest element there, making more things here in America. Nicole?
All right, Evan Lambert live for us in Washington. And you'll be able to watch the president's State of the Union address tomorrow on NewsNation after rush hour and the Dahlin Report. On Balance host Leland Vittert will anchor NewsNation's special coverage live from D.C. And stay tuned for immediate live reaction to this speech. And we'll continue following the situation in Ukraine all throughout rush hour, including highlighting the heroes of war, Ukrainians stepping up to help their country, including a former pageant star now joining the fight on the ground. And a programming note for you, the NewsNation lineup is changing slightly. Prime with Marty Hughes now runs at 8/7 Central. Dan Abrams Live moves to 9/8 Central, followed by Banfield, which stays at 10/9 Central.
Prepares for his biggest moment yet. NewsNation is taking the pulse of the country. From the economic squeeze at home to our troops near harm's way, NewsNation has special live team coverage. The State of the Union, tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NewsNation.
Do you take aspirin? Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore is designed to help protect, releasing aspirin after it leaves your stomach, where it is absorbed to help prevent another heart attack or stroke. Heart protection with your stomach in mind. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
I know there's conflicting information about Dupuytren's contracture.
I thought I couldn't get treatment yet.
Well, people may think that their contracture has to be severe to be treated, but it doesn't. If you can't lay your hand flat on the table, talk to a hand specialist.
But what if I don't want surgery?
Well, then you should find a hand specialist certified to offer non-surgical treatments.
What's the next step?
Visit findahandspecialist.com today to get started.
With United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, there's so much to take advantage of, like $0 copays on virtual visits.
Wow.
$0 copays on primary care visits and lab tests.
Wow.
Plus, $0 copays on Tier 1 and Tier 2 prescription drugs.
Wow.
United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, including the only plans with the AARP name. Most plans have a $0 premium. Take advantage now.
Wow.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
You just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for. Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
Ever hear the expression, easy as pie? Well, pie isn't always easy. You know what is always easy? Getting a fixed-rate credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream. With good credit, you could save thousands in interest. Just apply online. Get your money as soon as today. It's easier than pie. Way easier. Good.
Consolidate your credit card balances to a fixed-rate loan as low as 4.88% APR with autopay and excellent credit. Apply now at trylightstream.com for your discount.
The former presidential candidate you've probably never heard of with a controversial take on the war in Ukraine. She joins us live. What she has to say about the role of U.S. media. That's tonight on Dan Abrams Live, 9/8 Central on NewsNation.
We are learning new details today about the border guards who defended Snake Island against Russian troops. It was among some of the first stories of heroism coming out of this invasion. And as the confrontation extends into a fifth day, new heroes of all ages and backgrounds are emerging. Correspondent Marky Martin has more on these heroes of war.
This recording of Ukrainian soldiers on Snake Island going viral, cursing Russian troops to leave. 13 Ukrainians initially presumed dead, but in a stunning twist, on Sunday, Ukrainian officials say those soldiers are alive and well. A spokesman for the Russian Defense Ministry saying they would soon be returned to their families. Another hero, this man, a Ukrainian Marine engineer who detonated himself on a bridge to stop Russian forces from crossing over from Crimea. President Zielinski has declared him a national war hero of Ukraine. Ukraine's resistance also built on the backs of volunteer heroes. Former Miss Ukraine, Anastasia Lena, updating followers from her tent and posting a photo of herself in military fatigues to Instagram, assault rifle in hand, using the hashtag #HandsOffUkraine. While men are required by martial law to stay back and fight, many women are choosing to do the same. This mother tearfully reunited with her children in Hungary. The person who shepherded them to safety, this woman in the yellow jacket. The two families are complete strangers. And the children, heroes themselves. This little boy holding back tears as he talks about leaving his father behind. His bravery unparalleled as he tries to gather his 9-year-old thoughts.
Hello. Папа будет продавать что-то, будет помогать нашим героям.
Marky Martin, NewsNation.
Yeah, so important to bring you those stories as well. Well, as the world watches the crisis unfold, Ukraine's president is becoming a global hero to millions. Vladimir Zielinski refusing to leave his country and people behind. NewsNation's Kelly Beeson joins us live now with a closer look at Zielinski. Kelly, his tenacity being seen as inspiring by people all around the world.
Yeah, the former actor and comedian has been releasing videos almost every day, Nicole, urging Ukrainians to take up arms while also reiterating his own refusal to leave the country despite being a top Kremlin target. He's been sharing photos and videos of himself on social media as Russian troops attack the capital. Zelensky's urged Ukrainians to fight back, offering weapons to those interested and declining U.S. offers to evacuate the country, telling American officials he needs ammunition, quote, not a ride. His tough stance inspiring an outpouring of support from around the world, as well as a growing global presence with millions of followers on social media. And Zelensky had an unconventional rise in politics. Before becoming Ukraine's president, he had never held political office, but was a prolific entertainer in both Ukraine and Russia. He embodied an anti-war message during his campaign. And since the Russian invasion, Zelensky's demanded greater security from Europe, including full isolation of Russia with oil embargoes, closures of airspace, and disconnection from the international payment systems called SWIFT. Zelensky has also said he will stay in Kyiv despite threats to his life. The Ukrainian president also addressed Russians protesting against the invasion and thanked them for fighting, quote, against the war.
Yeah,
Nicole.
he is certainly inspiring a lot of hope. Kelly, thank you. As our coverage of the war in Ukraine continues, we are live in Poland, talking with one of thousands of refugees fleeing Ukraine. Plus, a Dancing with the Stars coach detained while trying to leave Ukraine. What we know about his arrest and the latest on his journey back here to the States.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breasttree. Breasttree gives me better breathing and helps prevent flare-ups. Before Breasttree, I was stuck in the past. I still had bad days. Flare-ups, which kept me from doing what I love. My doctor said, for my COPD, it was time for Breasttree. Breasttree gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups. Like no other COPD medicine, Breasttree was proven to reduce flare-ups by 52%.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breasttree.
This is exactly why we chose leaf filter. Before leaf filter, our gutters would get so clogged. I used to have to climb up on that roof.
Leaf filter was a lifesaver. The leaf filter installation process was so simple and easy.
When the salesman gave us interest-free financing and the price was right, it was a no-brainer.
Our downspouts flow freely now.
My home is better protected. Thank you, leaf filter.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
Not going to happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help.
Huh?
Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-558-5891 to receive $1,000 off your Kohler walk-in bath. And right now we're offering no payments for 18 months.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-883-8200. That's 1-800-883-8200 now.
Thanks for joining us here on NewsNation Rush Hour. I'm Nicole Burley. The UN estimates more than 500,000 people have made their way to Ukraine's western border, attempting to flee as Russian forces infiltrate the nation from all other directions. Correspondent Robert Sherman joins us once again from the Poland-Ukraine border, where he is seeing this mass exodus close up. Robert, it's one thing to talk about the number of refugees fleeing, but you've been able to speak with some of those trying to escape the violence.
The numbers don't tell the whole story, Nicole, but they are pretty sizable. Over 500,000 people have already fled Ukraine. Poland alone has received hundreds of thousands. But what is so striking, Nicole, is that you talk to some of these people. 5 weeks ago, they were leading their normal lives. 5 days ago, they had to uproot their whole lives, throw everything into a suitcase, and make a break for the border. Most everyone we've spoken with says they don't understand why this is happening. They don't understand why Russia has made the decision to invade their homeland, which really shows the divide between politicians and everyday people. Listen to this one woman's message for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Прекратите войну, остановите кровопролитие.
Stop the war, stop the bloodshed. Do you see what you are doing? You are destroying families. I was crying for 3 days because I am not sure I will see my husband ever again.
And the Red Cross is here providing whatever resources might be needed: food, water, towels, blankets, toiletries. Most of these people are showing up with nothing to their name and in desperate need of help.
Most often those people are exhausted after the journey. They're staying in lines for hours, often in snow like today in the morning, sometimes in the rain. Most often people are simply exhausted.
We seem to hear the same stories over and over again. A lot of the people who you see here have walked 30 to 35 miles to get to the border, then have stood in line for 1 to 2 days before they've actually been allowed into Poland. The EU says what you see behind us is just the tip of the iceberg. 500,000 people is nothing. They're anticipating that 7 million will have been displaced by the time all is said and done. Nicole?
Yeah, just a staggering number there, Robert. So where are these people actually going once they're able to get beyond the border crossing and move into Poland?
It totally depends, Nicole. Some are lucky and have friends and family members that live in other countries in Europe. We've heard some people say that they're going to Portugal. A lot of people are staying here in Poland. There are some people who are getting here, and this is all that they know. They know that their goal has been to get to Poland. They don't know where they're going next. They don't know what their game plan is. They were just focused on getting out of Ukraine. Now they're focused on getting supplies, and they'll take it from there.
Yeah, makes sense. One thing at a time. Robert Sherman, live there on the ground. Thank you. Well, amid the mass evacuation effort, thousands of American citizens stranded in Ukraine say they are running out of options to safely get out of the country. Among them, a former college basketball star who says he's even afraid to go to sleep, not knowing if he'll be safe. NewsNation's Janelle Fort explains the options available for Americans seeking a way out of Ukraine.
As the war rages in Ukraine, an estimated 20,000 Americans remain in the now war-torn country, many frantically trying to flee.
It's frustrating. It's hard to get a driver to come pick me up. I've been waiting all day to try to get to the Romanian border so I could stay in Romania and then try to get a flight wherever I need to go, but this has been tough.
American basketball player Maurice Mo Creek says it's like something out of a movie. Sirens, explosions in the distance, eerily deserted streets, and a constant fear that Russian troops could be arriving at any moment.
I don't want to go to sleep not knowing, like, something may happen. You know what I mean?
The former NCAA standout has been playing professionally in Ukraine since January and blamed his team for leaving him stranded. Hours ago, he finally got a breakthrough, posting this update on his Twitter page, a retweet with the caption, "Glory to God," saying he was in a car on the way to the border to finally leave. The situation highlighting what many Americans still in the country are facing. President Biden warned there is no scenario where he would send troops to rescue Americans. Instead, many are relying on their own resources and groups like Tampa-based nonprofit Project Dynamo.
Project Dynamo is a donor-funded, privately run rescue organization designed to rescue primarily American citizens, but the reality is everybody.
The organization was initially formed to rescue Americans from Afghanistan, but pivoted to aid in the Ukrainian crisis. Co-founder Brian Stern is on the ground in Kyiv organizing evacuations. He says so far they've gotten more than 30 Americans across the border and to safety.
What are some of the challenges that you guys are facing on the ground trying to help get Americans out of Ukraine?
It's just ever changing. It really is. The fluidity of it and the newness of it are the two biggest problems. And then, of course, all the resource stuff. You can't get gasoline, you can't get food, you can't get cash. You know, there's no credit cards here. You can't wire money to anybody. So, and the ATMs are out of cash. So how do you pay for stuff?
Here on U.S. soil, families of those still in Ukraine anxiously wait for any updates on their loved ones, praying for peace as they hopelessly watch the conflict play out. Janelle Fort, NewsNation.
All right, take a look. Do you recognize this star? This is Maxim Shmerkovsky. He's been a household name on Dancing with the Stars for over 15 years, but now the Ukrainian American says he's trying to get out of his home country in the midst of this invasion. NewsNation's Sloan Glass joining us with the very latest. Sloan, he says he was arrested today.
Yeah, Nicole, that's right. And Maxim has been in his home country filming Ukraine's version of World of Dance, serving as a judge on the dance competition show. The pro dancer has not shied away from social media during this terrifying time. But now he's letting people know they might not hear from him for a while.
Just don't panic if I kind of disappear for a minute, if I disappear for a little bit. Just please don't worry.
Shmerkovsky posting one of many video updates from Kyiv today, saying he plans to leave now, something he acknowledges might be easier for him than most.
I have options. My options are better than most people's, unfortunately, but I'm just a little nervous, to be honest with you.
In his message, he says he was arrested earlier in the day, calling it a reality check, but he never explains what sparked the arrest. Before now, Shmerkovsky has shared several emotional videos over what's happening in his homeland.
Honestly, I'm getting really emotional. It's been a little difficult, but I want to go back home.
The Dancing with the Stars professional dancer even revealed he was taking safety in a bomb shelter.
I'm out here. I'm safe. We haven't been told to move, and I'm just following instructions. That I'm also talking to my friends that are here, the Ukrainians, and the situation is pretty dire.
In another video released early Sunday morning, the 42-year-old continued to paint the picture around him, explaining he can hear shootings taking place in close proximity. He goes on saying kids are getting sick. Families are looking for shelter, and the situation is escalating by the minute. Shmerkovsky states he is trying to draw attention to the crisis in Ukraine with his large platform, and says he's using his voice to ask others to spread the word, raise their voices, and help bring peace any way they can.
I just want everybody to do something, just anything. You make a post, you go about your day.
Amid his updates, Shmerkovsky's wife and Dancing with the Stars professional dancer, Peter Murgatroyd, who is not with him right now, is speaking out on Instagram, saying, "My pain is overwhelming and I'm struggling." She's asking for prayers for her husband and all the people of Ukraine. Shmerkovsky posted another update to Instagram saying he made it on a train to Warsaw, Poland, squeezed into a cabin with 4 other adults and 7 children. All he has with him is his backpack. Nicole?
All right, Sloan, thank you for that. And of course, we'll continue bringing you the very latest on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. After the break, Russia has been banned from playing in international and European soccer tournaments. What that means for this year's World Cup.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Manhood looks different from guy to guy, but when yours bends in a different direction, you might feel bothered by it. So talk to a urologist, because a bend in your erection might be Peyronie's disease, or PD. It's a condition that involves a buildup of scar tissue, but it's treatable. Xiaflex is the only FDA-approved non-surgical treatment for appropriate adult men with Peyronie's disease. Along with daily penile stretching and straightening exercises, Xiaflex has been proven to help gradually reduce the bend. Don't receive if the treatment area involves your urethra, or if you're allergic to any collagenase or any of the ingredients. May cause serious side effects, including penile fracture or other serious injury during an erection, and severe allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Seek help if you have any of these symptoms. Do not have any sexual activity during and for at least 4 weeks after each treatment cycle. Sudden back pain reactions after treatment may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a bleeding condition or take blood thinners, as risk of bleeding or bruising at the treatment site is increased. Talk to a urologist about what your manhood could look like. Find a Xiaflex-trained urologist at bentcarrot.com.
You're packing a giant bag of buttons?
Yeah, they're lucky. Oh, wow. Just sold my car with car gurus.
Yeah, you did. So you're keeping the buttons and selling the car?
Yep. And she instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our network of thousands of dealerships.
And the best part?
We can pick up the car right from your home.
Well, clearly. You guys pick up buttons, too?
Cars are more our thing.
Yeah.
Car Gurus. Get the best offer for your car.
Yo, dude, you need some help?
Don't worry about me.
Yo, there's no shame.
No shame. You don't know my family, man.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
This is NewsNation, news for Arkansas and news for all America.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
He will bark at you once, but then you're best friends for life. Helicopter your finger to get his attention like this. King, king. He loves people.
Can't wait.
The sports world is reacting to the war on Ukraine, standing in solidarity with them by sidelining Russia from major sporting events. Jack Doles, who covers the Olympics and international sports for NewsNation, joining us now to break down which organizations are speaking out against Russia. And Jack, FIFA is one of them.
Yeah, Nicole, we haven't seen sports world come together like this since Yugoslavia attacked the Balkans in 1992, and South Africa was condemned for apartheid in the 70s and 80s. FIFA and the UEFA have banned Russia from all international soccer games, including World Cup qualifying. Russia was scheduled to play in 3 weeks. Other countries refused to play against them. FIFA and UEFA released a joint statement saying football is fully unified here and in full solidarity with all the people affected in Ukraine. This announcement came after the International Olympic Committee called for sports governing bodies to exclude Russian athletes and officials from international events. The IOC said this was to, quote, protect the integrity of global sports competitions for the safety of all participants. Because the invasion took place so close to the start of the Paralympic Games, athletes from Russia and Belarus will be allowed to compete, but they'll do so as neutral athletes. The IOC said a ban was not possible on such short notice for organizational and for legal reasons. Belarus is added to this because it allowed Russia to station troops and from there and launch these military attacks. Meanwhile, the National Hockey League is released a statement condemning Russia for the invasion. It also said it will end partnerships with Russian businesses and said Russia will not be considered as a host for future events. We're still waiting to hear from the World Tennis Association and the ATP on how they'll handle this situation. Right now, Daniil Medvedev has just become the #1 player in the world. Not sure if he'll be allowed to play in future competitions. And the International Ice Hockey Federation just made this announcement saying Russia and Belarus have been banned and will not participate in the upcoming World Championships, Nicole.
Yeah, reverberations around the world. Jack, thank you for that. Still ahead on Rush Hour, more oil companies abandoning Russia as gas prices continue to rise, what it means for your next trip to the pump. And businesses across the nation are now boycotting Russian products. We'll hear from business owners taking Russian goods off their shelves.
I hated sticking my fingers. Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number.
Wow.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
That's a huge victory.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
Time to get up, sweetie.
Most people might not think much about all the little things you do every day. But for me, just being able to do those little things is the best part of my day. Ready, Mom? It hasn't been easy, but sometimes the hardest things in life have the best rewards. And it's all because of my amazing friends at the Shriners Hospitals for Children and people like you who support them every month. When you call the number on your screen and just give $19 a month, you'll be helping other kids like me do the amazing things that make up the best part of our day. Because Shriners Hospital is more than just a hospital. It's when my back gets better, where my legs get stronger, where I get to be a kid, where it's the best part of my day.
With your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you.
Please, go online to loveshriners.org right now, on your phone or computer, to send your love to the rescue today. Will you send your love to the rescue today? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for giving. Because at Shriners Hospitals for Children, going to the hospital is like going to see family. It really is the best part of my day. Please, call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away. Your gift will help kids just like me have the best part of our day.
Russia invades Ukraine.
As Putin ordering the Russian nuclear deterrent forces to be on alert.
There's a significant escalation.
From the front lines to our homeland, the truth about what you need to know.
We have crews around the world watching these fast-moving developments.
7 million Ukrainians could be displaced. Do you think you'll ever go back to Ukraine?
I hope. It's my country.
NewsNation is news for all America.
We have continuing coverage here.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
I'm Nicole Burley, and this is NewsNation Rush Hour, the fastest hour of news on the nation's fastest-growing cable news network. Our NewsNation correspondents are spread all across the country, covering stories that impact you.
The flames have moved unpredictably.
Join me for Rush Hour, weekdays on NewsNation, news for all America.
From Miss Ukraine to Max from Dancing with the Stars, celebrities and ordinary Ukrainians fight Putin's thugs with their words and guns. Tonight on Van Field.
Stocks split today as investors monitor developments in Ukraine. The Dow slipping more than 160 points. The S&P also down, but the NASDAQ with a late rally closing up more than 55 points. Meantime, Russia's invasion has added uncertainty to an already tight oil supply. Gas prices have spiked 10 cents over the past 2 weeks, making the average price for a gallon of regular $3.64. That's about $1 higher than a year ago. And today, oil and gas company Shell giving into the pressure to drop Russian investments. That decision similar to moves by both BP and Equinor as companies attempt to distance themselves from the world's third biggest oil producer. Shell will also drop its involvement with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. And as the situation escalates in Ukraine, American businesses are literally pouring their feelings down the drain, from businesses banning bottles of Russian spirits to politicians calling for the suspension of Russian-made vodka. Correspondent Nancy Liu is live from Los Angeles. So, Nancy, a lot of this may turn out to really be mostly symbolic.
You're absolutely right, Nicole, because the impact is said to be minuscule. You may be surprised how little Russian vodka is actually sold in the U.S. Bottles of Russian-made vodka continue to come off store shelves all over the country. At least 4 governors have ordered the removal, though in all states a tidal wave of stores have joined in protest on their own, like this small shop in Denver.
We're not carrying it because I don't want to look at it. And we don't want to look at it because we stand with Ukraine.
Industry experts say while the imagery is powerful, the immediate financial impact is on local retailers.
Pouring your vodka on the street in protest, having governors of Utah, etc., telling their state-controlled liquor stores to not buy Russian vodka will have no long-term impact, and in fact will really only hurt the retailer that is U.S. or American-owned anyway.
Brian Rosen of Bevstrat says Americans should be aware that Smirnoff is made in the U.S. and Stoli in Latvia.
2 names that are synonymous with Russian brands. One is in Illinois and one is made in Europe.
The word Russian itself is out at this restaurant in Austin, Texas. The Russian House is now just the House, which will still celebrate Eastern European culture.
To me, the name doesn't reflect what we really are. And if it sends and brings pain to others, we just feel like it needs to be just the house. The house for everyone.
As for pouring out Russian vodka, the act may send a strong message, but that may be the extent of it.
1% of American vodka sold in America is from Russia. Only 1%. So are you really able to affect change with such a small number of vodkas being Russian-made? I would say no.
So while a boycott of Russian vodka would be largely symbolic, it won't take much effort on the part of American consumers. According to the Distilled Spirits Council, more than half of all vodkas consumed in the U.S. made in the U.S. And that includes Tito's, Nicole, made in Texas.
Yeah, and symbolic or not, it certainly sends a message. Nancy, thank you. Well, here's Joe Donlin with a look at our next hour of News Nation.
Hey, Nicole, coming up tonight on the Donlin Report, we're going to look at the Russian military. Is this the vaunted Red Army, or is more coming? We'll get an answer tonight from a retired colonel and also a former ambassador. Plus, the parents of Trevor Reed, jailed in Russia for 2 years. They'll join us on the dwindling chances of freeing their son now that Vladimir Putin has invaded and isolated himself. And what the Russian oligarchs are using to hide their wealth and avoid sanctions. We'll see you with that and much more at the top of the hour. Nicole, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Joe, and welcome back. And a programming note for you. The News Nation lineup is changing slightly. Prime with Marnie Hughes now airs at 8/7 Central. Dan Abrams Live moves to 9/8 Central, followed by Banfield, which stays at 10/9 Central here on News Nation. And even in the midst of war, life finds a way to flourish. After the break, we'll show you the brave healthcare workers helping to deliver babies in Ukraine.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Meet Apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text.
Like what you see, Abe?
Yes.
2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
At Leaf Filter, we're on a never-ending journey to end gutter cleaning forever. Whoa! Way too dangerous, Bill. Way too clogged, Melissa. Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system, will keep you safe and protect your home. We guarantee you'll never have to clean those nasty gutters again. Everybody okay with that?
Oh,
I sure. Call or go online for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15% off your purchase.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you got to do something. And so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
Felix was found on the side of the road in Mexico after being hit by a car. We assume he had been there for at least a day because his spine was severely broken. We posted him on Cuddly, and a bunch of amazing people donated towards his physical therapy. Now he's in a home where he can live a happy and healthy life. Save a dog just like Felix at Cuddly.com.
Save a furry friend in need with Cuddly.
Them Diamondbacks are mighty poisonous. We should get you to a doctor.
Real cattle herd don't need no doctor. Let's drive this herd.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
I was hesitant about online dating for a long time. I just didn't think that was for me.
If I can do it, anybody can do it, but they won't be as lucky as me.
Discover an unforgettable connection online. Go to silversingles.com and start today.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelf clean.
Maya just can't watch TV without finishing a bag of chips. And that's just a bit of psychology Maya learned from Noom Wait. Sign up now at Noom.com.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Countries are not doing nearly enough to protect against the disasters to come as the planet keeps heating up. That's according to a new report from the United Nations detailing the pain of climate change. The big takeaway, the world will get more dangerous in the next 18 years. Wildfires will become more frequent, water will become even more scarce, putting enormous pressure on food production. But the good news, we can still avoid the worst with better prevention and management strategies. Toyota temporarily suspending production in Japan after a cyber attack on a supplier. The company says the pause will affect vehicle output by about 13,000 units. That attack comes after Japanese sanctions on Russia, including expulsion of several Russian financial institutions from the SWIFT banking system. It's not yet known if Russia is behind that attack. Concrete barriers and fencing are now up around the U.S. Capitol's perimeter. That extra protection coming ahead of tomorrow's scheduled State of the Union address by President Biden and in anticipation of the People's Convoy and other protesting truckers. The cross-country protests against COVID restrictions inspired by Canadian truckers who formed blockades in Ottawa. A new poll data shows America's fears about COVID are fading. Exclusive NewsNation poll data shows nearly 1/3 of people are still very concerned about the pandemic. And among policy choices, a slight majority of respondents say they still support vaccine requirements for large businesses. Data shows about 7,400 new cases nationwide today. The record high was 1.3 million back in January. As always, we do like to leave you with a positive moment when we can. There's obviously not much to smile about during a war, but Mr. Rogers famously said that during any scary situation, just look for the helpers. You'll always find people who are helping. And NewsNation's Paul Gerke shows us the heroes hunker down in bomb shelters, helping to bring new life into the world, even as death is still around them.
We know that life doesn't just stop when it seems like the world around us is going mad, but put yourself in the shoes of an expectant mother in Ukraine right now, or maybe one of the healthcare professionals trying to deliver a baby in that environment. Think about how stressful their lives must be. We look around us and yes, we see death in Ukraine, but amid the chaos, there is birth too.
In the most dire of circumstances, in the strangest of places, life finds a way. A boy delivered in the basement of a maternity hospital. A girl, Mia, takes in her first view of the world, a shelter safe from the bombing in Kyiv. While Ukraine's military defends with weapons, the weapons of doctors are selfless labor, writes Ukraine's Minister of Health. He shared photos of 2 more baby boys born in a bomb shelter in Kherson. He describes them as the face of war, but they're also the face of compassion, brought into the world by people risking their own lives to ensure the safety of the next generation.
Tonight, we will take you live to Kyiv as a 17-mile line of Russian troops moves toward the capital. The options to delay or prevent their arrival ahead. The world unites against Vladimir Putin. Even Switzerland has joined the cause. Will squeezing him economically be enough? And new polling from NewsNation shows a surprising number of voters here support the U.S. defending Ukraine. Plus, the parents of a Marine jailed in Russia will join us. With Putin clearly distracted, have they lost hope that their son will be released soon? Great to have you with us as we start the week. It is early, but it sure looks like Russia is in trouble. Maybe that's a Western view, but let's consider where we are right now. That is the pulse of America, starting with the military situation. Many thought the Russians would take Kyiv in a day, maybe 2. They haven't. In fact, the Ukrainians are putting up an impressive fight, leaving columns of Russian troops and tanks in flames, and leaving military analysts to wonder, is this it? Is this the vaunted Red Army? Maybe there's more to come. Are they holding something back? Well, we do know now that satellite images show more Russian troops lined up for some 17 miles outside Kyiv. It is a line that, from the air, looks like sitting ducks, easy targets. Is Ukraine capable of bombing that convoy on its own, or will those miles of troops have their chance to bear down on the capital with all their firepower? That will be a key showdown to watch in the coming days. How vulnerable are the Russians right now? Because they appear to be somewhat on the ropes. So much so, there are reports that Belarus will send troops into Ukraine to help. They may already be there in the north. So how is it not okay for anyone to help Ukraine, but it's okay for Belarus to help Russia? The fact is, the rest of the world is helping from the outside. Beyond all the financial sanctions, the U.S. and Germany are sending in hundreds of millions of dollars worth of anti-tank missiles and defensive weapons for the Ukrainians. How do we get those into the country? Is there more the rest of the world watching all this unfold can do? It's a bit like watching a bully beat up your little brother, and no one's really stepping in to stop it. With all that we're sending to Ukraine, does Russia really think we're not involved? As Ukraine's president continues to plead for help, the EU is now stepping up. Even historically neutral Switzerland is joining the financial sanctions. Is it up to the world to draw a line and make sure Ukraine doesn't fall? Well, militarily, that, of course, would mean essentially declaring war against Russia, and no one wants that. But no one wants to abandon Ukraine either, and that is the quandary. That's where we find ourselves, because everyone is afraid of what Vladimir Putin might do next. No country wants to be on the receiving end of Russian artillery or worse. Although what we've seen so far hasn't exactly been swift, productive, or very impressive. There are no longer back burner whispers about nuclear weapons. It appears to be on the table. Putin has put his nuclear deterrent forces on alert. And the U.S. recently suggested President Zielinski leave the country. Instead, he put on a flak jacket and dropped a quote that would have made Winston Churchill proud. I need ammunition. I don't need a ride. Americans are coming around on this idea, too. 45% in our NewsNation poll now favor the U.S. stepping in to defend Ukraine. The world is tightening the international grip around Russia's economy. So where does it end? Is this another point in history that requires the world to take a stand, to say there's right and there is wrong and this is wrong? The question also is, how far do we and the world go to make that point? And that's where we start tonight. We have the military and diplomatic angles covered. Ambassador Derek Shearer will join us in a minute. He served as ambassador to Finland for 3 years during the Clinton administration. And Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, who served 4 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Colonel, let's start with you. You heard the open there. What are we missing? Is this the Russian army we've all been afraid of all these years? What's happening?
Yeah, what you see here is that Russia badly underestimated the defensive capacity and the willingness to fight of the Ukraine, and they basically thought they would come in and do it on the cheap. And so they did not come in with their full combined arms capabilities that their normal defensive strategies call for, which surprised me because the way I saw those troops set up, they were perfectly set up for that. But they wanted to come in on the cheap and just kind of make the Ukrainians just give up because they saw maybe a lot of tanks coming in, and then they would be able to just put pressure on Zielinski, and they thought that they would get out of it with nothing. They quickly realized that was a dramatic mistake, but the important thing is that we have to understand is that only a small percentage of Russia's armor has actually been employed so far, and the majority of it is now lined up, not just on that 17-mile stretch you talked about, but the biggest concern is in the south and in the far east, where not many cameras in the west are, so not many people are following that. But the Russians are almost ready to circle a very large portion of the Ukrainian armed forces down there, and if they close that off, then they can take out a large portion of the Ukrainian armed forces, and then they can move those forces. Now then they can move on Ukraine from 2 and possibly 3 different directions. There's also evidence out right now that the Russians are now ready to take the gloves off and have that strong combined arms fight that we all expected, and bring their air power to bear, which basically hasn't even hardly been involved with it yet, and it is still out there. And if they bring all that to bear, this could come crashing down in the way that a lot of us were afraid of. You know, the Red Army, as you pointed out, they still are very lethal, and this thing is not over by any stretch.
Right. Okay. Well, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I understand that. But what happens with this convoy, Colonel? Again, for any other advanced military country, they would see that and say this would be an easy target. Does Ukraine have the firepower to attack that convoy, if not from the ground, from the air?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought when I saw that thing. Because ordinarily, I mean, I'm a former armor officer, and you know, and I've been in armored combat in Desert Storm, and so when I saw that, I mean, I just cringed just because I'm like, I know that's like lethal if you're just parked on a road in normal modern warfare, because either the aircraft can come in and just strafe you, or drones can come in and do it in the modern case now. But it doesn't appear that Ukraine has the capacity to do any of that. In fact, so far, when they've gotten planes up, they get shot down almost immediately, because Russia does have their anti-aircraft forces there that are up front, and they have been very effective. And so that shows you that Ukraine doesn't have the capacity to do it, or they would have already burned up most of them. I mean, they would have attacked them for sure. But the fact that they haven't shows you that they don't have that capacity, and that's a problem.
Do you think it's a matter of time before Kyiv falls?
Without question, it is. If Russia brings to bear their full combined arms power, there's just nothing that Ukraine can do to stop it. I mean, we just have to be honest and admit that. Ukraine's armed forces is primarily an infantry force. They don't have much mobility, and their experience is mainly on that trench line that they've manned for 8 years, and they're not good at mobile warfare, which is what Russia can do if they unleash it. So if they do, then there's not much anybody can do to stop it. And that's why I think that Zielinski's best play is to do the best he can in the negotiation, because that may be his only play besides being physically defeated.
What do we get out of the weapons that we have sent and Germany has sent? Will those potentially make a difference? Will they get there in time? How do they get there?
No, we just have to understand that looks good on paper, and it makes people feel good about doing something. But look, in terms of actual combat capability, you have to put things in people's hands many months in advance, or something that could be simple and usable in their defensive capacity right now. But that's not going to change anything. They need mobility, they need training in air capabilities, anti-aircraft capabilities, and none of those things happen. Those are things that are going to be only on the margins. It'll help in some cases, but it definitely won't be decisive.
All right, well, it's going to be something we'll all be watching for sure, especially as the days and weeks unfold. I think we might see the resolution to this convoy sooner rather than later. But Colonel Davis, it is great to have you with us. Yeah, thank you for the time. We'll be in touch. Questions tonight emerging about Putin's state of mind. Take a look at this tweet from the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. I've watched and listened to Putin for more than 30 years. He has changed. He sounds completely disconnected from reality. He sounds unhinged. And this from U.S. Senator Marco Rubio. We are not dealing with 2008 Putin. It is a grave error to assume he will make the same calculations and decisions today that he would have in the past. The old Putin was a cold-blooded but calculating killer. This new Putin is even more dangerous. More dangerous? Unhinged even? Let's ask someone who represented the U.S. in the region, U.S. Ambassador to Finland, Ambassador Derek Shearer. Mr. Ambassador, it's great to have you with us. You write now for the Washington Monthly. My first question is, do you think they're right about him?
Well, I think Ambassador McFaul, who's dealt with Putin when he was our ambassador, is right that Putin, I wouldn't say unhinged, but he's, I think, made a serious misjudgment. And when I've talked to some of my Finnish friends who've dealt with Putin, they've just felt that he's become much more irrational, detached from most of his aides except a small inner circle. And I think he's made a serious misjudgment. As the colonel said, they can ultimately win a military war, but they've already lost the PR war. And the economic costs to Russia, which have already started with the big drop in the ruble, for example, have not begun to hit yet. And I think he underestimated President Biden and the EU and the strength of their response. And he certainly has underestimated the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point, Mr. Ambassador, because I was wondering about the same thing. It appears he is going to or will potentially lose the economic war of this, if you will, because the international response has been overwhelming and it continues to grow. Is it enough to stop him, and is it enough to lead to a military defeat on the ground in Ukraine?
I don't think it's enough to lead to a military defeat, but while they can win ultimately, by killing a lot of people and destroying a lot of property, that's a propaganda defeat. That means that their argument that somehow this is really legitimately part of Russia and it's just a few, Nazi Ukrainians, as Putin, alleges, that are running the country, and really the Ukrainians want to be part of Russia, is not true. I mean, one of the things that struck me when I was following the news this morning is to see Ukrainians heroically preparing what are called Molotov cocktails.
Yeah.
Now, the first time that Molotov cocktails were used in war was 1939 by the Finns. And Molotov was the foreign minister for Joseph Stalin, and the Finns heroically dropped these gasoline bombs into tanks that were invading Finland. This was 1939. And, it's also amazing or sad that we're suddenly back at, 1939 with a Russian invasion across a international border.
Well, we're hearing a lot of comparisons to World War II, that's for sure. Mr. Ambassador, what do you make of the talks that happened today between Ukraine and Russia? It appeared they didn't really produce much, which I don't think surprises many people. But do you realistically think there's a diplomatic end to this somewhere down the line, or are we too far gone from that?
I think there's a diplomatic end. It just depends on how strong we keep up the Western response, which has been very, very good. I've been very impressed with President Biden and his team, and even more with the EU. You just saw in the last day or two the change of Germany, and willing for Germany to not only send weapons, but support much tougher economic sanctions. That raises the long-term cost to Putin. And you have to remember, Ukraine has a population of 40 million people. And while Putin can defeat their army, how does he govern? What is the end game for him? I've asked a lot of people, what is the end game? And nobody seems to know what will come out of some diplomatic resolution. One hopes that it would allow Ukrainians to run their own country, but the more damage, the more people die,
right,
and it's all being broadcast around the world, the greater the cost, not only to Putin, but sadly for the Russian people, because they're going to be disconnected from the rest of the world.
Yeah. All right. Listen, great insight from Ambassador Derek Shearer. We appreciate the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe.
We're going to head now to Ukraine with our reporter in Kyiv. Joining us now, Joe Fetterman with the Associated Press. So, Joe, give us a better idea of what you're seeing in Kyiv tonight, and I guess also what you're hearing. Are you still hearing these air raid sirens?
It's been quiet for the past maybe 2 hours or so. We emerged from curfew early today, and the city, although the curfew was lifted, the city felt like it was still under curfew. Almost everything was closed. Very few people out in the streets, and it was very quiet throughout the day, almost like a lull. But as nightfall arrived, the air raid sirens returned. We had several explosions, including one that felt like it was quite close to where we are. But it's been quiet the past couple of hours. But as we've seen over these past 5 days, that really doesn't tell you much because it can resume at any moment.
Yeah, it sure can. All right, Joseph Fetterman, you've been doing great work for us in Kyiv there, and we appreciate the update tonight. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, more on what is ahead and an update on a story we brought you last week. 13 Ukrainian soldiers defiantly stood their ground on a small island off the country's coast. You remember this? We'll have an update on that, their condition, once feared dead. Again, the latest on that ahead. Plus, reaction from refugees in Poland who know of the growing protests against Putin's actions in Russia. And we'll speak with a woman who escaped Kyiv as the missiles started flying. What does she think when she sees these images of a 17-mile military convoy outside her home city? Meantime, we have a live look at the wreckage of vehicles reportedly belonging to Russia on the streets of Kharkiv, Ukraine, 1 day after the country says the city repelled attacks from the Russians. Local officials say at least one civilian died, more than a dozen hurt during that shelling.
This will happen with all enemies who will come here and will try to hurt us.
The former presidential candidate you've probably never heard of with a controversial take on the war in Ukraine. She joins us live. What she has to say about the role of U.S. media. That's tonight on Dan Abrams Live, 9/8 Central on NewsNation. As the president prepares for his biggest moment yet, NewsNation is taking the pulse of the country. From the economic squeeze at home to our troops near harm's way, NewsNation has special live team coverage. The State of the Union, tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NewsNation.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention parents! If your child was born premature and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, also known as NEC, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Certain types of baby formulas have been linked to an increased risk of newborns developing NEC, a severe and potentially fatal intestinal illness that oftentimes requires surgery. If your child was born premature or at a low birth weight and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, the baby formula your child was fed may be to blame, and you may be entitled to significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call right now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-571-3054. That's 1-800-571-3054.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
You remember this from just this past week. We brought you the story of a group of 13 Ukrainian soldiers on Snake Island, defiant to say the least, a strategic outpost just off the coast of Ukraine. They stood up to the threats from a Russian battleship. The Ukrainian government said they were all feared to have been killed, but today we're learning they're actually alive, according to the Ukrainian Navy. They say the soldiers held off 2 attacks from Russian forces, but were ultimately forced to surrender when they started running out of ammunition. A spokesman for the Russian Defense Ministry saying they would soon be returned to their families, but Russian attackers did destroy the tiny island's infrastructure, including lighthouses, towers, and antennas. As the Russian army moves on Kyiv, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing, and many of them to Poland, where NewsNation's Robert Sherman joins us tonight. Robert, we've seen a lot of refugees behind you over the course of this. What's the situation there tonight? Do they continue to stream in?
Constantly, Joe, minute by minute, we see more and more people coming through here, and we don't expect that to be changing anytime soon. But with every refugee that we've spoken with, we continue to see these parallels when it comes to the situation in Ukraine. One, none of them really believed that the Russians would actually go through with this and actually make an offensive against Ukraine. And second, they don't understand why it happened or why it was necessary for an invasion to take place. One refugee we did speak with, however, made it clear that she does not blame the Russian people or Russia as a whole. Listen to this.
It's not about the people of Russia, it's about the politics. I have friends in Moscow, and they are protesting, and they are supporting us. They are sending pictures. I hope to see them again one day.
And that refugee is correct. There have consistently been protests in Russia. The local newspaper there reporting over 2,000 people have been arrested in Moscow alone for protesting the war. Joe?
So, Robert, I'm sure it's hard to estimate, but do they have any idea how many more people might be coming? And the other question is, do they know what they're going to do with them all?
Well, Joe, let me put it to you this way. The latest estimate is that about 500,000 Ukrainians have fled the country to some of these neighboring countries. The EU estimates that when all is said and done, that number is going to be 7 million. So what you see behind us, that's not changing anytime soon. And then in terms of what's next for a lot of these people, some are lucky. They have friends and family that live throughout Europe, but many are still trying to figure it out. A lot that we speak with say that they do want to go back to Ukraine. Ukraine at some point. They just don't know what their country's going to look like if they do try and go back.
Right, certainly now, that's for sure. Robert Sherman in Przemyśl, Poland for us tonight. Robert, thank you again for the report. So as Robert told us, Ukrainians by the hundreds of thousands are fleeing their homes, many trying to avoid that approaching Russian convoy. Katerina Mikhalko is one of them. She fled her home and is now hunkered down in western Kyiv. She joins us now. First of all, it's glad to see that you're safe. We do appreciate you joining us and giving us this perspective. Let's start with what made you decide to leave your home and when that was.
Yes, it was February 24th. And I was in Kyiv, and this air attack started. And I was in Kyiv for 1 day. And in the end of the day, I decided that it would be safer to be out of the Kyiv for, like, I hope for a few hours or maybe for a few days. And now I am in the western Ukraine. And it feels safe now, but I won't leave the country because it's my country and I don't want to go to the border, and I'm not trying to go to Poland or any other country.
Yeah, is it safe where you are now? How far west of Kyiv roughly are you, and are you worried about what's to come? We've talked about this 17-mile convoy of troops.
Of course, I'm worried about. I have family who still is in Kyiv, and I have lived in Kyiv for all my life. It's basically more than 20 years, and it's crazy that some dictator could decide to his troops to go to the center, to the Europe, and like make a lot of people leave the city and make a lot of people die. It's crazy because there is some rockets which crashing into residential buildings, and children were killed, and it's crazy. I'm really sad that something like that is going on in my hometown.
Right. Do you still have family members in Kyiv, and are you in touch with them?
Yes, my mother is in Kyiv, and she lives in the residential area, but it's not safe anymore. I'm calling her like a few times a day, and she's saying that there are a lot of military, and it's sometimes hard to understand if it's like Ukrainian forces or it's Russian invaders.
She can't get out, Katerina?
She don't want to leave the Kyiv, basically, but also it's not so easy for people in Kyiv or in Kharkiv to leave the city. It's also true.
What worries you the most, Katerina, about what might be to come? Do you think your fellow countrymen can hold and protect Kyiv?
Yes, I really believe in Ukrainian armed forces, and all Ukrainians are united as never before. And it's really crazy how our army could fight one of the biggest armies in the world. I'm talking about Russia, but we really can. Ukrainians sending money, Ukrainians are sending help to each other, and we have these real heroes who are fighting for us, and I really believe in them, and I think everything will be all right, and Ukraine will be free and independent.
Well, I sure hope you're right, and again, appreciate your time. It's, I know, late there in Ukraine, in more ways than one, as they say. But we thank you for your time, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Be safe. Be sure to catch our other NewsNation programming with our new lineup. NewsNation Prime is now at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Dan Abrams now live at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Ahead for us, Trevor Reed, retired Marine. He spent the last 2 years in a Russian gulag. His parents fighting for his freedom. What they want to hear from the president tomorrow night at the State of the Union. That next. First, though, take a look at this. A former Miss Ukraine vowing to defend her country against Russian invaders. Anastasia Lena represented Ukraine in the Miss Grand International Beauty Contest in 2015. She's now joining the country's military. On Instagram over the weekend, she posted this picture and said, "Everyone who crosses the Ukrainian border with the intent to invade will be killed."
Russia invades Ukraine.
American troops shipping overseas. It is happening.
The truth about what you need to know.
The world is watching the situation continue to unfold.
Continuing coverage on Russia at war. Stay tuned to NewsNation.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
With Mucinex Night Shift, you've got powerful relief from your worst nighttime cold and flu symptoms. So grab Night Shift to fight your symptoms, get your Z's, and get back to your rhythm. Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
Living with metastatic breast cancer means being relentless because every day matters. And having more of them is possible with Verzenio, the only one of its kind proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant, regardless of menopause status.
Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
Every day matters, and I want more of them.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
You have a full-time job and commitments to keep. You're also determined to advance your career. Welcome to Coursera, career accelerating degrees online from the world's best universities for today's busy lives.
I just wanted my kids to know that you don't ever stop.
Get a high-quality degree 100% online, often for as little as half the cost.
It's allowed me to end up in a position that I was only really dreaming of.
Join Coursera for free at Coursera.org and try a degree course today. Coursera, your course to success.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-883-8200. That's 1-800-883-8200 now.
There's also evidence out right now that the Russians are now ready to take the gloves off and have that strong combined arms fight that we all expected and bring their air power to bear, which basically hasn't even hardly been involved with it yet, and it is still out there. And if they bring all that to bear, this could come crashing down in the way that a lot of us were afraid of.
That was retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis at the top of the hour with us, suggesting we have yet to see the worst of the fighting between Russia and Ukraine. This is happening as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielinski says Russian troops have intensified shelling of Ukraine, calling it an effort to force his government into making concessions during talks today. As Russia continues to advance in Ukraine, Americans appear to largely support U.S. intervention. According to NewsNation polling, 45% of respondents support the U.S. stepping in to defend Ukraine, 37% opposed. And while America is clearly thinking about the crisis in Ukraine, we're also waiting to hear from President Biden in his State of the Union address tomorrow. Joining me now for more on that, NewsNation's Kelly Meyer. So what's the feeling there, Kelly? I know they don't release a whole lot about this, but just about everything we care about seems to be linked to what's happening now in Ukraine. Money, national security. Do we know how much of this address tomorrow will focus on that?
Well, the White House did touch a little bit on this today, and we know the State of the Union really is about a moment in time speaking about this, and there is this moment where there is an active invasion in Ukraine. I don't think the president can really get by this speech without mentioning what is happening overseas. And what the White House was saying he could touch on is the steps he's taken throughout this, saying that they will talk about the support for Ukraine, the $350 million in assistance, military assistance they've given, the sanctions they've imposed on Putin now, on the Russian central bank, on members of Putin's inner circle. They'll talk about the troops to support allies in the eastern flank, to support NATO allies. And they'll also talk about the impact of the invasion here at home. And that brings him back to some more of the domestic issues that he could then roll into with inflation, jobs, COVID-19, something that his administration has been focused on here. He probably will bring up what his administration has done to tackle and bring an end to the pandemic. He also could touch on his Supreme Court nominee and other legislative items. He's still pushing for his Build Back Better agenda. He's still pushing for action on voting rights. And this is also, we were talking about an important moment for this speech. This year ahead is an important moment for not only President Biden, but for the Democratic Party, as this will all lead into the 2022 midterms, where the House and the Senate are in danger for Democrats of being lost here, Joe.
All right, we'll all be watching. We'll continue to have more coverage here on NewsNation. Kelly Meyer, thank you very much for the preview. We appreciate it. More polling by NewsNation shows President Biden's approval rating dipping to 43%, with 57% of respondents saying they disapprove of the job he's doing as president. Joining me now for more on this, RNC National Spokesperson and Director of Black Media Affairs, Paris Denard. Good to see you again, Paris. So you guys are in a pretty good position here. What kind of reception do you think the president will get from Republicans tomorrow? There's a lot going on.
I think if Joe Biden goes before the House chamber and presents more of his radical, liberal, progressive agenda that has not worked for the past 12 months, Republicans in the chamber are not going to be in agreement with it, because the American people are not in agreement with it. Your poll shows it. The RNC conducted a poll with the Terrence Group, and that poll showed that actually 55% of independents are not in agreement with what Joe Biden is doing in terms of his disapprovals. And so he has a tall order, because the rhetoric that he's going to be spouting off is not going to match the reality for so many Americans, whether you're Black, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, rich, poor, from the north, south, east, or the west. Things are bad. The State of the Union is not strong, and the American people know it. And no matter what he says, it's not going to change the fact that the reality for most Americans is that this State of the Union under his leadership is not good.
What we're also looking at, of course, is Ukraine, Paris. And if anything, this seems like a time of unity, is it not?
It should be a time for unity for democracy. It should be a time for unity for strong leadership from the American president. But unfortunately, what we've seen is weak leadership from the American president.
How so, Paris?
A lot of people that I've talked to, weak leadership in the sense that he actually admitted, meaning Joe Biden, the president, actually admitted that everyone knew that sanctions weren't going to deter or have an impact on Putin. So then if you knew that, then why did you do them, one? And then two,
well, they seem to be working now, Paris, and they seem to be having an impact anyway. What should he have done?
What he should have done is shown American leadership from the beginning and acted a lot sooner. He should have never given Russia the green light to advance their pipeline for oil. He should have never gotten rid of the Keystone pipeline, which hurt us from an American standpoint economically, being more dependent upon foreign sources of oil, which benefit Russia. So there's many things that he could have done. American leadership starts with the American president, and we have not seen that. He is leading from behind, and Europe has taken the lead on the leadership role.
Well, Europe supported, you know, Paris, that Europe supported Nord Stream 2. They wanted us to butt out.
You know what? American leadership under President Trump would have stood fast and never allowed that to happen. That's what America First agenda means. It means doing what is in the best interest of the American people, and giving a green light for energy going into Russia is not good for the American people, and it is proven not to be a good thing for the rest of the country, the nation, right, especially the Ukraine.
Yeah, and for the record, Nord Stream 2 is now on hold, thanks to Germany and the U.S. agreeing with that decision now. We'll see what happens moving forward, and we'll see what happens tomorrow at the State of the Union. We're having some audio issues with you, Paris, but it's always good to have you, my friend. Take care.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, we've been following the story of Trevor Reed on the broadcast, a retired Marine who's been serving time in a Russian gulag for more than 2 years. He was sentenced to 9 years in 2020 for, quote, endangering the life and health of Russian police officers during an altercation, charges he and his family have denied from the beginning. Reports of poor treatment and sickness have continuously emerged throughout his incarceration, and with the conflict in Ukraine escalating as it has, the chances of Trevor's diplomatic release have grown a bit slim now, considering all that's happening. Joining me now are Trevor Reed's parents, as they do often, and we appreciate having you on every time, Joey and Paula Reed. So let's start there where we left off with Paris. What would you like to hear from the president tomorrow?
Well, we'd like to hear the president say that they're leaving a channel of communications open with the Russians, just like we did throughout the Cold War. Not only for our son and for other reasons, but for major reasons like preventing a nuclear war. And we hope that they'll leave multiple channels open for communications between our countries.
Yeah, diplomacy is what gets Trevor out. We've talked about that in the past, and at this point it doesn't appear that there's a whole lot of room for diplomacy right now. How do you keep that channel open, Paula? Do you know? Are you still in touch with the State Department?
We're in touch with the State Department every Thursday, but they did tell us it could be a little bit more difficult after the invasion.
And how is Trevor? What's the latest on him? I know the last we talked, he had TB, I believe, or was recovering from it, but was having a hard time getting treatment for it, right?
No, we're unsure. He had exposure to another prisoner with TB, and but they were not testing him for it, and he was not receiving any treatment, preventative treatment like other prisoners. So we have no idea. We haven't had anyone in communication with him for about 3 weeks now.
How frustrating is it, Paula, to go through this and then now to see the spotlight on Russia for a completely different reason, knowing that it probably dims the spotlight that we'd all like to see on Trevor's case and the others who were there?
Well, obviously it's very discouraging because, we want our son to come home, and we thought that we were making headway trying to make negotiations. But now that this has occurred, it's, like you said, put Trevor on the back burner as well as Paul Whelan. It's not just Trevor. So.
Joey, best case scenario for you, is there a chance that the channels, I guess, stay open, that you need to be open, and considering what's happening there, try to move your case forward to get him out?
We hope so. We think so. Like I said, our understanding is during the entire Cold War, even during the Cuban Missile Crisis, we still had channels of communication open between our countries, and we think that's important. And so we do still have hope, and we have hope that the Ukrainian situation will find a resolution quickly for everyone, the Ukrainians who we're very sympathetic to. And I'd like to add one thing to your viewers.
Sure.
Trevor, it's always said that his parents said that he's innocent, but it's also everyone from the President of the United States on down. And in addition, I'd like to mention that for a month now, every day, every Russian official said that they were never going to invade Ukraine.
Right.
This is an example of what the Russians say and what is true. And this applies to our son and Paul Whelan also.
Interesting insight. We have hope as well, Joey and Paula Reed, and it's why we continue to stay in touch and update our viewers on the situation with Trevor. Thanks again for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The former presidential candidate you might not remember, with a controversial take on the conflict in Ukraine, what she has to say about the role of U.S. media. That's live tonight on Dan Abrams Live, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Be sure to catch all the other NewsNation programming as well. There's our new lineup, NewsNation Prime, now at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Dan Abrams, again, as mentioned, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. The Russian oligarchs who have their assets sanctioned, finding a place to put their money so it can't be detected. We'll tell you where it is and it's somewhere we can put it as well. What does that mean? First though, a number of expectant mothers being forced to take shelter at a hospital in Ukraine as fighting surrounds that area. This video shot by a doctor at the hospital. He said the makeshift bomb shelter also held women who'd recently given birth, premature babies, a woman in need of an operation, children of staff members as well. He also said 2 of the women could give birth at any moment.
Большинство здесь уже родило.
I'm Adrienne Banker. You're watching NewsNation. News for all America.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once weekly Trulicity.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
As a professional bull rider, I'm used to taking chances. But when it comes to my insurance, I don't. I use Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And by switching, you can even save $665.
Hey, Tex. Did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on. I'm about to break my own record. Yeah! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Before I lost weight on Nutrisystem, I was in a very low point of my life. I basically was eating my feelings. Life is pretty rough right now for everyone. Being an ER nurse is so stressful. Having this weight lifted off my shoulders and losing 40 pounds has helped my stress level at work more than anything I've ever experienced.
My name's Ashley, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of new ProSync shakes. Controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
Allergies just try to stop us being the greatest versions of ourselves. Allegra lasts up to 6 times longer than Benadryl, so trees, you won't take us down.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin, so dust, you won't wipe us out.
And unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make us drowsy. So fur, you won't phase us. When allergies attack, take Allegra before your symptoms take over you.
Live your
greatness.
The U.S. cutting off the Russian central bank in the latest round of sanctions meant to strangle the Russian economy. Reports indicating, however, some of Russia's richest, the country's oligarchs, are finding ways to hide their money bit by bit. And by that, of course, we mean Bitcoin by Bitcoin. Technology security consultant Peter Phillips joins us now. So the way around these sanctions, Peter, is it seems by going with cyber currencies, with crypto. Somehow I doubt it's that simple, but is it?
No, not really. I mean, we're talking about a large amount of money. Getting the crypto and moving money into it's easy, but moving hundreds of millions or billions of dollars is going to be pretty tricky. And that it's still doable, and it's still a way to bypass the sanctions, but doing it can be a large amount of work for them.
That's what I mean. It's time consuming, it's difficult, and I guess the markets would kind of know this would show up, right, that this is being done.
Yeah, unless they broke it up into hundreds of smaller transactions, which would be a large effort. And if you have enough money, you could probably get that done, but the market would see it, right? Even in the crypto world, they would know when these exchanges and you're trying to move that money, and you're going to pay a lot in fees as well. It would be noticed fairly quickly.
Right. Do you think this could lead to more regulation for crypto?
I think the governments would love that, but I think, but likely, right? It's an excuse to say we need to regulate this more tightly. But the inherent nature of that, the currency itself, is made to be anonymous. But I do agree. Yeah, I think it'll happen.
That's a great point and a good explanation. So Russia is, at least it appears, feeling the full impact of sanctions from around the world now. Is it possible that we're not seeing just how much this is hurting them? Because I've heard reports that they may run out of money in a certain amount of time, anywhere from 7 to 10 days, depending on how this plays out. Are you hearing that as well?
Yeah, I mean, they've already noticed the change in their tactics in Ukraine, because they were spending too much money a day, and they've diverted using cheaper missiles and more conventional ground troops and that sort of thing that is less expensive than the bombing and the missiles. So the word is, that they're running out of money rather quickly, and the oligarchs aren't really happy about it either. They're getting their villas seized, and they're going after their yachts next. So we'll see. Yeah.
In fact, I know at least a couple of them have spoken out against the invasion, and one of them is selling his team in the Premier League, in the soccer, in the Chelsea, I believe it is, right? So what are the effects based on the fall of the ruble that we're seeing now play out in real time?
The effects will be on it's the everyday person that's going to be hurt the most, right? There's going to be a run on banks. They're going to feel removal from the SWIFT banking system. That's going to impact everyday Russians pretty heavily. The government obviously will have money and currency in reserve, and they will have a lot. They already have several, tens of billions of dollars in crypto already. Mm-hmm. So they might be trying to move that around and use that to supplement the impact that they're feeling, which is pretty severe, apparently.
Yeah, it sounds like it, and growing as well. The sanctions continue to expand, as we hear. Peter Phillip, corporate IT security consultant, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
On Balance with Leland Vittert starts at the top of the hour. Leland live in the nation's capital ahead of tomorrow's State of the Union address by President Biden. So, Leland, we always hear about how important these speeches are. Like, this is the most important speech of his political. I mean, he's been in Washington for so many years, but where would you rank this?
There's going to be another one and another one.
Yeah, until the next one.
Right, tell the next one, or tell he has to give an Oval Office address when something else happens in Ukraine. The one thing that, unfortunately, this is not for the president in the White House is this opportunity to set the narrative, right? Typically for State of the Union, you want to roll out a couple of big wins. You want to talk about a couple of legislative achievements and then preview a couple of things that you have that you're going to give to the American people, and then everybody gets up and applauds. You can't really do that in the same way tonight. Why? Or tomorrow night, I should say. Why? Number one, because there's not a lot to celebrate for the president, other than announcing today that masks are coming off at the White House and in Congress and in schools in 4 states, which is a way to say COVID's over. The White House doesn't have a lot to sell, number one, tomorrow night. And number two, you've got to be really careful in the midst of this crisis where Vladimir Putin's talking about nuclear weapons not to appear to be playing politics.
More at the top of the hour. Leland Vittert live for us in D.C. More on the State of the Union coming up on Balance at 6 o'clock Central. Leland, thanks. We'll see you with more in a bit. Don't forget to tune into NewsNation tomorrow night for special coverage of the State of the Union. You'll see it all right here with Leland in D.C. on NewsNation.
The most complicated thing is to explain to children what's going on. So there is this little game, it's called the turtle game, to explain to them how to act during the attacks. So you tell them that you go down on your belly, you open up your mouth, you close your ears with your hands, and that's how you pretend you're a turtle.
As Kira Rudik, a Ukrainian member of parliament, describing the heartbreaking difficulty of teaching children about the current Russian invasion. She's also been active on social media and vocal on news outlets as well, as she talks about what it's like having to learn to use a Kalashnikov rifle and getting ready to fight Russian forces.
And we have to stand up and fight Russian army who just wants to attack us because Putin decided that we don't deserve to live.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were exposed to paraquat and later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Paraquat, a highly toxic commercial herbicide, has been linked to a significant increased risk in developing Parkinson's disease. Exposure to paraquat can occur via mixing, loading or spraying, inhaling or ingesting, direct contact with skin or coming into contact with sprayed plants. Farmers, agricultural workers, as well as individuals who lived in close proximity to farmland that were later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Paraquat may be to blame. Call now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-433-5316. That's 1-800-433-5316.
Every day brings new opportunities to do more than anyone thought possible, to redefine what a truck can be, earning the top brand in new vehicle quality in the automotive industry. Push the limits of what's possible with a lineup of Ram trucks, built to serve.
Right now, during the Ram President's Day sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits!
Holy Leroy.
Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
Are you ready to start a great career?
Safelight is now hiring.
You will love your job.
There's room to grow.
And lots of opportunities.
So what are you waiting for?
Apply now
and make a difference.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
Man, I love that song.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well-deserved thank yous and congratulations, with products that bring smiles, celebration, and long-lasting impressions. There's certainty in that. 4imprint gives you that certainty with the right promotional products and a caring, trusted team dedicated to your success. Creating meaningful connections starts at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, followed by Banfield, starting tonight on NewsNation. From Miss Ukraine to Max from Dancing with the Stars, celebrities and ordinary Ukrainians fight Putin's thugs with their words and guns. Tonight on Banfield.
The sports world is now weighing in on the crisis in Ukraine. FIFA and the European Football Associations, UEFA, suspended all Russian teams from competition until further notice. The ban includes the Russian national team and club teams as well. The move, effective immediately. UEFA also ended its partnership with Gazprom, the largest natural gas supplier to Europe. Gazprom, of course, is Russian. Top teams, including Chelsea, FC Barcelona, Liverpool, have all called for an end to the fighting in Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees are fleeing the country. One estimate had 500,000 seeking refuge outside of Ukraine. And now some people are stepping up to make sure Ukrainians have a place to go. That list includes actress Blake Lively and her husband, actor Ryan Reynolds, who are doubling every dollar donated to the UN Relief Agency up to $1 million. And Airbnb also stepping up to help Ukrainian refugees. Companies offering free temporary housing for up to 100,000 refugees fleeing Ukraine. Certainly nice to see people stepping up to help them out. That is tonight's American Snapshot. And that is our time for tonight. We appreciate you joining us. On Balance with Leland Vittert, live from Washington, D.C. Coming up next. Have a great night.
Despite heavy losses, columns of Russian tanks push into Ukraine as the world unites around a Ukrainian army holding out against all odds. Good evening, I'm Leland Vittert in Washington. President Biden will address the nation for his first State of the Union address in 26 hours from now, facing record high inflation and record low poll numbers. But tomorrow, he will declare victory over COVID and freedom from masks. But first, not since the Cuban Missile Crisis have we as a country confronted the prospect of nuclear war. Listen to this exchange between President Biden and reporters when he returned from the weekend in Delaware.
Mr. President, should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No. No, we should not be worried about nuclear war. In one sense, that should be comforting. The president doesn't think there will be a nuclear war. On the other hand, what else could he have said? Simply the question being asked is downright terrifying. But considering the propaganda from Kremlin TV, the question needed to be asked. Pay attention to the subtitles.
Всего наши подлодки способны выпустить более 500 ядерных боеголовок, что гарантированно уничтожают США и все страны НАТО в придачу. Это по принципу «зачем нам мир, если в нем не будет России?»
Remember, that wasn't some random TV commentator threatening to wipe out the Western world. This is President Putin's personal propaganda mouthpiece. Kind of like Baghdad Bob for Saddam. This is Kremlin Kevin. The U.S. military said today they saw no reason to match Russia's heightened nuclear alert status and tried to downplay Putin's moves. But Putin's army is bogged down, now 5 days into their incredibly unpopular war against Ukraine. And the world is turning against Putin with crippling sanctions. Even the Swiss, historically a safe haven for the dirtiest of dirty money from the world's despots, the Swiss now say they will freeze Russian assets. Putin is also squeezed and isolated. Russian military doctrine says if conventional war fails, use tactical nuclear weapons to bring the enemy to its knees. Over the weekend, he met with his top generals separated by a long table. That could be because of COVID. It could be because Vladimir Putin is worried about what his top generals might do if seated too close. In Washington, the White House is trying to strike a delicate balance, deal with Ukraine ahead of Mr. Biden's State of the Union, and still get the domestic political bump from a night at the Capitol where the president can celebrate some successes and kick off his new agenda. Mr. Biden heads to Capitol Hill with approval numbers of a Democratic president not seen since Jimmy Carter. Just last month, Mr. Biden hit 33%. Carter, at his worst, bottomed out at 28%. As for the wins to declare tomorrow, in a bit of incredible coincidence, the White House and Democratic-controlled House announced an end to their own mask mandates tomorrow, just ahead of the State of the Union. as did schools in New York, California, Oregon, and Washington State. The man who wore a mask from Marine One to the White House, with 100 feet from anybody, will likely tomorrow declare March 1st as the end of COVID as we know it. Plus, he will implore the Senate to confirm his pick for the Supreme Court. The current feeling in Washington is that Republicans see little value in contesting her confirmation and would rather use it to rally their own base come November. Joining us now, Mark McClarty, former White House Chief of Staff. Good to see you, sir. 26 hours from the big moment. You've been there. What's happening in the White House?
Well, there's a lot of anticipation. There's some nervousness, but I suspect some real excitement and commitment to making this one count. Leland, as you know, first of all, it's great to be with you. But
and you.
As you know, State of the Unions can be important, and State of the Unions cannot be so important. Sometimes they move the needle, sometimes they don't. This one is important.
It is important, without question, both because of the time we are in and because this is a president who needs a reset. How do you deliver a political State of the Union to reset a presidency that's flailing, for lack of a better term, in the midst of an international crisis?
I think the international crisis in Ukraine, the courage of the Ukrainian people, and the deep concern, understandable concern about President Putin and this aggression, naked aggression, has awakened the world. It's certainly awakened America. That gives the president an opportunity for reset. But, Leland, he's got to do, in your opening commentary, you framed it perfectly, I think. He's going to have to talk about this crisis where you feel the tectonic plates shifting from a geopolitical standpoint, but he's also going to have to talk to the American people about the economy and how he's going to lift their lives as well as COVID. But he's got a story to tell, some victories to claim, as you know. If I were him, I would think he would talk about the trend line going forward.
The man you worked for, Bill Clinton, was an expert in two things. Elections are about the future, and he was the first president who felt your pain, who was empathetic in a different way. We put up the poll from the NewsNation poll about the percentage of Americans who are worried about inflation. 80% of Americans are worried about inflation. You can't get 80% of Americans to agree they like ice cream. How does President Biden, who this is not his strong suit, lets the American people know he feels their pain?
I think it plays somewhat to his natural persona in terms of empathy and engagement. I think he's done that before. He's going to have to do it in an authentic way, which he's fully capable of doing. I believe he will. But he's going to have to speak directly to the American people. Bear in mind, Leland, he's got multiple audiences. He's got the Congress right before him. He's speaking to the American people. He's speaking to the world here. He's certainly speaking to the Ukrainian people. And he's speaking to Mr. Putin, who I suspect will be listening carefully to his speech.
Yeah, and to the President Zielinski of the Ukraine, to the presidents of the NATO countries. You spoke about who he's speaking to the American people. Interesting part of the NewsNation poll. Obviously, President Biden won the election by a couple of points in the popular vote. If you flip the poll around today, there is a good percentage of people, we'll put the numbers up on the screen right now. Today, President Trump wins by 5 points. President Biden, when asked this same group of people, who'd you vote for, they voted for President Biden by 8 points. So if you think about that, that's 13% of the people who switched in this time. What does he say specifically to them?
Well, the Right Track, Wrong Track poll suggests the same thing that your numbers do. But I think he basically has demonstrated real competence here and leadership, bringing the European Union and the world more broadly together. That's quite a feat, Leland. We haven't seen that in a long time.
It's fascinating how quickly this turned, and how when the Russians invaded, it looked like this abject failure of American leadership. And now, 5 days later, he has brought the world together, I think you'd have to say, in a way that only George H.W. Bush did.
You took the thought right out of my mind there in terms of the Desert Storm. But he's also going to have to talk about the economy, about COVID, about the border, and of course he will certainly, I think, talk about his Supreme Court pick.
If you're Ron Klain in the White House tonight, the president's chief of staff, do you say, Mr. President, tonight is a night to be more political or to be more presidential, and the American people will give you the benefit of the doubt?
The latter.
Because
absolutely,
in a time of crisis.
Well, even without the time of crisis, I think this State of the Union has to be one that speaks directly to the American people, and not in Washington speak, but in real speak. both about domestic issues and international issues. And that's what he's got to connect with, Leland. There's no doubt he's got to bring the country together, but he's got an opportunity to do that.
He does if he makes it not political. It would be an interesting reset. And the country wants to rally around him right now. When the country's scared, they want to rally around the president. Unusual for President Biden to have an evening address. Typically, he speaks during the day. If tonight the White House was granted a magic wish and they could make tomorrow night an Oval Office address and move the State of the Union a month or two from now, would they do it?
Well, no, I don't think they would. They don't have that choice.
But if they did, are they upset that it's tomorrow night, or do they welcome the opportunity?
I think if any president's going to deal with reality, what's before him, that's his charge. And at the end of the day, Leland, this is not unusual. The real presidencies are judged by peace, which I would say security, and prosperity. And that's exactly what President Biden's got to talk about. He's got to talk about peace and security, both to the American people and more broadly, and certainly directly regarding Ukraine and directly regarding NATO and Europe. But he's also got to talk about prosperity and lifting the lives of the American people.
Mac McLarty, you've been there before. Appreciate the expertise, sir. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Always good to be with you, Leland.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Here's what's important for everybody to know about a no-fly zone. What that would require is implementation by the U.S. military. It would essentially mean the U.S. military would be shooting down planes, Russian planes. That is definitely escalatory.
All right, one thing the president will not announce tomorrow night, a no-fly zone over Ukraine. But we do understand that the United States and its allies will flood the zone, literally, with weapons for the Ukrainians to fight back. The U.S. sending Javelin anti-tank weapons and Stinger missiles to shoot down Russian planes. The United Kingdom, anti-armor, meaning weapons to take out Vladimir Putin's tanks. France, anti-aircraft systems and digital weapons. And hours count right now. As we look at where the Russian forces are, they have surrounded most of Kyiv, and they continue to push in, albeit at a rate much, much slower than the original Russian battle plan. 5 days in, the Russians expected to hold most of this country and certainly to have already taken out President Zielinski. The one thing that this administration has been about Ukraine, both at the Pentagon and the State Department, is they have been spot on about the intelligence and spot on about Russia's intentions. Kelly Meyer now joining us from Washington. She spent the day with the Pentagon as to how they see the ground truth. Kelly?
Well, the ground truth, Leland, is that Russia is taking a beating that they weren't expecting here, and it's slowing down their planned invasion of Ukraine. The Pentagon says Russia is likely a few days behind what they were expecting. In the last 24 hours, Russia's main advance only moved about 3 miles closer to the capital of Kyiv. But the point is, they're still moving in closer. They are still hunting down Ukrainian President Zielinski, and the Pentagon warned today not to be deceived by their pace. Take a listen.
Make no mistake, Mr. Putin still has at his disposal significant combat power. He hasn't moved all of it into Ukraine, but he's moved the majority of it. He still has a lot that he hasn't moved into Ukraine.
And that is just under 75% of its combat power staged at the Ukrainian border. But to help Ukraine, the White House has just handed over another $350 million in military assistance, including direct delivery of Stinger missiles. The Pentagon says they won't share with us exactly what they call the inventory list looks like because they don't want that to be out in the open. Leland?
Now, you make a great point in terms of as much as the Pentagon telegraphs what the Ukrainians are asking for, the Russians then know what the Ukrainians' weak spots are. I'm wondering, Kelly, you've got some great sources inside the Pentagon. What do they say was the keys, I guess, or what did they miss about the Ukrainian military that it's held out so much longer than they thought it would?
That's an interesting point, Leland. I mean, they've been saying that since we had seen this invasion just last week, that they were taken by surprise by the way the Ukrainians were fighting back. And they didn't really have an exact reason for that. They just noticed that as they were bringing their intelligence in those first few hours of the invasion. And they came out there and chatted with us the Thursday morning after this invasion happened and saying that they weren't expecting this, that they were really putting up a fight against the Russians. And it not only took the Pentagon by surprise, but it took the Russian forces by surprise. Obviously, we're seeing that as it's held back some of their forces for now days, pushing back their mission.
Yeah, we're looking right now at a satellite picture of one of the Russian convoys headed in. Kelly Meyer pointing out exactly the issue here, which is that the Russians have reinforcements to send in, and they've run out a lot of the weapons that we've given them. So now comes this issue of who can surge resources to the front faster, the Ukrainians with the help of the United States and the world, or the Russians who have tens of thousands of reinforcements just a couple of 100 miles away. Kelly Meyer, thank you very much. Great reporting. As Mac McClarty said, there are two issues tomorrow to talk about. Number one, of course, Ukraine. Number two, what Americans worry about the most, the economy. Inflation up now in all-time highs. 80% of Americans say they're worried about it. Is this an economic perfect storm? Will Ukraine only make it worse? And will Americans pay $9 a gallon in gas to punish Vladimir Putin?
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
My dad told me he's back into old hobbies, but it looks like he's picked up new habits for his type 2 diabetes too.
Once weekly Trulicity is proven to help lower A1C, and it can help you lose up to 10 pounds. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about once weekly Trulicity.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You saw high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No. We structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your pharmacy.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
With Mucinex Night Shift, you've got powerful relief from your worst nighttime cold and flu symptoms. So grab Night Shift to fight your symptoms, get your Z's, and get back to your rhythm. Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
We're 25 million prescriptions strong.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're working up a sweat before coffee and saying no thanks to a Boston cream.
Jardiance is a once daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardiance lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardians.
Ask your doctor about Jardians.
Welcome back. Right now it's about 2:15 or so in the morning in Ukraine. We understand the Russian military has now upped their offensive against Ukraine and against Kyiv in particular. You can see clashes near the zoo and near Maidan Square. That is right in the downtown of Kyiv. There's been hits on residential buildings as well. We understand that the Russians are now considering using far, far more aggressive tactics and weapons that target purely civilian populations as they try to bring the Ukrainians to their knees. These are people who have held out against the Russian army in a way that no one thought possible. A big part of that has been their politicians who have taken up arms and headed the streets. The president of Ukraine saying famously, when offered an evacuation route, "I need weapons, not a ride." Another one of the politicians involved in the fight, Sviat Uras, member of the Ukrainian parliament, former spokesperson for the Ukrainian president, and a man I met 8 years ago out in eastern Ukraine during the war there. Good to see you, sir. It's in the middle of the night.
Pleasure.
How are you guys doing?
We are holding strong. The point is, it is our city, it is our country, it is our nation. We will not let Mr. Putin destroy it just because he wants to. Again, my generation was born in independent Ukraine. It shall die in independent Ukraine. We do not want to give in.
Sviat, what I think is so amazing when we look at all of the weapons now that the world is giving you all, Canada, Sweden, Belgium, Portugal, Greece, Romania, Spain, Czechoslovakia, all pitching in. The world has been inspired by Ukraine standing up. And one thing that struck all of us is the age of the people signing up for the Ukrainian Defense Forces. In the same way you said the younger generation knows freedom, the older generation knows what it was like to live under Soviet Russian rule, and they'd rather die than see that happen again.
Amen. The point here is that everybody in this nation finally sees what Russia is all about. It's about death, murder, destruction, annihilation, and we do not want that. We don't want our future to be what our past was through the 20th century. We lived through Stalin, we'll survive through this. But the point for us remains central, that Putin now is doing the unthinkable. He's destroying the global world order by trying to destroy the biggest European state. Our nation is fair, our nation is young, our nation is beautiful, our nation deserves more than this. You saw that, Leland, when you were here. The point here is we stand to defend all that against Mr. Putin.
What we saw in the pictures of people with bottles, there's now makeshift manufacturing facilities for Molotov cocktails if the Russians are able to penetrate the city centers and come in. How much longer can you all hold on?
This is a nation of more than 40 million people. We are determined. You saw maybe the footage today of people going with Ukrainian flags, unarmed, to Russian soldiers and telling them their city is Ukraine. You saw the footage. You can see the.
Looks like Sviatoslav's signal is frozen, which is understandable. One of the things that has been given to the Ukrainians and has arrived just in the past 24 hours is a number of Starlink satellite uplinks. Elon Musk flew over a huge number of satellite uplinks to keep the internet alive in Ukraine so that they can tell the story. It's obviously one of the things the Russians hate getting out. Sviat, if you're still with us, what has the world understood, you think, in the past 48 or 72 hours about Vladimir Putin that they didn't for so long?
They understood what Ukraine is about and what Russia is about. They saw our resilience, our resolve, and our defiance in the face of one of the great armies of the world. They saw Russia presenting what actually is, an aggressive imperialistic state that, despite being the biggest nation on earth, still wants to conquer more, kill more, take more. We are showing the world the true struggle of our century between the international justice, international lawlessness, and we are standing on the side of justice together with you.
Well, and boy, has the world now recognized really the bravery of the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian civilians and the politicians themselves. twofold question. Tell us, since you were his spokesperson, what we need to know about President Zelensky on one side, and the second side, how worried are you all about this potential threat from Vladimir Putin to use either nuclear weapons or chemical weapons?
President Zelensky is very clear. Again, he is not leaving the capital. He is going to throw away Ukraine's government into the hands of the Russians, and he's going to be with us till the very end, defending our capital. That is fundamental to understand him and our nation. We are determined to keep our freedom, to keep our nation going. As far as the Russian threat of this and that and the other, we expect all that because Russia has its cost for this war and is willing to pay it because it wants to take us whole. It wants to destroy us as a nation. And we are going to stand strong with the world and let the world see the reality of Russian aggression through any kind of weapons they throw at us. And we hope that the world joins in many more ways than already are present, because we need everything. Nothing is enough than fighting the Russian army.
Well, that is true, and the world is answering the call. Sviat Yurash, member of the parliament, my old friend and translator in the eastern part of Ukraine during the war in 2014, the former presidential spokesperson. Stay safe, my friend. The world is watching, and the world is proud of your stand for democracy. It is a struggle of all time.
Amen. Thank you, Leland.
Thank you. The Dow staged a late comeback today. It was only down about 160 points. There was down nearly 600 earlier on some of the Ukraine news. The NASDAQ actually pulled off a slight gain. Stocks are volatile as traders are trying to grapple with how to respond to the Ukrainian crisis and obviously the headlines. It's not just Americans' 401ks that have been on a roller coaster. It appears that gas prices are not going down anytime soon. The average now is $3.61 a gallon, up from $3.35 a month ago, $2.71 last year. Oil now is at $100 a barrel, closed at $95.67. A Goldman Sachs analyst warns it could hit as high as $115 a barrel in the coming weeks. The worst inflation Americans have seen in 40 years is here, and is putting the Fed, the Federal Reserve, in a tough spot as it plans to hike interest rates, which could put the stock market gains in jeopardy. Let's bring in Trish Regan, host of the Trish Regan Show on Spotify and Apple iTunes. Is this an economic perfect storm when you add a war, Trish?
Oh, my goodness, Leland, it absolutely is. I mean, it was bad enough, right? And the Fed was going to try and do something about the crazy inflation that we've all been dealing with. But now you factor this into the equation. And these sanctions, which, by the way, I believe are completely necessary. I want to sanction the heck out of everyone and do as much financial sort of damage to our enemies as we possibly can so that we're not in the situation of having to lose American lives. But that said, knowing that we have to do these sanctions, what it's going to mean, Leland, is much higher inflation, higher prices at the gas pumps, higher prices in terms of your energy bills, whether that be air conditioning, heating. We are going to feel the effects of this, and it's going to affect supply chains for sure. Supply chains are already backed up. Now you add this to the equation, and look, the Federal Reserve, they don't have a choice, Leland. They've got to confront this inflation head on. They've still got to raise rates. It comes at a really difficult time.
You know, Trish, one thing that we always love having you on the show for is your ability to relate Main Street and Wall Street together. The American people have been known to be willing to sacrifice in tough times. Yeah. You could see a situation very easily here where gas is not $4 a gallon, but $6, $7, $8 a gallon, depending on how long this goes on and whether finally the White House sanctions Vladimir Putin's and Russia's energy secretary. How much appetite is there to stand with allies at that great personal cost?
Look, I'm seeing a tremendous outpouring from people across both aisles. I mean, conservatives that some might have said, oh, you know, they're not as invested. They have a more isolationist kind of view of things. And Democrats as well that may have been perceived as isolationists. I'm feeling like everybody's at the table right now. Nobody can stand seeing these atrocities. Everybody wants to do something to be able to help. The reality is they may actually need to be doing something to help in terms of their own budgets that they're allocating for at home, because I think that we are all going to feel this in some way, shape, or form, not just what we're seeing on the TV screens, Leland, but in terms of our household budget management. For sure, it's going to hit Americans' pocketbooks. How willing are they to deal with this? I actually think Americans are pretty willing. I think we are just an incredible people. We believe in freedom. Freedom needs to win, so people will put up with it. But when it's all said and done, and look, it's not the time nor place, right, to be pointing a ton of fingers at lawmakers, but when it's all said and done, I think a lot of people might be questioning how we got here in the first place. And at that point, when they go to the voting booths, there will be some of that frustration perhaps taken out there. But in the interim, I think it's just the reality, right, of what we're going to have to deal with, whether or not somebody's willing to. I think for the most part, they want to do what's right for the world, what's right for Ukraine. Yet it's going to hurt every single one of us and every family here in America.
Yeah. No, and I know the way you're speaking and what the sort of the idea and the sentiment you're sharing comes from the sources that you continue to talk to that kind of give us a sense of where the economy is headed. Trish, thank you very much. We appreciate it. 25 and a half hours until President Biden walks into the Capitol behind me for his State of the Union address. And this will be a State of the Union unlike pretty much any other, with a massive international crisis going on, a president right now with all-time low approval ratings, domestic problems, and unable to play the usual political game of State of the Union. Mike Allen, who has covered more State of the Unions than I think I will ever forget, co-founder of Axios, joins us now. How focused is the White House on the balance between being the statesman and being the politician?
Yeah, he needs to be the statesman, but they really are wrestling that through at the moment. So thanks for having me up to some of the choicest real estate in the land here. So this speech always changes up to the last second, but this one really has, right? Because let's face it, the intelligence showed that Kiev might not hang on this long, right? And so the fact that Europe will be at war when the president walks into the House chamber, it changes everything, right? And so the statesman part, as you smartly frame it, like you have Ukrainians in the streets. We saw them here fighting for their freedom. At the same time, his advisors are like, look at the polls, and he needs to speak to Americans at home. People are frazzled, frustrated, pessimistic, and he has to meet them where they are. Acknowledge people are tired, exhausted by the pandemic, not sound defensive. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a whole lot to do. What's interesting is, and you guys point this out so well at Axios, specifically in your AM newsletter, there's 30% of the population that will love everything Joe Biden does. Those are the ones who currently approve. There's 30% that he could cure cancer tomorrow, and they'd still rather have Donald Trump in office. So you've got this 40% in the middle, 17% of whom in the past year have switched from saying they voted for Joe Biden to now supporting Donald Trump. Who does the White House want to target the most tomorrow?
The 10% of the 40%, the middle of the middle of the middle, right? So a little bit of talking to their own people, like when you're in office, whichever party you're in, like you don't want the people in your party out there saying they're disappointed. That always happens. But let's face it, like Democrats haven't gotten what they thought they would get controlling the White House and both chambers of Congress. So he has that. But then you have this bigger job of meeting the moment. Those are almost two conflicting jobs.
Is there anything you think that was in the speech last Monday or Tuesday that's 100%, now out?
100%. Like
what can he say?
Yeah, like very interesting to see how much Build Back Better is in there. I can tell you there was a lot more before, and that's the dilemma here. One way that they're going to solve it, and this won't surprise you, just do it all. We're told that in drafts is a very long speech, could be more than an hour.
That sort of brings us to our next point. Polling. Do you agree with the following statement? Joe Biden is mentally fit to be president. Only 46% agree, 53% disagree. The White House, you just said, he's going to be up there for more than an hour. This is somebody who does not do primetime speeches. He's rarely seen after 7 p.m. out speaking. Is the White House worried about this and worried about, is he seen as presidential versus what exactly he says?
Well, it was very thoughtful of you to give me the answer in the form of the question, because think about it. The fact that he is going to be standing there for more than an hour, they'll point to that and say, look, he does have that stamina. You can remember that press conference shortly after New Year's Day when it went on and on and on and on, as my grandma would say. And the whole point of it was that went on and on and on. So we may see a bit of that.
That's a great point, is that the longer he speaks, the longer he proves that he can. This would be, I think, where we're going to head next with you, because you had one of the more fascinating points, Mike Allen's Axios AM newsletter. Big tech is now taking sides in this war in a way that we've never seen before. Facebook, Twitter removed disinformation accounts targeting Ukrainians. Some talk about Facebook and Twitter completely taking off Russian propaganda. Google and Apple starting to get involved. How far could this go? What are you hearing from the big tech companies?
Yeah, well, and we're seeing even more movement on that today. It's super fascinating because, as you know, these companies operate in every country around the world. And so when there are disputes, invasions, they don't want to be involved. They want to be, like, theoretical, at least, Switzerland. But there's been a big change here. First, as you point out, like the Facebook, Google pushing back against Russian disinformation. Russia bridled at some of the fact-checking and the restrictions that was going on that disinformation. And so they have cut back further. But also, listen to this. Google going into Google Maps and disabling the tool that let you track traffic, both foot and cars, because last week there was
a... 15 seconds. Amazon Web Services, will they or will they not say to Russian companies, you're done? Sort of the big flip the switch kind of things.
I don't know the answer to that, but big tech is getting much more aggressive than they feel comfortable.
Wow, probably because they feel uncomfortable with the images they're seeing. Mike, great reporting. We'll read more tomorrow. Axios AM's newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you for the coverage.
All right. When we come back, what is in Vladimir Putin's head right now? Is he really crazy, or does he simply want us to believe he is crazy? Be sure to catch our other NewsNation programming, our new lineup, NewsNation Prime, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. Dan Abrams live, 9 Eastern, 8 Central.
Finding my way forward with node-positive breast cancer felt overwhelming at times. But I never just found my way. I made it. So when I finished active therapy, I kept moving forward and did everything I could to protect myself from recurrence.
Verzenio is the first treatment in over 15 years to reduce the risk of recurrence for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive, early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making my way forward, my way, with Verzenio.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
Meet apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe? Yes. 2B is covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
So I had to quit college to help my mom, but I never wanted to quit my dream of a career in IT.
There are 200,000 unfilled IT support roles in America. On Coursera, you can earn Google's IT Support Professional Certificate designed to prepare you for an IT support career in about 5 months for $39 a month. No degree or experience needed.
My job now is amazing. I can spend more time with my family.
Find courses, certificates, and degrees on Coursera. Join for free at Coursera.org. Coursera. Learn without limits.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
If you or a loved one were exposed to paraquat and later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Paraquat, a highly toxic commercial herbicide, has been linked to a significant increased risk in developing Parkinson's disease. Exposure to paraquat can occur via mixing, loading or spraying, inhaling or ingesting, direct contact with skin or coming into contact with sprayed plants. Farmers, agricultural workers, as well as individuals who lived in close proximity to farmland that were later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Paraquat may be to blame. Call now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-433-5316. That's 1-800-433-5316.
Age before beauty? Why not both? Visibly diminish wrinkled skin in just 2 days. Quick Corrector Lotion, only from Gold Bond. Championing your skin.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Russia invades Ukraine. NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
He has been following every development.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev.
From the front lines to our homeland. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation. The former presidential candidate you've probably never heard of with a controversial take on the war in Ukraine. She joins us live. What she has to say about the role of U.S. media. That's tonight on Dan Abrams Live, 9/8 Central on NewsNation.
Day 5 in the battle for Ukraine and freedom from the Russian army. 500,000 Ukrainians have fled the advancing Russian army, mostly women and children. And obviously there has been this discussion of the potential for tactical nuclear weapons to be used on Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities to bring that population to its knees, because it simply will not give up. Very clearly, Vladimir Putin miscalculated. Robert Sherman in Poland on the Ukrainian border as the refugees come over, fleeing Putin's potential wrath. Robert, I guess it would be good morning there.
It is early morning here, Leland, and a big topic of discussion that we've been asking folks about here is the West's role and what people would like to see from Western countries such as NATO and the United States. And for the most part, with this ominous threat from the East, they've said that they've been thankful for what the West has done, the humanitarian support, but they would like to see more action from NATO, some leaders, especially U.S. President Biden. Listen to this.
He should be threatening Putin, as Putin is a threat to the whole world.
We are afraid of the nuclear missiles. We want the sky over Ukraine to be closed by NATO forces.
And when you talk to a lot of people here at Leland, everyone is exhausted, tired, humbled, thankful to be here. But you ask this one particular question: what do you think of Vladimir Putin? That is a question that elicits anger and fear. And what we've heard from everyone here is that nobody thought that Vladimir Putin would actually go through with an invasion. Nobody thought that he was capable of more than political posturing. What they say now is that he is prepared to back up his threats with action, as you have seen so far in Ukraine. Leland?
Yeah, what else do we not think he is capable of that he is now? Robert Sherman, thank you very much. The Pentagon spoke exactly to that issue. Not only are things not going the way the Ukrainians thought, or for that matter, the Americans thought, things are definitely not going the way the Russians thought. Take a listen.
We believe that based on what we know of what their plans were, that they are behind schedule, that they have faced a stiffer resistance.
Dmitry Alperovich is one of the foremost experts on Vladimir Putin and Russian thinking. Is Vladimir Putin sitting there surprised at the world's reaction, the Ukrainian resistance, the flooding the zone of weapons?
I think he absolutely is. He expected the Ukrainians to fold. That's very clear because he has not even brought most of the Russian army.
How did the master chess player miscalculate?
He thought that these guys did not want Zelensky. Zelensky was pretty unpopular before this invasion, and that he could roll into Kiev with literally 10 armored vehicles and they would give up. Obviously, that backfired badly.
All right. You put a tiger in a corner, he's going to fight his way out. When the tiger has nuclear weapons, that's got other implications.
Well, he's threatening the use of nuclear weapons. He's put it on an elevated state of alert, but I don't think he's going to use it. This is posturing on his part. He's warning the West, do not get involved in this war or else.
Well, he's warning or else, but the U.S. is getting involved in the war. You think about the amount of weapons that the West is now sending to the Ukrainians. It's enough to kill a whole lot of Russians. Vladimir Putin has now said that he will hold Western nations responsible for dead Russians by those weapons. How does this not escalate?
I think that is a real risk. I don't think it will get nuclear, but the fact that a kinetic escalation is possible should be very worrisome, particularly those planes that the Europeans are now providing to the Ukrainians. If they're going to be flying from Poland, as some of the reporting suggests, that gives Russia an opportunity to potentially target Poland's air bases. Yeah, that is very dangerous.
Yeah, no, it's this idea just in the past couple of minutes. I'm glad you had you on because I wanted you to translate some of the Russian reporting and Polish reporting that the Poles and the Slovaks are going to give the Ukrainians airplanes and give them bases to fly out of their country to take on the Russians. That would really change things because it opens up NATO bases for attack by the Russians. Wanted to point this out to you in terms of the pressure on Vladimir Putin. Russian oligarchs now are moving yachts. Russian oligarchs move yachts as U.S. looks to hunt down and freeze assets. It's sort of a minor point, but how much control or pressure can Vladimir Putin's circle of billionaires around him put on Putin and say, you're ruining all of our lives, end this?
I don't think the billionaires themselves are able to put any pressure. They dance to Putin's tune. But who can put pressure is the military and the intelligence community. And by the way, they all are benefiting from the theft and the corruption that has occurred under his rule for the last 20 years. If they start putting pressure on him, that's when he loses his power base.
Well, the Swiss are starting to freeze their bank accounts, so that's something. Dmitry, thank you very much. We appreciate it. You've been phenomenal over the past couple of weeks to talk to us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, more soon there. All right, how does President Biden change the narrative? George will next on what will President Biden say and what does it mean for the country?
This is NewsNation, news for California, and news for all America.
Before I lost weight on Nutrisystem, I was in a very low point of my life. I basically was eating my feelings. Life is pretty rough right now for everyone. Being an ER nurse is so stressful. Having this weight lifted off my shoulders and losing 40 pounds has helped my stress level at work more than anything I've ever experienced.
My name's Ashley, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of new ProSync shakes. Controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Nariva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Nariva. Think bigger.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Limu!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin, not me.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it.
Hide my skin, not me.
And for kids ages 6 and up, that means clearer skin and noticeably less itch. With Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast, free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-370-0331. That's 1-800-370-0331 now.
Was it important to the president that masks come off before the State of the Union? Is there a message that he hopes to send?
It had nothing to do with the timing around the State of the Union. He wanted to give the CDC the time to assess and make recommendations.
So it was an incredible coincidence. President Biden addresses Congress tomorrow with precious little in the ways of wins, and he gets to declare freedom from masks, a Supreme Court nominee. Expectations, of course, have been low for State of the Unions. We welcome in George Will, senior NewsNation contributor, Pulitzer Prize-winning politician. Does President Biden benefit because the expectations tomorrow are low?
Probably. President Biden has two kinds of problems a president can have. One is policies, and policy is summed up by inflation at this point, which people are reminded of whenever they fill their gas tanks. There's not much you can do about that because you can't change inflation the way you can throw off a light switch. And then there's the other perception, which is there's something about the president who's not up to this. And once people decide that, I don't see what you can do.
Do you agree with the following statement? Joe Biden is mentally fit. I'm not asking you. We asked the American people. 46% agree, 53% disagree. That sums up the issue that there's something that they don't like. Is there a way to turn that around in a speech tomorrow?
I don't think so. There's always a way to make it worse. You can stumble verbally, you can stumble physically, and people are probably sort of watching him walk on eggshells as he speaks and as he goes out to Marine One, to the helicopter. So it's very difficult to change the narrative that is set, not in stone, but set somehow, with one night speech, particularly since I gather from what I've heard, it's written to take an hour. Now, that's not for allowing for all the jumping up and down and cheering on the two sides.
Yeah, Mike Allen was on earlier. He said well over an hour now. They're starting to add more and more.
Which means that the declining viewership will go like a ski jump.
Well, I don't know if that's good for you and me because we're going to be here both at the beginning and at the and at the end of it. We're going to get your thoughts a little bit more on the, quote, end of the pandemic that will be declared tomorrow when we come back. More with George Will after the break.
From Miss Ukraine to Max from Dancing with the Stars, celebrities and ordinary Ukrainians fight Putin's thugs with their words and guns. Tonight on Van Field. Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, followed by Van Field, starting tonight on NewsNation.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows.
Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trial.
Welcome back with George Will. President Biden's speech tomorrow. All right, 2 issues facing the country domestically. Inflation, 80% of Americans say they are very concerned. It now ranks number 1, well above COVID. You think tomorrow he's almost certainly going to declare the end of COVID because now he doesn't have to wear a mask in the White House anymore. Congress doesn't either. Do the American people care if the president declares the end, or did they already decide it?
They've already declared the end on their own. They've quit wearing masks. There's been a kind of civil disobedience from coast to coast of 330 million people deciding we're done with this.
How much of we heard Washington State, Oregon, California, and New York schools all declare the end of the mask mandates in defiance of the teachers' unions? How much of that is a recognition of the political reality and the power of parents post Glenn Youngkin in Virginia.
Exactly. Virginia was a shot across every bow of every governor. And there's nothing, this is where government meets people, public schools, children. And there are two things will radicalize a middle-class country. One is public schools when they think they're abusing their children, and the other is inflation. Got them both now.
You got them both now. You got the fear of an overseas crisis. This poll really struck us in that right now, 13% of Americans who voted for Joe Biden, put him over the top, now say they would vote for Donald Trump. If you're Ron Klain at the White House tonight, what do you say to those 13% who are dealing with the inflation and the public schools issue?
Well, it's going to be curious. Listen tomorrow night to see if Joe Biden blames inflation on price gouging by big corporations. That is the sort of populist left-wing approach. Or he says, look, we have problems. It's always possible to treat the American people as adults. 1975, most presidents come out and say the State of the Union is splendid and I'm the reason why. 1975, Gerald Ford, we'd had a president resign, helicopters were lifting off the roofs of Saigon, stagflation was setting in the 70s. Gerald Ford came out, looked the American people in the eye and said the State of the Union is not good.
And he promptly lost re-election.
Barely, but he did treat the American people as adults. It's worth trying.
It is worth trying. It would be an unusual thing. I don't think anybody's done it since 1975 for obvious political reasons. You made a good point about what to listen to in terms of whether or not price gouging. I got 20 seconds. Anything that would surprise you if he said?
I think I'd be surprised if he said the State of the Union is fine, that everyone's misunderstanding the economy is really better than it seems. It's like, remember Mark Twain said Wagner's music is better than it sounds? And that's what he'd be, I think, in that position.
Well, it's a great point. It's a big change in the White House talking points, who were saying just a few months ago, don't worry about inflation, it's transitory. Mr. Will be with us all tomorrow night, as will my colleague Marnie Hughes, who is back in Chicago with another hour, a new hour of Prime at its new time of 8 o'clock.
Hey there, Leland. We're going to start tonight with the imminent threat on Kyiv as we watch these two convoys make their way into the capital city. We're also going to be talking with a medic. You and I spoke with him the other night, on the ground trying to help people who have been injured and also those trying to flee Ukraine at this time. And finally, the humanitarian crisis is enormous and is going to get worse. So we're going to be speaking with some folks who are on the ground in Ukraine, Poland, Romania, some other nations, trying to help the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who are trying to flee. So Leland, that is all coming up, and it all starts right now.
Tonight, breaking news. Russia on the offensive, attacking Ukraine's second-largest city with explosives. As a 17-mile-long convoy of Russian troops close in on the capital.
This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the Second World War.
Kyiv braces for another night of fighting, as Vladimir Putin ups the stakes with the threat of nuclear war.
Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons.
Tonight, a growing humanitarian crisis. NewsNation on the ground with stories of survival and despair.
We are just driving and crying because seeing how people are desperate, it's just impossible.
As countries around the world open their borders and their wallets in support of Ukraine and its president, who promises he's not going anywhere.
Slava Ukraine.
NewsNation Prime starts right now.
Live from NewsNation headquarters, this is NewsNation Prime with Marnie Hughes.
And good evening to you. I'm Marnie Hughes. The fighting in Ukraine is picking up speed, and it is intensifying tonight. Russian troops are on their way toward the capital of Kyiv with a massive convoy. They have already bombed the country's second largest city, including a residential neighborhood with civilians and children inside. Now, Vladimir Putin has put nuclear forces on high alert. A first round of peace talks today had no outcome. Ukrainian soldiers will try to hold their ground for yet another night. Many of them have never held a weapon before now, volunteering to defend their homes and their families. And caught in the middle of all of this are hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians trying to escape the battlefield and to find safety. With them, many young children, grandparents, pets, entire lives packed up in a suitcase, or for some, leaving with just the clothes on their backs. A humanitarian crisis unfolding before our eyes and the rest of the world. All this on the mind of President Biden ahead of a crucial moment in his presidency, the State of the Union address set for tomorrow night. Correspondent Robert Sherman is live at the Ukrainian border tonight. Leland Vittert also joining us live from Washington, D.C. And retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton is also here on set to walk us through the state of the war right now. We have a lot to get to tonight. We begin with Robert Sherman on the ground in Poland. Robert, I get the sense that the anxiety has heightened even more in the last few hours.
It most certainly has, Marnie. For a lot of the people that you see behind me, it has been a tumultuous few days. They've walked dozens of miles, trudged through the cold to get here. They're now safe here in Poland. They're utterly terrified about what's happening across that border in their beloved homeland of Ukraine. Around Ukraine today, more images of citizens standing up to Russian troops. These residents chanting "Go home" and singing the national anthem. Satellite images taken today show a convoy of Russian tanks and armored vehicles stretching 17 miles long towards Kyiv. But on the ground in the capital city, a tense calm allowed residents to line up in long lines to restock food and supplies. Around them, aftermath of overnight fighting. This woman says, "Thank God our soldiers were successful. As far as I can tell, they did the right thing." And this couple, picking up spent bullet casings from the ground, said they expect victory, that the Russians will turn around from the resistance they've encountered. Video from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, showed a building said to be a clothing factory on fire after shelling.
This is a residential area with no military objects, and people lived very close to this building where the missile hit.
And similar scenes after shelling in the separatist-controlled city of Donetsk. This woman says she hid in her cellar when the shelling started. Thousands packed train stations across the country trying to get out. Across the border in Poland, a massive humanitarian effort is underway to help the hundreds of thousands of refugees housed in temporary camps. Bodania Belopachuk made it out of her war-stricken country with her family. But the joy is short-lived, as not everyone is together.
We are not reunited because my father is not here. He stayed there to protect Ukraine from the enemies. I feel my family is not complete.
And Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielinski is welcoming foreigners to join the cause of moving to temporarily lift the visa requirement for anyone who wants to come into Ukraine and fight for the Ukrainian army against the Russians. That decree takes effect today, as it is now early Tuesday morning. Marnie?
Robert, you know, the days, I think, are bustling, right? There's so much going on. There's so much activity. There's so many people. But I think about the nights, and you mentioned it's 3 in the morning now. The little kids at night, it's cold there. I can see your breath in the air. What are the nights like? Are they even tolerable for these people who are in so much despair?
It is so cold here, Marnie. It was well below freezing here in this area. What is important to keep in mind is that things do not quiet down at these camps. About 10 miles away is the border. People are stuck in lines for 1 to 2 days to get into the country, so they have to stand in line in this cold every day. Things do not stop. People must live through it in order to get out of Ukraine and here to safety.
So much resilience in the face of so much danger. Robert Sherman live in Poland tonight. Robert, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you shortly. I want to bring in Leland Vittert now live in Washington, D.C. ahead of the President's State of the Union address. Leland, this could not come at a more important and critical time for the nation and the world. A lot of people are asking how important this moment is, in particular for Joe Biden as president.
very important, clearly. What's probably interesting purely from a political standpoint is the American people who are upset about inflation. 80% of Americans say it's a big problem that's facing them. The president's got a low approval rating, only 33%. The last time a Democratic president was that low was Jimmy Carter. But he has been given, in a way, this political opportunity because he doesn't have to solve so many of the world's problems. Even Americans who would be relatively skeptical of President Biden right now are looking to the president for presidential leadership on Ukraine. And the way President Biden has handled Ukraine, as bad as it looked early last week and during the invasion, suddenly has turned. And we talked earlier on Balance with Mac McLarty, former chief of staff for Bill Clinton and one of the great political observers of all time. The last time a president rallied an international coalition in the same way was George H.W. Bush for Desert Storm. And we all remember the success politically President Bush enjoyed until a recession ended his presidency in 1992. But President Biden now has the opportunity to not have to be all political tomorrow. He can be political and also presidential.
Right, striking that important balance. Leland, what does he need to do in order to restore confidence when it comes to the crisis in Ukraine, to get people behind him?
Well, so far as we can see, he hasn't lost the American people on the issue of Ukraine necessarily. What he needs to be able to do is explain to the American people that I am here, I am in charge, and I will lead the free world. That's what Americans want their president to do. Really, the presidency comes down to two things. Do people feel as though they're secure, and do people feel as though they're prosperous? That was George Will's line. It's true. On inflation, people do not feel they're prosperous. Economically, they feel like they're hurting. Ukraine's going to only make that worse. Do they feel like they're secure? That's a bigger question. And today, President Biden was asked, will there be nuclear war, Mr. President? And it stopped me cold because in all my years covering the White House and traveling the world covering war, I'd never heard an American president asked, will there be nuclear war? But people felt the need, reporters felt the need to ask that question. And that should give us a sense of how perhaps insecure much of America feels, knowing that Vladimir Putin has put his nuclear forces on alert. The president needs to remind all of us that he's in charge and he is leading, and he will lead the free world out of this crisis without a nuclear war.
Enough to send chills up your spine, and the threat very real given Russia's nuclear capability. Leland Vittert live in Washington, D.C. And a note for folks at home, Leland and I will be back at 10 Central, 11 Eastern for a special report on the continued crisis in Ukraine. Leland, as always, thank you. I want to welcome in retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton to talk more about this crisis that we see developing before our eyes, particularly the threat in Kyiv tonight. I want to talk about that, but first what Leland was talking about, the threat of nuclear war. What is the greatest risk right now in a serious miscalculation, given the fact that today President Vladimir Putin said he is at a heightened alert, his troops and his military, in terms of his nuclear capabilities?
Well, Marnie, as Leland articulated, the stakes are getting ever higher. It is, and he also said it, in my career, I never really heard the term in terms of the president saying that concerning any degree at all about nuclear war. So it also shows that Putin is, I'm sure, is stymied by the lack of operational momentum in this campaign. He seems to have his forces in the north and the forces in the east are somewhat stymied at this point. They've lost the operational momentum. And so you have a Putin who's almost backed into a corner, is going to raise the stakes, certainly from a diplomatic standpoint or a strategic communication standpoint, says, I'm going to go ahead and raise my posture of my nuclear forces. And so a couple things come to mind. Number one is it's not going well in the field. In fact, I'm stunned that it's not going well in the field. Secondly, forces are probably undermanned. Ukraine is the size of Texas. It's the second largest nation state in Europe. And if you try to put in a force of, say, 200,000 or 150,000 or whatever number you want to throw there, you cannot be everywhere all the time. And so if you're trying to be everywhere, you're really nowhere. But let's now get back down to Kyiv and Kharkiv.
Right. So the concern with Kyiv is, as you're saying, Putin has not brought the full force of the Russian military against Ukraine to this point. He's been frustrated, he's been deterred, he's been slowed. So how long can Ukraine sustain this as we watch these two massive convoys, as we speak right now, move in on the capital city?
Well, we're starting day 6. Let me put it in perspective, though, from a historical standpoint. Operation Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, for us to invade Iraq took 26 days. And that was with air superiority. That was with the world's best military. So putting that into perspective. However, credit goes to the Ukrainians. Credit goes to President Zielinski. He's just done an extraordinary job. Credit also goes to the Ukrainian military and the civilian populace. But in and around, Kyiv is surrounded right now. And so as he's lost operational momentum, he's still got other weapons in his arsenal that can break that open. Rather than going street by street or block by block, you can go with much longer range artillery.
You're talking about carpet bombs, other
Absolutely.
missiles.
There's reports, and I've got a report just before we came on set of a use of a thermobaric bomb weapon in Kharkiv, which is a decimating weapon. And
there's no chance of life if you drop something like that.
You can wipe out a battalion of 700 or 800 soldiers in a matter of minutes.
So in terms of preparing for something like that, they see that coming. What's the military might behind reacting to a potential threat like that?
Well, if I'm the Ukrainian military, I have to hunker down. And the advantage the Ukrainian military has is they're fighting on their home turf. They're fighting for their freedom, they're fighting for democracy and so forth. And they will, I believe, that what they've demonstrated over these last several days, and you and I started on this just a couple days or a couple nights or so ago, they will fight to the end. They've demonstrated that. So that's on their side. However, with overwhelming force, not yet overwhelming advantage, but overwhelming force, they're just going to have to be able to fight and not give up. And then also what's so important is NATO and the United States-led NATO efforts to resupply weapons and humanitarian assistance and so forth for Ukraine, to show them that externally outside of Ukraine that they have the free world's support. But it also has to come down, as President Zielinski said almost on day 1, he says, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition.
Right, and that's the silver lining to all of this. You've got the United States, Great Britain, France,
Absolutely.
Other nations providing a lot of support, military, humanitarian support as well. I want to talk to you, though, about airspace in this portion of the world. It is contested right now. The U.S. says it is exploring some options. One of those being discussed is the deconfliction mechanism.
Sure.
This is your expertise. What are some of the other options, and why is the airspace so important and critical at this point?
Well, I believe what you're referring to is European airspace, not Ukrainian airspace, and that's to prevent Russian aircraft from, even airliners, from going in and out and closing down the airspace. But what is not on the table, what my sources tell me, is to put some type of a no-fly zone over Ukraine. That's an act of war. And so that is something that would again, unnecessarily, in my view, escalate the conflict. Remember, Putin's already backed into a corner. And so I don't believe we're in a position where we actually need to do that. In fact, the Ukrainians still own some modicum of air superiority at this point. Now, that's not going to last forever. But what I would consider doing is really try to rearm with weapons, with humanitarian and so forth. Going into and trying to do a no-fly zone, I don't believe is on the table. It's also would create an act of war, which, again, Ukraine is not a Article 5 nation.
Right.
And so there's lots of things going on here. Last point is, we've been focused up to this point in really the military piece, but there's other national security tools to use. There's diplomacies, there's economic and finance, there's information war. By the way, this is the first war is almost being fought on a
Everybody's watching it unfold before their eyes.
And so, but there's also other tools of instruments that we should be using, not just the military one, in terms of what U.S.-led NATO and other free world allies and partners are doing.
We're seeing the implications of the sanctions already, and also the communication breakdown. All right, General, we appreciate you coming in. We're going to be talking to you throughout the night. Thank you very much. Also up next, the threat of nuclear war, as we were speaking of, Vladimir Putin's most recent action that has the world on edge, and also, importantly, how America is responding tonight. Plus, a city-turned-war zone, a medic on the ground right now in Kyiv, is going to be joining us live next with what he is seeing at this hour tonight. That's next, here on NewsNation Prime.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Mutual.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water? Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one is already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-649-2005. That's 1-800-649-2005 now.
There is growing concern tonight over Russia's ability to unleash its nuclear arsenal at any moment amid the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin upping the ante in an almost unthinkable way. He has declared a nuclear alert. Correspondent Tom Negvin live in New York tonight with the very latest on this escalation and, more importantly, Tom, what it means.
And, you know, it's the second mention in the space of a week, Marnie. Very concerning. This time it's an outsized response to Western economic sanctions directed at Russia. The very real fear now is it brings us closer to nuclear confrontation, if even by mistake.
Should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No.
The president's one-word response to Vladimir Putin's ramping up of the nuclear threat level, citing aggressive statements by NATO as he places his nuclear forces on special combat readiness while waging war in a country that has no nuclear weapons. It did, but when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine's nukes were returned to Russia. That was back in 1994. According to the Federation of American Scientists, Russia's nuclear arsenal leads the world in size, more than 6,200 warheads to 5,600 in the U.S. And right now, no sign that either side is loading any onto planes or submarines. But rhetoric is the first step toward confrontation, and Putin's is especially significant given that just 3 days into this year, the leaders of the 5 nuclear states, including Russia, reaffirmed that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
What I would tell you is we've seen Mr. Putin's announcement. We believe it's as unnecessary as it is escalatory. Secretary Austin is comfortable with the strategic deterrent posture of the United States and our ability to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners.
So tonight, in spite of the tough talk from Russia, staying the course seems to be the administration's mantra here, saying there seems to be no reason to raise the current U.S. alert level. Marnie, all the energy, all the effort right now being put into de-escalation.
And diplomacy. All right, Tom, thank you. Up next, countries teaming up to crack down on the Kremlin, the latest series of sanctions designed to cripple Russia's economy. Next on NewsNation Prime.
Russia invades Ukraine.
We are covering this conflict from the front lines to our homeland.
NewsNation has live continuing coverage. The facts, the journalism.
Robert Sherman, he is live in Poland.
What you see behind me is just a portion of the product of war.
NewsNation will take you beyond the what's happening and tell you the why.
Anybody who tells you that they feel comfortable, I think, would be lying to you.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Todd and I consider ourselves partners in everything we do. So to be able to incorporate Nutrisystem and be one other thing that we're partners with, I think is amazing.
I feel like losing weight using Nutrisystem's partner plan has actually made us closer.
Absolutely. I think we are each other's biggest motivator.
I think Nutrisystem knows best when it comes to losing weight in a healthy and tasteful way.
Go online or call to get 50% off plus an extra $50 off.
Had enough?
No, arthritis.
Here, Aspirin arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspirin.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
Enjoy the magic of freshness from Nuts.com. Fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets and treats, freshly roasted, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, and delivered fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
Giant wooden block towers that raise the bar on game night. Golf simulators that make tee time anytime. Turntables that turn good times into great times. Portable projectors that transform your space. Get-togethers just got a whole lot more interesting. Home Tech Adventure. Scan the QR code to see the curated collection of unique items for yourself.
As the president prepares for his biggest moment yet, NewsNation is taking the pulse of the country. From the economic squeeze at home to our troops near harm's way, NewsNation has special live team coverage. The State of the Union, tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NewsNation. The former presidential candidate you probably never heard of with a controversial take on the war in Ukraine. She joins us live. What she has to say about the role of U.S. media. That's tonight on Dan Abrams Live, 9/8 Central on NewsNation.
We have some breaking news to pass along to you right now. That Russian military convoy heading towards the capital city of Kyiv tonight is in fact much longer than previously reported. Satellite imagery from Maxar Technologies now showing that convoy is actually 40 miles long. 40 miles of Russian military vehicles on the way to the capital city of Kyiv. Originally, that convoy reported to be about 3.5 miles long. There is a second convoy as well on the way to Kyiv. It is about 3:30 in the morning in Kyiv and across Ukraine tonight as we watch Russian forces and the might of their military pushing towards the capital city in the very early morning hours. Some explaining that this could be devastating as these troops move closer to the civilian population. In the meantime, people around the world are taking to the streets to protest Russia's invasion as governments respond with support through sanctions, military support, and also money. And in a historic move, Switzerland is breaking its notoriously neutral stance, and it is adopting all sanctions imposed by the European Union. Those target Russian companies, President Putin, and also a number of wealthy oligarchs. Nations are banding together tonight, and our NewsNation correspondent Kelly Meyer is live in Washington, D.C. With more on the implications of this. Kelly, Russia's invasion has actually unified the EU and NATO more than ever before. That may, as I said earlier, be the silver lining to this tragedy.
Yeah, that's right, Marnie. What we're seeing is the global fallout from Russia's decision here. The U.S., the U.K., the EU, and even Switzerland, as you mentioned, known as a safe haven for global finance, all slapping Moscow with sanctions. But this, as you mentioned as well, Putin pushes ahead with his invasion tonight.
The Western world coming together to punish Russia. Today, Moscow facing the financial fallout from its decision to invade. The U.S. expanding sanctions on Russia's central bank, stopping Americans from doing any business with the bank and freezing its assets within the U.S. The latest in a series of tough sanctions from the EU, UK, and even Switzerland, sending crippling sanctions to Russia's economy. Russian President Vladimir Putin responding with defiance, calling the West an empire of lies as he continues his assault.
If Ukraine does not survive, international peace will not survive.
Today, for the first time in 40 years, members of the UN convening an emergency meeting to condemn Russia and calling for its invasion to end.
We are facing a tragedy for Ukraine, but also a major regional crisis with potentially disastrous implications for us all. Yesterday, Russian nuclear forces were put on high alert. This is a chilling development.
Today, Ukrainian President Zielinski urgently asking to join the European Union and demanding Russian troops withdraw. This as Ukrainian officials arrive in armed helicopters for ceasefire talks with Russia, taking place on its border with Belarus, a close Kremlin ally. As fears grow, the troops from Belarus are poised to join the Russian attack. The U.S. and allies continue to send arms and aid to Ukraine, the Pentagon doubling down on its support as Russia moves into day 6 of its deadly assault.
We're going to stand by the Ukrainian armed forces as we have, as other NATO allies have, and we're going to continue to find ways to help them defend themselves.
And the Pentagon says Ukrainians continue to put up a fight against Russian forces, saying this has pushed Russia behind a few days than they expected, but noting that Russia still hasn't moved all of its forces into Ukraine. Marnie?
Pretty chilling to see that convoy 40 miles long tonight moving into Kyiv. Kelly, you've been following the Pentagon's actions closely in D.C. for the last few hours. What are they anticipating next?
Well, they are seeing these forces moving closer to Kyiv. They only moved about maybe 3 miles from Sunday into Monday, but they are watching because they say they are hunting President Zielinski, Ukrainian President Zielinski, and they also say that they have just under 75% of its combat power staged now at the Ukrainian border, and then also Russian President Vladimir Putin putting his nuclear forces on high alert, as we said. The Pentagon saying that the U.S. has not seen any specific muscle movements so far from Russia's nuclear forces, but the U.S. says they take this, of course, very seriously.
We all
Marnie?
are. All right, Kelly Meyer live in Washington. Kelly, thank you. And I just want to update you that President Zielinski of Ukraine has asked the West for a no-fly zone, to which the Pentagon responded that the U.S. is not going to set up a no-fly zone in Ukraine. The general earlier speaking about the dangers and the implications of doing so at this point in the invasion. Sky Barkley is a medic on the ground in Kyiv, Ukraine's capital city. It is after 3 o'clock in the morning there, and he is joining us live once again tonight. Sky, as always, we appreciate you taking some time out of what I know have been some very long days for you and your colleagues. Tell me what you have encountered in the last 24 hours.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you know that I'm currently in between Kyiv and Lviv. I just pushed out of the city in order to link up with my team in Lviv. In the last 24 hours as we were leaving, we're continuing to see a lot of civilians trying to get out of the city. We actually left the city with a 78-year-old grandmother and her granddaughter that had no other way out in order for them to be able to leave the country through Poland.
We are hearing a lot about casualties, civilian casualties, military casualties. What types of injuries have you encountered and are treating?
I've been coordinating with the local medical infrastructure, trying to get more supplies and volunteers in. I haven't been able to treat anyone because of getting access to the front line. This isn't like an insurgency. These guys are medical professionals, and they do have doctors. They do have medics, but they do need more. And so what we're trying to do is help coordinate bringing them in through Poland and across the border. They've put in special requests for specialists in blast injuries. Surgeons that can put together these guys' broken bones. You're talking about thermobaric bombs, as I understand, have been released. I don't have that 100% confirmed, but you're talking about some significant injuries to organs and bones, so they're trying to bring in specialists that can deal with these kinds of injuries.
Sky, we're looking at some images on the screen just a moment ago of some of the supplies. I'm reading reports that some areas are running short on supplies, medical supplies, food, of course. Is that a concern right now as the situation draws on, and what is the greatest need?
Of course, that's a huge concern right now. In some areas, as I understand it, there's food and water running low. Civilians are, having to spend a lot of their time underground and in bunkers. You have alarms going off every couple of hours. It's hard to do business. Some people just can't go into their homes, so they're practically living in the subway. There's stories about, a baby being born in a subway in Kiev. And so in some areas, food and water is the primary concern as people try to evacuate more and more. The gasoline is starting to run low. Oil refineries have been hit. And of course, there's medical supplies, and so there's just this huge push for trauma supplies, tourniquets and chest seals for soldiers fighting on the front line, and the surgical instruments and actual surgeons in other places.
Yeah, I mean, trauma supplies, and then you think of something as basic as insulin, but so important for someone who needs it. Sky, we're looking at some video now of people who are in a long line outside of what I think that's a McDonald's right there, standing in a parking lot waiting for food, waiting for water. And we've seen these images, in my mind, the ones of the women, the children, the elderly in despair, with tears running down their face, trying to flee. Describe the emotions, the weight that people are feeling right now as we go into day 6.
I think it's a combination of this overwhelming sense of patriotism for their country. People have pulled together and been able to put up such a defense, and you see regular civilians providing for territorial defense, guys that are out there just manning barricades and acting as a second line of defense to the conventional military, and people come out and just give them food out of their own home. But I mean, when you can't get in certain areas, they are surrounded and they're not able to flee, or maybe you don't have a vehicle, there's just prevailing terror. People are afraid of what might happen. They're afraid that as this conflict draws on, the Russian military is going to become more and more desperate to win, and they're afraid what they might do, what kind of munitions might be used. The lady who is leaving Kiev with us, a 75-year-old woman, has been living in the same place her whole life. She's never left the Soviet states, as she calls them. And she was in tears the whole way. She was leaving her whole life behind, her whole family, and her home. And that's a heartbreaking thing to see, you know, this woman just sobbing every few minutes because she's being forced to leave.
Where do you go and what's next? It is just devastating for millions of people. Sky, we appreciate the work that you're doing. Be safe out there. We'll be checking back in with you.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Wow, just horrible. Some of these images we're seeing in these stories break your heart. Nearly 500,000 people have fled Ukraine, unsure of what lies ahead. The organization on the ground providing life-saving support. Tonight, we're going to be talking with them and some ways that you can help. Also, how Ukraine's president has become an unlikely champion for not only his people, but for the entire world. Next on NewsNation Prime.
With less moderate to severe eczema, why hide your skin if you can help heal your skin from within?
Hide my skin? Not me.
Dupixent helps keep you one step ahead of eczema with clearer skin and less itch. Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC Recharge hearing aids, regularly $797 for just $397, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear, and what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-360-7114.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging dock for only $397 with free shipping. Or opt in to make 4 easy payments. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-360-7114. Again, 800-360-7114.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and you're watching NewsNation, news for all America.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
As Russian forces push in, a humanitarian crisis is worsening by the day. More than 500,000 people now have fled Ukraine since the start of this war. We have seen traffic stretch for miles at border checkpoints, some crossing into neighboring countries by car, others by foot, with nothing but the clothes on their back. And you can see some of the snow on the ground. It is cold out there. The nights even colder. They're going to places like Poland, Moldova, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, anywhere they can to find safety and refuge. These stories are heartbreaking. Families torn apart, homes left behind, their lives forever changed. Many women and children leaving their fathers, their brothers, their sons behind to fight. Sunita Baldi is the vice president of Project Hope, which has started distributing supplies and providing medical support to all of those who are seeking refuge in bordering countries, and she joins us live. Sunita, thank you for your time. Your teams are on the ground right now across that region, helping people who have fled. Describe for us what they're facing.
Yes, thank you for having me. We have 4 different teams we've deployed in different countries. It really is very heartbreaking. I mean, we're seeing, people come through, thousands waiting for long periods of time. There's probably the majority are children, mothers, elderly, and we are really trying to move quickly to get medical supplies in. That's our largest concern right now. We are a global health organization. We know that there is a lack of supplies. The pharmacies are now emptied. And so our first priority is really working with the World Health Organization to try to procure and get in medical supplies as quickly as possible.
Is the infrastructure there breaking down in terms of the supply chain and getting those supplies to the people who need it? What are the challenges that you're facing in trying to bridge that divide?
I mean, really the challenges right now are having to procure all of the supplies within the EU. And so there are, multiple warehouses. We are trying to work directly with all of the UN organizations to move those supplies in quickly. We also are fundraising right now so that we can purchase more supplies so that we can get them in. As you can imagine with the humanitarian crisis, there are several different types of needs, from food to shelter to water and sanitation. Our focus is really around healthcare. And so we are all coming together really to procure all of those supplies that are needed.
The United Nations is warning that the continued conflict in Ukraine could lead to 4 million refugees, making this one of the largest refugee crises in the world that we have seen. Are the aid teams right now equipped to handle this, not just in the short term, which is what we've been discussing, but also in the long term, depending on how long this goes on?
Yes, I do think we're equipped. If you put that into context, that would be like the entire city of Los Angeles being forced to grab everything and leave. There are several NGOs, humanitarian assistance organizations. We all work very closely together. We come together during crises like these. And our intent is to address all of the needs and to move as quickly as possible.
I see these images. I want to help. I know people at home want to help, do whatever we can. How can people support your mission and your teams over there right now?
Yes, definitely. We are actively fundraising to continue to procure all of the supplies and medical supplies that we need. People can make a donation at projecthope.org. I do encourage everyone to research trusted NGOs, trusted humanitarian assistance organizations in the area, and really do your due diligence to make sure that you're reading news from a trusted source as well.
Appreciate the advice tonight, and even more so the support that you and your teams are giving across the world. Sunita Baldi with Project Hope, thank you. My best to your teams who are in the line of danger right now, trying to help others.
Thank you very much.
From movie actor to global hero, a look at how Ukraine's president has proved himself as a fearless leader. Next, here on NewsNation Prime. Also, President Biden's popularity continues to fall in the United States. Why his first State of the Union address could be a key moment for his presidency at this point in the crisis in Ukraine. That's next.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes?
Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Icy hot. Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Feel the power of contrast therapy, so you can rise from pain. Icy hot.
B Department 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe?
Yes.
2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right?
That's right.
That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way. With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-830-1940. That's 1-800-830-1940. Call now. 1-800-830-1940.
Less than 24 hours now until the biggest moment in President Biden's presidency, the State of the Union address tomorrow night in front of Congress, the nation, and the world. And it couldn't come at a more crucial time for the White House, with Russia on the offensive and Ukraine looking to Western nations for help at this hour. And according to a brand new NewsNation poll, a majority of Americans want the U.S. to play a bigger role in the ongoing crisis. Correspondent Evan Lambert has been digging into this poll from Washington tonight. Evan, this is also a big moment for public opinion in terms of the president.
It is, Marty. Our poll showing that just 43% of Americans approve of President Biden's job performance. So he will have tough work trying to convince voters otherwise in his speech tomorrow night. The state of Joe Biden's presidency is tenuous, according to a new exclusive NewsNation Decision Desk HQ poll. As the Russian invasion of Ukraine rages on, the president is juggling multiple crises, from the pandemic to an economy seeing the highest prices in decades. In a poll of just over 1,000 registered voters, President Biden's approval rating sits at only 43%, with 57% disapproving. Tomorrow night, the president will have a chance to appeal to a divided Congress and the public and chart his own narrative, all as the U.S. sends aid to Ukraine. Our poll found 45% of Americans want the U.S. to further defend Ukraine, while 37% don't. On the home front, and the issue that has hung over Americans for more than 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic, voters are now more hopeful. Almost half of Americans say we will return to life as normal within a year, but 15% still saying that won't happen ever. And possibly one of the biggest issues the president will have to battle against and address in his State of the Union speech is surging inflation. Just shy of 90% of those surveyed said they were either somewhat or very concerned about the highest consumer prices in 40 years. And a senior administration official telling us that President Biden will outline his plan in his speech to reel in inflation. One of the biggest elements of that will be making more goods here in America. Also, Marnie, interesting to note, in our NewsNation poll just about a month or so ago, President Biden's job approval rating was just 2 points higher. So there hasn't been a huge change in just the span of a few weeks. Marnie?
All right, the speech tomorrow night comes at a critical point. Evan, thank you. Also, this just into the newsroom. In the last couple of minutes, more fallout as companies now turn their back on Russia. Disney saying it is pausing the release of theatrical films in Russia, including an upcoming Pixar movie called Turning Red. The company in a statement going on to say it will make future business decisions based on the evolving situation. While Disney company also working on providing humanitarian aid. This, of course, the latest in a series of moves from countries and also many companies as Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine and specifically the capital city of Kyiv tonight. He has emerged as a hero to Ukrainians and people around the world, but what got President Zielinski to where he is? We're going to take a look back and why so many are intent on following him tonight, even putting their own lives on the line. That's right after this.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one is already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy. At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg. A goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
NewsNation is redefining cable news. In its first year, NewsNation was named both neutral and biased and most reliable, and is now the fastest growing cable news network in the country. NewsNation, news for all America.
The former presidential candidate you've probably never heard of with a controversial take on the war in Ukraine. She joins us live. What she has to say about the role of U.S. media. That's coming up next on Dan Abrams Live on NewsNation.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zielinski has become a global sensation. His grit, his defiance, taking the world by storm, refusing to leave his country and his people behind in a series of now viral videos. The former actor and also comedian now under siege and proving himself to be a fearless leader under pressure. Here's Kelly Beeson.
Захищаємо нашу незалежність, нашу державу. І так буде й далі.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielinski not backing down amid the Russian invasion of Ukraine, sharing photos and videos of himself on social media as Russian troops attack the capital.
Наша правда в тому, що це наша земля.
Zelensky's urged Ukrainians to fight back, offering weapons to those interested and declining U.S. offers to evacuate the country, telling American officials he needs ammunition, not a ride.
По російським ударам, як і вчора, однаково знаходяться військові та цивільні. Мета цієї атаки – тиск. Тиск на вас, громадяни України, тиск на все наше суспільство.
His tough stance inspiring an outpouring of support from around the world, as well as a growing global presence with millions of followers on social media. Zielinski had an unconventional rise in politics. Before becoming president, he had never held political office, but was a prolific entertainer in both Ukraine and Russia, playing a fictional president, portraying himself as principled and anti-establishment in his TV show, Servant of the People. Zielinski embodied a populist approach with an anti-war message, ultimately winning a landslide presidential victory in 2019 with a stunning 70% of the vote.
I had people swear to me that they knew the soul of this man. I mean, he was a very well-known TV person, and so, you know, maybe they felt they knew the soul of the man.
Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Zielinski has demanded greater security from Europe, including full isolation of Russia with oil embargoes, closures of airspace, and disconnection from the international payment systems called SWIFT. Retired Air Force Lieutenant General Richard Newton on NewsNation describing Zielinski's moves as extraordinary.
He is playing an information operations campaign and trying to not only influence his own citizens who have done remarkable up to this point in his military, but also to influence Putin in terms of pushing back to him, you know, from the strategic communication level that he's playing with here. It's quite remarkable.
And Zielinski has said he will stay in Kyiv despite threats to his life. He's also given soldiers a significant pay raise, saying it's to show that the country is grateful to them. He also has a message for Russian forces. He says, put down your weapons and leave. Don't trust your commanders. Don't trust the propaganda. Kelly, thank you. That is our time for now. I'm going to be back in 2 hours along with Leland Vittert for a special report on the situation in Ukraine. Thank you for joining us. Dan Abrams Live starts right now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. The Russian invasion of Ukraine spilling over into the National Hockey League. The league just sent out a warning. So how worried should Russian-born players be? That's coming up. But first, RT, the Russian-owned propaganda news channel, is available in most American cable homes. Yes, you are getting the Russian news channel delivered by all the major cable providers here in the United States. It's also available in over 100 countries around the world. Now, if you watch RT, you enter a sort of alternate universe where you would think that this attack on Ukraine is an effort by Putin to rescue the Ukrainian people in Donbass and elsewhere who've been subjected to attacks, torture, and killings by the Ukrainian government there. Back in reality, Putin's military has been shelling Ukraine's two largest cities. Videos showed explosions across Kharkiv, a city of 1.4 million people, shaking apartment buildings and sending smoke billowing into the air. The attack has apparently left dozens dead and hundreds injured. Meanwhile, this evening, several large detonations were heard in the center of the capital in Kyiv. And take a look at this. A massive Russian convoy, over 40 miles long, is approaching Kyiv tonight. But despite this, state-sponsored TV continues with its usual programming. One Russian state TV station even demanded information on the location of Ukrainian President Zielinski. The highly produced segments are filled with lies and falsehoods from what would seem to be Vladimir Putin's own mouth. This is some of what we saw today here on our United States cable box on RT.
We're told Russia's special military operation in Ukraine is to demilitarize and denazify the country.
Missiles are hitting residential areas. Russia says it's completely avoiding such zones, though, and claims that Ukraine is putting forces in residential buildings and using civilians as human shields. Residents of eastern Ukraine, liberated by the current operation, say they may finally be able to see their families after 8 years of war and never want to go back to what they describe as Ukrainian rule.
Now, for those who actually live in the area of Donbas, this is just the latest battle in a war that they have been fighting since 2014. A war filled with thousands of victims, both civilians and military, who were brutally murdered in the streets and also in their homes. Battles often reported on for the last 4 years on this show and our international affiliates as well, but has actually received little attention to no attention by Western media.
Right, for a reason. And many of the people who host shows or provide analysis there are Americans. One person they are particularly fond of is an American named Soraya Foss, who they describe as a former U.S. presidential candidate.
What Putin is doing, he had every right to do. At the end of the day, he was defending those two nations that he just made independent from ongoing years of war that the Ukraine has been inflicting. The media, especially the United States media, needs to make sure to choose their words very carefully, because what they're doing is they're trying to push a narrative to try to push for a war. And that's not something that we want. Nobody wants war. We all want peace.
Joining us now is Soraya Foss, who was apparently a write-in U.S. presidential candidate and who appears on RT regularly. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. So, look, I can completely understand having disputes with the U.S. government, European governments, even the Ukrainian government. But why would you assist in Putin's propaganda effort?
It's not propaganda. The problem is I've always said that the media here in the United States is the fourth branch of government because it moves public opinion. And we've seen it every single day. I mean, we've had the same mandate, different faces here in the United States for over 30 years. Nothing has changed, no matter who's in office, whether it's a Republican or Democrat. But it always seems to be the same narrative. To think that we're in the United States where we supposedly have a democracy, we have freedoms, freedom of speech, why are we being censored? Why are they so adamant in censoring RT if it's not because they're actually one of the ones that are portraying the truth? Because you don't see that happening here in the United States, in our own national media.
It's not being censored. It's actually still widely available, which actually surprises me. But let me ask you, when I'm looking at some of the satellite footage, for example, of 40 miles of Russian troops preparing to enter Kyiv, that's certainly not something you're going to see on RT. Is there a reason that they don't want to actually show that Kyiv's about to be attacked?
I mean, you have to realize what's happening right now. It's a military operation. It's not an invasion. Now, they're pushing for it. This whole thing wouldn't have happened if it's not the country's adamant on having it join the Ukraine and bringing in, you know, more, what do you call it, Eastern push towards it, you know, because what Russia's doing, in essence, is more self-defense. They bombed, from what I understood, were 6 bio labs that were put in there, that were in the Ukraine. So that's obviously could have been of harm, not just to the Ukraine, but to, not just to Russia, but to everybody.
When you say it's your understanding, where are you getting this information from? I assume you're getting this from the Russians, right?
No, it's not from the Russians. You have to realize not everybody has time to do their own research and to find things. Everybody is going, especially the Americans, by what they hear, what it is that they're being listening to here in the United States, whether it's social media. I speak several languages. I don't just listen to the American news. I listen to the Arabic news. I listen to the Spanish. I also understand Italian and French. You know, you have to be able to do your own research to question things. That's what I ask everybody that you have to do. You really have to question and look at both sides of the issue. This is an ongoing issue that's been going on. This isn't something new, you know. And what has me concerned is the fact that they keep on pushing this narrative as if they're wanting war to happen, and nobody wants this war. And when you take a look and see who's supporting the Ukraine, you have George Soros, you have the Clintons, you have a lot of people that are supporting, and that alone kind of makes anybody question. And don't forget even if that Biden has his own self-interest and his own ties to the Ukraine. To me, analyzing this, having the Ukraine join NATO could just be his way of having returned favors.
Right, okay, but so Ukraine hasn't joined NATO, first of all, and I know that George Soros and the Clintons are sort of great talking points, right? But it's not George Soros and the Clintons that we're focusing on, right? Because it's all of the United States, largely. It's conservatives and liberals alike. It's almost every country in Europe at this point is now joining and saying, you know what? Wherever you're getting your information, and I've got to believe it's from the Russians because you didn't answer my question about where you're getting your information.
No,
You
it's
said
not
you're
from the
watching a lot
Russians.
of
I don't have
different
any
networks.
contact with the Russians.
Is that right?
Exactly. I do.
I'm
and the
curious
thing is
about
that you analyze, when I take a look and see, because I've been following, and I follow the politics for a very long time, a lot of these images that they're taking are taken from the Syrian propaganda they tried to push. A lot of this is taken from
the ones
all
that
these
I'm
different
seeing,
types of films that they're doing.
Right. Here's the good news. Here's the good news is I know where the source is of the videos that we use, and I can tell you that they're not from the Syrian war, okay? And the satellite images of the 40 miles of Russian troops preparing to enter Kyiv are not from the Syrian war either. At what point would you be convinced that this is a really bad, dangerous thing that Vladimir Putin is doing, and for you to say, you know what, I'm done with RT, I'm done playing the propaganda game? What would have to happen for you to feel that way?
Well, let me tell you something. For me to say they would have to actually sit there and negotiate. And what I mean by negotiate is that they have to go back to the previous treaties that they did, not something right now that they're going to come up with. I mean, if you take a look and see, these are things that have been avoided this whole entire time. This is escalated. This isn't something that just happened from one day to the next and Putin decides, you know what, I want to go into the Ukraine just because, you know, I want to take it over.
What could possibly justify?
Their president, the Ukrainian president, who's a comedian, went hiding in Germany. I mean, where was he from the beginning of this? Until we called it out, and a lot of people did, he came back and tried to play hero now.
Oh, well, so he was able to get from Ukraine to Germany and back into Ukraine in that amount of time. That's amazing that he was able to do that, right? See, listen to the nonsense you're spewing. Where are you getting that from?
I don't understand. You have me here on your show because you want to interrogate me? I don't get it.
Yes.
If you want me to talk about my reasons and my points, I'm telling you what my reasons are. I'm telling you because I'm afraid for the United States and what it is that's happening here. But what question, what exactly is it that you're asking me? I'm answering the question based from what I understand and what you're telling me. Now, what you're telling me is, you're talking about the RT and you're talking about it as being propaganda. What do you see CNN is doing? What do you talk about the white helmets and that they've been fabricating all that stuff that's been going on? You're going to tell me that's true? They got an award, an Oscar award. What does that tell you? And now they want to take them into the Ukraine so they can go ahead and film some more videos?
Okay. I'll be very clear. Let me ask it again, and I'll ask it slower this time. Where did you get the information that Zielinski left and went to Germany and was able to get back into Ukraine during this war?
It was in the news. You didn't hear it yourself? He went into a meeting to Germany.
It was in the news, of course. Yes. It was in the news. It was on the Russian news. It was on RT.
No, it was here in the United States. You don't Google? You don't Google? You don't see any other news sources?
Sorry. You mean the fact that it was on the internet somewhere?
Is there something else you'd like to ask me? Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Yes. There's one other question I'd like to ask you. You are in a very pricey area of Miami Beach. My understanding is you're a teacher. Are you paid by the Russian government?
Why would I be paid by the Russian government? I'm a pricey area. What do you mean? Just because I'm here, I'm downtown,
what I mean
I'm
is
always
that
downtown.
I think you are, I worry, I don't know, I worry you are a Russian agent who is being paid by the Russians to appear on Russian television as an American, supposedly giving objective analysis. And it concerns me, but tell me I'm wrong. I mean, again, I don't know that.
No, but I wonder if the Clintons are paying you to do the show.
Yes, and George Soros, too, right? And George Soros.
I guess.
Yes. All right.
I guess.
Soraya, you know, I don't know that we're going to be able to agree, but I hope that you reconsider as an American first.
Reconsider as an American. All Americans need to reconsider and see that our freedoms, we're losing them slowly because you're having all these people take over in the name of what? Democracy? Who's democracy? Everybody has their own notion of democracy. This is a republic. The United States is a republic.
Right. That's a changing of the topic from what's happening in Ukraine. But I understand why you changed the topic, because that makes sense. If I were you, I would change the topic as well. Soraya Foss, thank you for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. It's going to be the last time, so I hope.
No problem. Coming up, the National Hockey League issuing a statement of concern tonight about its Russian-born players. Should this lead to games being called off? That's next.
This is NewsNation, news for Florida, and news for all America.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
I really needed to lose some weight for health issues. The major stress, I would say, from my weight was leaving my wife too soon. And,
But that's all right, because we are on the plan now. We're ready to go. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take care of each other and get healthy with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Call or go online to get 50% off, plus an extra $50 off.
And Doug. And it's easy to customize your insurance at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? 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 Sorry, one sec. Yeah. There he is.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe and protect the world they'll inherit. The Chrysler Pacifica Hybrids.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
An anxious America. U.S. troops on the move near conflict. As the president prepares for his biggest moment yet, NewsNation is taking the pulse of the country. From the economic squeeze at home to the world stage, NewsNation is live from D.C. and across the nation. The State of the Union special live team coverage tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NewsNation. From Miss Ukraine to Max from Dancing with the Stars, celebrities and ordinary Ukrainians fight Putin's thugs with their words and guns. Tonight on Van Field.
With anti-Russia sentiment so prevalent throughout the world right now, the National Hockey League is worried about the safety of its Russian players. Players have received threats on social media and even in person. It's a huge problem for the league. 55 current NHL players come from Russia. That's enough to fill multiple teams. Right now, all games are being played as scheduled, but the league has increased security in its arenas. The NHL put out a statement earlier today saying, quote, We remain concerned about the well-being of the players from Russia who play in the NHL on behalf of their NHL clubs and not on behalf of Russia. We understand they and their families are being placed in an extremely difficult position. But for some, it is a difficult position because of their previous support for Putin. Players like Washington Capitals forward Alexander Ovechkin. The 36-year-old three-time MVP is one of the league's biggest stars, and he's previously spoken out in favor of Vladimir Putin. His Instagram avatar is a photo of him and the Russian leader. And Ovechkin's feed includes multiple shots of the two of them together. With many here criticizing him for his prior stances, the Washington Star came forward on Friday and issued a call for peace.
Please, no more war. It doesn't matter who is in the war, Russia, Ukraine, and different countries. I think we live in a world like we have to live in peace.
Now that is clearly a weak statement. And so while I'd love to see him speak about Vladimir Putin's evil, he clearly is not going to go there.
Well, he's my president, but how I said, like, I'm not in politics, like I'm an athlete.
Now, we have to understand that Alexander Ovechkin has a wife, children, and parents who are all in Moscow right now. They are very real risks that he and his family face by speaking out against Vladimir Putin. But it seems to me fair to ask questions based on his previous support for Putin. On the other end of the spectrum is another top Russian-born player, New York Rangers forward Artemi Panarin. Panarin has been a longtime Putin critic, and last year he came out in support of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Shortly after doing so, a Russian tabloid printed an allegation that he struck a woman in a bar in Latvia 10 years earlier. The Rangers denied the allegation and called it a, quote, fabricated story. After Panarin took a brief leave of absence, he returned to the club with no serious evidence having been produced to support that allegation. Panarin, too, has family in Russia. So joining us now to try to figure some of this out is Sean Gentile. He covers the NHL for The Athletic. Sean, thanks so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it. All right, so first of all, how big an issue is this for the NHL? I mean, with 55 players from Russia, I would think this is kind of an existential issue for the NHL.
I don't know if I would say it's existential, but it's close enough when you have players the profile of Alexander Ovechkin and Evgeny Malkin, and you mentioned Artemi Panarin. I mean, these are high-profile players. Nikita Kucherov, reigning MVP. I mean, there are Russian stars, and beyond that, you have Alexander Ovechkin, who is, you know, an avatar for Putin in a lot of different ways. So yeah, there's a lot of different connections. There's a lot of different concerns, but I would stop short of saying that it's, you know, an existential threat for the league.
Fair enough. Do you think it's fair, though, to ask tough questions of Ovechkin? I mean, it does seem to me that any player, any high-profile person who has expressed great admiration for Putin is going to have some tough questions to answer at this point. And I would think that that's not going to fade in the days and weeks to come.
Oh, certainly not. And I think that's where Ovechkin fell short. You know, his answer, the words he spoke a few days ago, they would have been a little bit more meaningful, or maybe at least reacted to a little bit differently if they were coming from a different player, right? But you're talking about an all-time great, closing in on the goals record, also not coincidentally campaigned for Putin in 2016 and set up what amounted to, you know, a fan site in you know, where the design was drumming up support and drumming up funds. So when you take in the entirety of the context, you know, both who was saying it, his history with Putin in the past, absolutely, it fell short, and I think that's the way it was. That's the way it was responded to.
So, are the Capitals going to be under pressure to, I don't know, it's hard to get rid of your star player, but are they going to be under pressure, as so many others are throughout the world, to say, look, we're distancing ourselves from anything that's pro-Putin?
I don't think you're going to see that from the Washington Capitals, and it doesn't just stop with Alexander Ovechkin. There's another Russian star on the team, Evgeny Kuznetsov. You know, good luck if you're expecting Washington Capitals to cut ties with Alexander Ovechkin. That's not going to happen. But what we have seen is on an international level, whether it's the International Ice Hockey Federation, whether it's the IOC, whether it's these various kind of governing bodies, they're the ones that are responding in kind. But no, there's going to be no team reaction to anything from Alexander Ovechkin. No.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the dollars, I guess, and that's why the initial response would be nothing's going to happen. But if enough people start getting upset about it, you never know if something like that could change. But I think that only someone who's outside of the NHL world would say that, right? Someone like me who used to follow hockey, who doesn't follow hockey that much anymore, can say something like that. But someone like you who's inside the hockey world is saying, no way, no how is the biggest star in the NHL going to somehow get pushed out.
Yeah, he's the best individual athlete in the history of Washington, D.C., too. Like, there are ties there that just can't be, that aren't going to be easily broken. So, no, I wouldn't expect any kind of team response there. That's just not going to happen. There are other things that we've seen. The NHL statement today, the pausing of business interests in the league. That's all well and good. But if you're talking about the Washington Capitals and Alexander Ovechkin, there's going to be no kind of response there. No.
Sean Gentile, thanks a lot for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me, Dan.
Coming up, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the world has been largely united in support of Ukrainian leadership, but there are still some Putin apologists who relish going on U.S. cable news channels to spew commentary that is music to Vladimir Putin's ears. That's next. More than 40 miles long, moving towards Kyiv tonight. These satellite images a startling reminder of the dangers Ukraine is facing tonight. Be right back.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Every day brings new opportunities to do more than anyone thought possible, to redefine what a truck can be, earning the top brand in new vehicle quality in the automotive industry. Push the limits of what's possible with a lineup of Ram trucks built to serve.
Right now, during the Ram President's Day sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Meet Ron. That man is always on. And he's on it with Jardiance for type 2 diabetes. His underhand sky serve, on fire. His grilling game, on point. And his A1C, Ron is on it with the once daily pill Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
On it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
With Mucinex Night Shift, you've got powerful relief from your worst nighttime cold and flu symptoms. So grab Night Shift to fight your symptoms, get your Z's, and get back to your rhythm. Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well-deserved thank yous and congratulations, with products that bring smiles, celebration, and long-lasting impressions. There's certainty in that. 4imprint gives you that certainty with the right promotional products and a caring, trusted team dedicated to your success. Creating meaningful connections starts at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Time now for our Mediaite Moments. We check in on the day's bias, buzz, and bull in the world of cable news and beyond. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine late last week, the world has been largely united in support of the bravery on display from Ukrainian leadership, with even the partisan U.S. media coming together on both sides to criticize Vladimir Putin. But there are still a number of Putin apologists showing up on cable news, spewing commentary that would make the Russian president very happy. Like this former Pentagon official, Colonel Doug McGregor, who said this on Fox News.
I think we need to stay out of it. The American people think we should stay out of it. The Europeans think we should stay out of it. And we should stop shipping weapons and encouraging Ukrainians to die in what is a hopeless endeavor.
Staying out of it is, of course, what Putin would like most, and if it wasn't clear enough, he doubled down.
So when you say stay out of it, you mean no sanctions, no military aid, just let Russia take the portion of Ukraine they want to take?
Yes, absolutely. I see no reason why we should fight with the Russians over something that they have been talking about for years. We are urging Ukrainians to die pointlessly in a fight they can't win.
No, well, actually, they are urging us to get far more involved than we are. And while host Trey Gowdy provided no pushback in the segment that followed, Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin set the record straight in a manner that one rarely sees on cable news.
Before we get started, I just heard your last guess, and I feel like I need to correct some of the things that Colonel Doug McGregor just said, because, and I'm not sure 10 minutes is enough time to do so, because there were so many distortions in what he just said, and talking about the West and NATO vilifying Putin and sounding like an apologist for Putin.
Ouch! Gowdy seemed surprised, but when Griffin continued, he suddenly changed his tune.
What he just said was so distorted that I do feel that our audience needs to know the truth.
I found his take on it stunning and disappointing.
May have taken him a while to get there, but good for Gowdy. But this isn't the only thing we're seeing from Putin apologists. Prominent nonconformist and often Russian defender, Glenn Greenwald, has been dismissing warnings of a Russian invasion for months, which he addressed in an essay that took sort of both sidesism to brave new heights. He wrote, quote, "Western media outlets have also fully embraced their role as war propagandists. All sides in war wield propaganda, and that certainly includes the Russians and their allies as well. This article is not intended to urge the adoption of one viewpoint or the other." And therein lies the problem. Sure, every report out of Ukraine may not be verified or verifiable. But when you take the position that there is not necessarily a right or wrong, that all views may be flawed, you've given the aggressor, who's clearly to blame, exactly what they want. The most out there take about Putin, though, might be this from the 700 Club's Pat Robertson.
I think you can say, well, Putin's out of his mind. Yes, maybe so. But at the same time, he's being compelled by God. He went into the Ukraine, but that wasn't his goal. His goal was to move against Israel ultimately.
I'm not sure exactly what that means, but the fact that Pat Robertson is still on the air is amazing. Coming up, finally getting to the bottom of the origins of COVID-19, there are 2 new major studies out with what they say are the answers to the source of the outbreak. We'll talk to a co-author of both of these major studies up next.
Russia invades Ukraine.
American troops shipping overseas. It is happening.
The truth about what you need to know.
The world is watching the situation continue to unfold.
Continuing coverage on Russia at war. Stay tuned to NewsNation.
Let's flip some birds. Using fresh, quality ingredients can make or break your dish. And with HelloFresh, you don't have to sweat the deets because they always deliver. Like literally, to your doorstep.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret. At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one is already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
A pair of extensive new studies released over the weekend may finally offer an answer in the hunt for COVID's source. Researchers analyzed virus genes, maps of stalls in Wuhan's seafood wholesale market, and social media activity of early COVID-19 patients in the region in one of the most extensive studies done so far on COVID-19's origin. And now scientists from some of the world's top institutions, including Johns Hopkins, Oxford, UCLA, appear to have reached a conclusion. It is a question that has become politically divisive over time. Many health experts, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, have long promoted the theory that the virus spilled over from animals being kept at a so-called wet market in Wuhan, China. Meanwhile, others, including many prominent figures on the right, have leaned towards a theory that the virus was likely created in a Chinese lab that suffered an accident or leak while it was carrying out risky experiments with coronaviruses in bats. Now, I was a big critic of those in the media who ignored or minimized the lab leak theory. I felt it was way too quickly dismissed in the left-leaning media. Some even called it a conspiracy theory, which it was not. But using leaked data from a Chinese Center for Disease Control's report, as well as an earlier World Health Organization report, researchers reconstructed the floor plan of the Wuhan market and mapped the locations of positive environmental samples of COVID-19. And they found the majority of positive samples were clustered in the area where live animals were sold, with a shocking 5 samples coming from a single stall. That led them to conclude that coronavirus was likely present in live animals sold at the market. The virus likely spilled over into humans there on 2 separate occasions in late 2019. The studies were in line with a separate report published Friday by scientists with the Chinese CDC and Prevention, which I certainly wouldn't trust on its own, that found 2 evolutionary branches of the virus at the Wuhan market. It's really important that we find out how the pandemic began in order to try to prevent the next one. Now, these findings are not definitive. The studies have yet to be peer-reviewed. There are still questions that these studies don't answer, like exactly what kind of animals at the market actually spread the virus to humans. Still, the international team of researchers, including some who had pushed their peers to take the lab leak theory seriously, now believe it's clear that the virus came from the Wuhan market and not the lab. These researchers, some of whom had previous experience researching the Wuhan marketplace, now believe that their data is, quote, as good as it gets. Joining me now to explain it is one of those scientists, Dr. Michael Warby, an evolutionary biologist at the University of Arizona and a co-author of the 2 new studies. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so as you know, there are going to be people who are going to just say, oh, well, this is just another study, and there are all these conflicting reports, and how do I know what to believe? Why are you so confident in the conclusions here?
Well, first of all, I wanted to point out that, like you, I was one of those people who was kind of upset about how quickly people had moved on from the idea that maybe a lab leak was involved here. And I proposed this letter to Science that led to the Biden 90-day intelligence review to look into that possibility. So I have very much been open-minded toward that. But over the last several months, I've been trying to actually test this hypothesis and poke holes in the idea that the Wuhan market was the epicenter of this outbreak. And what we find is the more you look at it, the more it actually stacks up. So if you look at the very earliest cases in December, not only the ones that are linked epidemiologically to the market, but people who have no known link to the market, they still fall right in the bullseye zone, right around this market in December. And there's really no explanation for that other than the epidemic started at the market and then seeped into the community around the market. And then, as you say, we were able to show in this report that, yes, the animals that were suspected in SARS-1, like raccoon dogs, they were being sold at the market in November and December of 2019 when we date the origin of this outbreak. We know they were there. We know where they were. We know which stalls they were in. And, you know, we even have one stall where we have a swab from a sample from a cage where one of my colleagues photographed a raccoon dog some years before the outbreak. And so it all really makes a very forceful case that, yeah, there's really no way to explain this other than it started at the market. We still have questions to answer, but we know that it started at the market.
But how does it go? You know, the question people sort of almost ask sarcastically sometimes is, come on, how does that disease go from an animal being sold at the market to humans?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a case of once the virus has passed through various evolutionary hurdles to get to the point where it's in some intermediate host, like, you know, we've seen it infect mink on mink farms in the Netherlands. It gets into these animals. It's very good at spreading in not just humans, but all sorts of other animals. Once those ingredients are in place, it's almost a fait accompli. It's guaranteed that it's going to move from those animals into humans. And so what we think happened is that originally this was a bat virus some years ago. But we think that this virus moved into some farmed species that's being farmed for fur or for food. And several of those animals got transported to the market, and we know that that was happening. And those brought a variety of different lineages of this virus. And one of the key things that we find in this study is that SARS-CoV-2, or the virus that causes COVID, the coronavirus, it's not a single virus. It's more than one virus that has jumped into humans on multiple occasions, and we see both of the different lineages at the Huanan market in the winter of 2019.
This is an important study. Dr. Michael Warby, thank you for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
Real pleasure. Thanks.
Coming up in a jaw-dropping turn of events, Curtis Reeves, accused of shooting and killing a man after getting into a fight with him over texting during a matinee at a Florida movie theater, has been found not guilty. We will show you some of his testimony and dig into the stunning verdict that came down this weekend. Up next.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
Guys, I've got a very serious question. Are you tired of worrying about hair loss? Are you tired of looking in the mirror and not loving the man you see looking back at you? If the answer is yes and you want to get your real hair back, I want you to take out your phone that I know is sitting right next to you and send that text down below to Bosley to get the free Bosley info kit. You're also going to get the $250 Bosley gift card. It is a huge no-brainer because Bosley is America's #1 hair restoration experts. Do you think these guys are happy they went to Bosley? Bosley uses the latest technology and science to give you your real hair back permanently. And that's a promise backed by the Bosley Guarantee. Guys, you deserve to feel incredible about yourself, and you deserve to have your real hair back. Bosley can make it happen. They're going to help you love the way you look. But you need to take action.
For your free information kit and free gift card for $250 off, text POWER to 642-642. Ask about the Bosley Guarantee. Text POWER to 642-642.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Nariva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Nariva, think bigger.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
You just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for.
Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
An anxious America, U.S. troops on the move near conflict. As the president prepares for his biggest moment yet, NewsNation is taking the pulse of the country. From the economic squeeze at home to the world stage, NewsNation is live from D.C. and across the nation. The State of the Union special live team coverage tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NewsNation. From Miss Ukraine to Max from Dancing with the Stars, celebrities and ordinary Ukrainians fight Putin's thugs with their words and guns. Next on Banfield.
The jury finds as follows. The defendant is not guilty.
A truly stunning verdict in the case of a retired Tampa police captain who shot and killed a man in a movie theater more than 8 years ago. 79-year-old Curtis Reeves was found not guilty of second-degree murder for shooting to death 43-year-old Navy vet Chad Olson back in 2014 after the two argued over Olson texting on his cell phone during the movie previews. This is a case we watched closely on the show, and from the start, it was clearly an uphill battle for the defense, which is what makes this verdict so surprising. Key piece of evidence in the case was this grainy surveillance video of the shooting itself. Now, off to the side of the video, you see Olson throwing popcorn at Reeves. Reeves then pulls a loaded pistol from his pocket and fires off a shot. The bullet goes through Olson's wife, Nicole's hand before striking Olson through the heart. Reeves says Olson hit him in the face with a cell phone, but no one, not even Reeves' own wife, who was sitting right next to her husband at the time, she testified, could say that she saw him struck with anything. Reeves himself was the last to take the stand, painting Olson as out of control and hell-bent on hurting him after he says he politely asked Olson to turn off his phone before the movie began, and painting himself as a frail, defenseless, elderly man just out to watch a movie matinee with his wife and son.
When he stood up, I'm sitting down in a completely defenseless position. I'm looking up at this guy, and he looked like a monster standing there. He was mad. He exhibited explosive behavior, both verbally and physically.
Prosecutors argued that Reeves was the angry one who lost it because Olson threw the popcorn at him. They grilled him on cross-examination.
Did you kill him out of rage?
No, sir, I did not.
How about blind fury?
I'm sorry?
Blind fury. Did you kill him out of blind fury?
No, sir, I killed him out of fear.
Okay. You didn't just snap and kill him?
No, sir.
Obviously, Reeves convinced the jury. He and his attorneys took a victory lap outside the courtroom in front of reporters shortly after the verdict was read.
This is great. It's been a long 8 years, and I couldn't wait for it to be over with. I'm very proud of my team of lawyers here that did a fantastic job in bringing out the truth, and hopefully you guys will put the truth in the paper for a change.
I think this victory, this acquittal, sends a message out to the community. And that message is that you can't abuse the elderly, and we believed all along that Mr. Reeves that day was attacked in that theater, and he did the right thing in defending himself.
The wife of the victim, Nicole Olson, also took the stand early in the trial, saying Reeves was rude and aggressive and instigated the confrontation. After the verdict, she and her family sobbed and quickly left court. Joining me now is Anjanette Levy, host and correspondent on Law and Crime Network, which I founded. Anjanette, thank you for being on the show. Appreciate it. So you have covered this case closely. Is this as stunning as it seems to those of us who didn't cover it as closely as you did?
Well, Dan, thanks for having me. And I was pretty surprised. On Friday, I was on the air watching the closing arguments, following along as Richard Escobar made his closing argument. And I thought at times it was going on way too long. I thought that some of the points he was trying to make were outrageous. And then that evening, as the verdict came in, the jury deliberated just 3.5 hours, and they found him not guilty. So I was definitely very surprised by that jury's verdict.
I want to go to number 9 here. This is Curtis. I mean, look, it had to have come down to Curtis Reeves on the witness stand. It had to have come down to his own testimony. So let's play it. This is number 9, where he's asked by his own lawyer if this was all over popcorn.
Did you shoot Mr. Olson because of popcorn?
I shot Mr. Olson because I thought he was going to seriously injure me or potentially kill me.
You know, I find, Anjanette, in a lot of these self-defense cases, the prosecution has to effectively disprove it, right? And that becomes a real challenge for the prosecutors. And when you listen to Curtis Reeves, you say, well, I can't necessarily say it's not true, right?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And you have to keep in mind, this is somebody who's a former police officer. He was a captain in the Tampa Police Department. He founded a SWAT team and was the commander of that SWAT team. And he's probably testified in court before. He's probably makes a very good witness. He knows how to relate to a jury. He knows how to make eye contact with the jurors when he has to. And how do you not, as his attorney said, maybe put yourself in his shoes? And until you've been in his position, in his shoes, how do you judge him and say that he's lying? And the jury had to have believed him. So I think in this case and in many self-defense cases, it often helps the defendant to take the stand rather than in another type of case, maybe a whodunit type of murder case. It doesn't usually help the defendant to take the stand. So this is not the first time we've seen a defendant take the stand in a self-defense case and win an acquittal.
This is still a stunning, I think, verdict. And Jeanette Levy, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, a man with a rifle hitting the road, reaching speeds of more than 100 miles per hour, then ramming deputies' cars. The explosive ending, all caught on police body cam. It's coming up next.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Meet apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe? Yes. 2B is covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because B's neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
My daughter has type 2 diabetes, and lately, I've seen this change in her.
Once-weekly Trulicity is proven to help lower A1C. It lowers blood sugar from the first dose, and you could lose up to 10 pounds. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin? Not me.
By hitting eczema where it counts, Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
And that means long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief for adults. With Dupixent, you can show more skin with less eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can change how your skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice. Talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits. Holy Leroy. Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
We're on scene tonight with the Stanislaus County, California Sheriff's Office, showing the dangers that law enforcement officers face every day. The wife of Javier Cueto Aldez called 911 saying he was having suicidal thoughts. Sheriff's Office chopper found him in his driveway with what appeared to be a black rifle on the hood of a car.
The male subject is picking up a rifle, and he's still at the white car in the driveway. Looks like a pump pellet gun. He was pumping it.
Now, the suspect was seen pumping the rifle, leading deputies in the helicopter to believe he had a pellet gun. The sheriff's office closed down traffic on the road near the home and requested an armored truck. Negotiators began talking to Cueto Aldez, who said he wanted to take his own life and harm officers. He also threatened to crash into other vehicles. Talks continued for nearly 2.5 hours.
Throwing his beer in there. Heroin, he's putting some objects in the rear seat now. And it looks like he's going to be getting in the driver's seat. Looks like he put the rifle in the front seat with him. He's still loading some things in the truck, though.
Deputies in the helicopter saw Cueto Aldez putting items in a pickup truck, including beer. He had the pellet gun with him in the front seat. Then he pulled onto the road and slammed on the gas.
All units clear the road. 100 miles an hour. Vehicle's northbound, 100 miles per hour. He's not stopping. Still northbound, over 100 miles per hour. TC, start 1141, code 3.
He was driving 100 miles an hour as he slammed into police vehicles, that were blocking the road. Deputies ran for safety as the pickup truck barreled through. Go, 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 go. The truck landed on its roof and caught fire. Immediately after the crash, deputies rushed to help Cueto Aldez. They used a fire extinguisher to put out the flames and pulled him out of the vehicle to give him first aid. But ultimately, he died from his injuries at the hospital. No deputies were injured somehow. Joining me once again, Sean Sticks Larkin, retired Tulsa police lieutenant. Sticks, this is a perfect example where someone could say, well, he just needed help, right? But that would ignore the fact that he also wanted to hurt others in the process.
Yeah, exactly. When the Stanislaus Sheriff's Department released this video out to the public, one of the first statements they had in the beginning of that, it talks about mental health calls and how they are rapidly evolving, how dangerous they are, how traumatic they can be. And this right here is a perfect example of it. One of the differences in this call compared to others is that information that came in from his wife. She said that he was suicidal, but he also mentioned that he wanted to harm officers. One of the benefits for the Sheriff's Department, obviously having that helicopter, it gave them that aerial view and allowed them to set up their containment, great distances away from the house.
It is amazing to me. I mean, when I watch that fiery crash right there, it's amazing that no one was injured there.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it goes back to exactly, what I was just saying there about having this helicopter. This house is kind of isolated, so it's outside of a normal residential neighborhood. On these type of deals where you have what's called an armed and barricaded, which is a felon inside of a house that's wanted for a crime, or somebody who's having a mental health episode like this, you want to try to just contain them. If they're by themselves, time is typically on our sides in law enforcement, which allows us to negotiate for hours and hours and hours at times, unless something like this happens where the suspect makes this type of decision.
Yeah, but apparently the talking didn't do it, right? I mean, they spent 2.5 hours with him trying to convince him not to do what he ultimately did.
Exactly. And that kind of goes back to just as I was saying about the statement in the beginning. These things are very rapidly evolving. You just don't know what's going to happen. And I know we didn't show it on the video here tonight, but at the end, the truck is on fire and the deputies actually pull the guy out. And at one point he stops breathing and they then go into that CPR mode trying to save his life. So just a very, very unfortunate situation. Very lucky no deputies or innocent other people were hurt.
Sean Larkin, as always, thank you. Appreciate it. Before we go, this is our new time slot, so we get to talk to our friend Ashley Banfield. Ashley, great to see you. What do you got tonight?
Hey, Dan. So it's been a busy week, obviously, and it's only Monday, right? But tonight we're going to tell you a couple of other things that you might not know about what's happening in Ukraine. Number one, remember Chernobyl. If you lived through the 80s, you lived through the fear of what happened when Chernobyl basically went through a meltdown, and the entire world worried that radioactivity was going to flood around the globe. It sort of did. But the weirdest thing is that Putin has decided to seize it. It's a mess, and yet he wants to seize it. So we're going to answer some of the critical questions. Why would you want to seize a sealed sarcophagus full of radioactivity? That's one. Number two, people you wouldn't expect it are getting on social media and tweeting about fighting the Russians, like Miss Ukraine, fighting the Russians, and Maxim Chermosky, who you probably know from Dancing with the Stars, who's there in Ukraine and is unbelievably affected by what's going on and very vocal about it on social media. So we're covering all those angles, plus the strategy of what Putin's up to as we enter, coming into day 6.
Yep. So some very interesting angles coming up on this obviously incredibly important story. Ashley, thank you. That does it for us. And now, Banfield starts right now.
Fight or flight? Do you pick up your family and flee a war zone, or do you pick up a rifle and fight? You're about to meet a woman who is choosing to face down the Russian army, no matter how big. Plus,
the sad story is war. War has come to our city, and I'm really saddened to see it.
Orphans are safe from Putin. In a country of innocent victims, we'll get a live update on the most innocent of all. And then, Chernobyl. It was the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster in Ukraine, spilling radioactive waste that blew for hundreds of miles. And now it is in the hands of Vladimir Putin. So what does he plan to do with it? And fresh out of Afghanistan, our troops are headed to Europe, 7,000 of them to be exact. So what happens if Putin pushes past Ukraine? Are Americans willing to go back into yet another costly war? We asked you what you think, and we've got the results. Our exclusive NewsNation poll. Is Washington listening? All tonight on Banfield. Welcome to Banfield. 500,000 people are on the run tonight. 500,000. Men, women, children, running for their lives, running from the shelling, running from the tanks that are tearing up their streets, their kindergartens, their movie theaters, their Pizza Huts and Taco Bells. They left behind their first world lives, and they ran to the closest border that would take them. Poland, a NATO member, and a place where U.S. troops are standing by. I want to go live right now to NewsNation correspondent Robert Sherman, who is on the ground in Poland by the Ukrainian border. Okay, so Robert, we're 5 days in, heading into day 6. I want to just get the lay of the land from you and the expectations of all these refugees who are flooding into Poland.
Well, Ashley, you see behind us, this is the consequence of war and this invasion that you've seen in Poland. Every single one of these refugees that's behind us, they all have a story. They all have a story of fleeing their homes, their livelihoods in Ukraine, throwing everything into a suitcase and heading for the nearest border they could find. For the majority, that has been Poland, and they wound up here. But for a lot of the people that you see here that are walking around, this is it. This is all that they have. They have the clothes on their back. They're desperately seeking food and water, and that's why you have the Red Cross that's been here behind us. The journey, so some of these people are walking 20, 30, 40 miles, standing in line at the border, which is about 10 miles away from us, just to get into Poland for days on end in the freezing cold here in Poland. So it's a hellacious journey for so many of these people. Everyone has a story, and they're all just taking it one day at a time.
So, Robert, we heard some, news maybe a lot of people thought was great news, that the Russians, the Ukrainians would meet and speak in Belarus. Well, that has ended. Those talks are over. Did they yield anything?
The only thing that's been yielded so far is an agreement to continue these talks at some point, but no firm peace deals have been made. We also, of course, have to take this with a grain of salt. Exactly how sincere is the intention for some of these peace talks to take place? Because as those peace talks were ongoing in Belarus this morning, meanwhile, the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, was being shelled by the Russian military. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielinski said earlier this week he wasn't optimistic about the peace talks, but he said that he would go through with them because he didn't want to leave any stone unturned. He wanted peace, whatever course of action that might take. What he wants is a complete withdrawal of the Russian army and a ceasefire. He hasn't gotten it yet. Meanwhile, you look at some of his constituents, what they want is for this to end, this nightmare to come to a close. Listen to this.
I really hope for peace and that everything will be okay and that we will be able to come back to Ukraine. We did not want to leave it because it's our fatherland, where we were born.
And that's a perspective you hear from a lot of people here. They've lived in Ukraine their whole lives and they want to go back, and they hope they have something to go back to.
I just want to ask you really quickly, I see vehicles moving behind you, and I obviously can't read the local language. It's not Cyrillic, so I'm assuming it's not Ukrainian, but it certainly might look Polish. What are you seeing just physically behind you at this hour in terms of the number of people who are inside, outside, children who are, you know, wrapped in blankets? Is that like a truck bringing food or supplies behind you?
That one right there, that's actually a restaurant truck that is bringing food and supplies, and we've seen that pretty consistently here. This is an active 24/7 situation. There are people who are lined up at the border, so people are always coming in moment by moment. So this isn't changing. This isn't going anywhere. It's not dying down anytime soon. Constant need here. And you mentioned that 500,000 number, Ashley, of people who have fled the country so far. The EU is expecting that number to get to 7 million when all is said and done. Yeah. So there is a long way to go here.
So, you know, a lot of people in America know Maxim Chermakhovsky because of Dancing with the Stars. He's sort of one of the most famous players now, communicating on social media about what it's like inside Ukraine. I want to play just one thing that he posted about what it's like getting to where you are. Robert, take a look at this.
Update on a couple of things. A friend of mine that I mentioned a while ago, she went from Kiev to Lviv, which is in the west, where everybody's going towards Polish border. So again, it took her 17 hours back then to make it to that city. From Lviv to Poland is nothing. If you look on a map, it's very little distance. Well, she still has not made it to the Polish border. She's been on a bus for the last 2 days. She said the entire route from Lviv to Polish border, in every direction, there are volunteers constantly feeding and giving food and drinks and hot drinks and all of that.
So, Robert, just quickly, the people who are there, do any of them think they're going to be coming back anytime soon to their homes and their worlds and their lives?
They're hoping so, Ashley. Just about everyone who we spoke with has mentioned to us they love Ukraine. They love their home cities. They want to go back at some point. They don't know what they could potentially be going back to. So they are looking to get back to Ukraine. Some have come to the realization that it is possible they will be living in Poland or somewhere else for the foreseeable future. But Ukraine is home, and it always will be.
Be careful out there, Robert. I know you're pushing forward across the border, so, you know, safety first, and thank you for doing this. Really appreciate it. Those are long hours out there on the road in a war zone. I know it. Robert Sherman reporting for us. I just want to ask our viewers now, if you've ever been to Ukraine, you're going to know that it's a lot like the U.S. There's fancy stores, and there's restaurants, and there's great highways and roads and infrastructure and coffee shops and theaters and big, great universities and schools, lots of innovation. Just like you, they've got money, and they've got phones, and they've got laptops and cable, and life is good, or at least it was, right up until they had to decide which of all those nice things they were going to pack and carry with them, and which of all their nice things they were going to leave behind, so that their kids wouldn't be blown to bits by advancing tanks and rockets, courtesy of the Russians. So just think about what you would grab around you. You're sitting in front of your TV right now, presumably, maybe your laptop. Just look around your house. Look around your neighborhood. What would you do? What would you take? How quickly would you run? And would you think, I'm coming back soon? I hope. Maxim Chermakhovsky is a famous Ukrainian celebrity from Dancing with the Stars. He's in Kyiv right now, as you saw. He's absolutely brokenhearted, and he is posting on social media.
Just a lot of fighting everywhere. Streets are crazy. one point, I got arrested, like food outside of here. But again, all good, promise. But that was probably the least traumatizing moment in this whole thing as far as Ukraine is concerned. But for me, it was just a reality check. The last update is that I'm going to try to make my way out. I'm going to try to start getting towards the border. I have options. My options are better than...
You know, he says, I have options. He can leave. You heard him say it, right? But every other Ukrainian male citizen between the ages of 18 and 60 cannot. They have to stay. And many of them are going to fight. And guess what? Some women are joining anyway, even though it's not the law. They aren't going anywhere. They're going to stick around and they're going to fight. There's a Ukrainian beauty queen named Anastasia Elena. She won the 2015 Miss Grand Ukraine pageant. And this weekend, she told her 266,000 Instagram followers in part, and I'll read her words, I am not military, just a woman, just a normal human, just a person like all people of my country. I am also an airsoft player for years. I had a normal life just on Wednesday, like millions of people. Anastasia posted this alongside images of her in full tactical gear. No gown, no tiara, but lots of plans. And she is not the only woman who is staying to fight for her country. Diana Pankova is a Ukrainian lawyer and journalist, and she's also decided to stay and fight. Take a look at what she posted.
The Ukrainians very much are appreciative of their liberty, of their freedom. So it's definitely not going to happen here. We are just not capable of living in the same conditions and in the same mentality as Russian society is used to living in.
Diana Pankova joins me live now from Ukraine. Diana, first and foremost, are you safe right now? Are you okay to be doing this interview?
Well, relatively, I can call it safe. Thank you so much for inviting me. Sometimes I can hear explosions, and it's been pretty loud all night long. And basically, a bomb hit a house very close to the house of my family that lives on the other side of the city, close to the airport. So I wouldn't really call it safe.
So you're in Kharkiv, which is, northeast Ukraine, and all of the reports we're getting over here, Diana, are that it is a wasteland, that has sustained some of the heaviest fighting. And there you are. You're staying, and you're going to fight. I guess the best question would be why?
Yes, I am staying because my family lives here, because this is my home. And because if we're not going to fight, I guess we're just confirming that we don't mind anybody coming here and taking what we own and what we love the most.
So I have seen reports of the government handing out weapons and training people on weapons, just normal people like you who may have never picked one up before, showing people how to make Molotov cocktails right at home. Are you among that group doing what we're seeing on these pictures right on the screen?
This is right, but you definitely have to get some tests, and just to make sure that you're going to be handling the weapons responsibly. But I haven't had my weapon yet because I've been busy volunteering and helping people get some food, because there's a lot of issues with the food distribution, with medication. So a lot of hospitals and orphanages, they've been having a lot of issues getting food, and transportation is very, very complicated right now because it's very dangerous to transport food. So we're trying to help as much as we could.
I imagine, Diana, it's dangerous to do a lot of things right now, and I'm curious as to how you are acting as a community. Do you have an underground? Do you have a strategic communication defense going on? Do you have a plan as a group, or are you all acting individually? What's the strategy?
Everyone is very connected and very united right now. I guess we've never, ever been united at the same level as right now. And people are living in underground right now, in underground stations. They bring food, they share food to the people they've never ever met in their entire life. But we are trying to help each other, support each other no matter what, because we understand that we are one people and we need to fight the situation to continue to live in the country we love.
The last time we, had activity like this in Europe was World War II, really. I mean, and back then the expression was women and children to safety. And yet we're seeing we're seeing Miss Ukraine, we're seeing lots and lots of women saying, we're not going to be among the now 500,000 and maybe upwards of several million who are leaving. How many of your friends, your colleagues, your demo, the women your age are staying? And I mean, I'm looking at a picture of a grandmother training. How many women are staying this time around saying, we'll fight too?
A lot of women are doing this. Basically, half of the people that are volunteering right now are women that I know. And also another interesting story that's happened was that a Ukrainian granny, she's very, very old age, and she has offered some tea to Russian occupants. And they've had this tea, and they felt a very urgent need to go to the bathroom, and she set the bathroom on fire to help somehow our Ukrainian military fight. And this is basically going to explain to you that our people are united and are going to do anything it takes to stand up, to protect our home and fight back. And this is actually what's happening.
Well, I hope that we can continue to get updates from you on a regular basis, Diana. I'm just sending you our heartfelt thoughts for safety and security and victory. I mean, that's a weird thing to say as a news person, but I really feel for you and your neighbors, what you're going through. So stay in touch with us, okay?
Very appreciative of that. Thank you so much.
Diana Pankova joining us, and I think we're losing her signal right at the end of her interview, so I'm glad I promise you, we will continue to check in with Diana on a regular basis to see how she's doing, and Kharkiv is not doing well. I'm not sure if you saw this, that there was just a heck of a moment yesterday during a soccer match in Portugal. I want you to take a look at Roman Yaremchuk. He is a Ukrainian national, and he floored everyone as he put on the captain's armband and checked into the game. That is something. An overwhelming ovation from the Portuguese crowd to the point where the player himself broke down. Sure doesn't seem like too much confusion among the thousands of Portuguese fans as to who they are supporting in this conflict. Global sentiment has been overwhelmingly pro-Ukrainian in this battle. Just look at the international sanctions being levied against Putin. He has become an international pariah. Okay, sure, there's a couple countries, China, that haven't jumped on board. But breaking news, this guy is on the outs. It has not stopped him, though, from waging a misinformation campaign to try to twist the narrative in his favor. And make no mistake, folks, he is good at it. He may be the best in the world at it. Even Americans fell victim to Putin's handiwork during the 2016 election. And that is not my opinion. That is the conclusion of the United States government, that Russia made a huge play to sway our vote and already has the cauldron cooking for 2024. So stay tuned. Thomas Kent is a senior fellow at the Jamestown Foundation, and he's a consultant on Russian affairs and currently teaches courses on disinformation at Columbia University. Thanks so much for being with me tonight. First question is, what's the status on the disinformation campaign right now inside Ukraine, inside Russia, and then for the rest of us who are watching?
Well, the Russians have been manufacturing disinformation at an industrial rate for many years on many subjects, and they create different propaganda narratives for different audiences. Inside Ukraine, their position has always been that Ukraine, in what they say to Ukrainians, they say that their country is not valid, their country is not legitimate, that it's all corrupt, that it's run by Nazis. Ukrainians don't believe that at all, and that's why you get the kind of resistance that you've been showing previously. To Russians, they are saying that everything is doing just fine with the Russian forces in Ukraine. I was just watching a Russian TV newscast a few minutes ago, and it shows Russian tanks going through Ukraine and Russians welcoming the Ukrainians, and no blood, no explosions. Just looks like the Russians are doing a walk in the park through this country.
So what about these claims that the reason Putin is doing this is that the Ukrainians are killing all these Russians inside Ukraine? A genocide, he says. I have seen no pictures that supports that. I've seen no evidence that supports that. How does he get the Russians to believe that a bunch of their fellow Russians are being murdered en masse inside Ukraine?
Well, you do it in two ways. First of all, you try to suppress as much information from outside getting into Russia, which he's been doing for a long time, cracking down on organizations like Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and others that try to get true news inside Russia. So what you do is you isolate your population, and then you feed them repeatedly your own narrative about Ukraine being full of Nazis that are killing Russian-speaking residents of Ukraine. But you know, when you're in Ukraine, and I've been there several times, including twice in the past few months, you find that Russian-speaking Ukrainians are also Ukrainians. Yes, they speak Russian, but, you know, English-speaking Canadians are not Americans. And Putin is sort of arguing that everybody who speaks Russian is a Russian and deserves to be set free, so to speak, by Russian troops.
So I want to, I look at these pictures and I just can't believe I'm looking at, 2022 in Europe, but that's where we are. So there was something that hit social media that was pretty fascinating, and it ginned up a lot of interest, and I want to get your thoughts on it, Thomas. It's, look, one of the top-rated podcasters in the world is Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan Experience, and he found himself a meme, looked like a CNN report, but it was fake. Showing Steven Seagal joining the Russian troops as a special operative. I think we might have it. I want to put it up if I can. It was pretty convincing if you looked at it, but it was fake, and Joe Rogan shared it as though it were real and made jokes about it. I'm curious about the effect of that and where you think it might have come from. Where do you think that started? Was it a joke? Or was it someone in Russia trying to get Americans on board this campaign?
Well, I have no idea. Anyone could have originated it. That's the problem with disinformation. You never know really where it came from. But I think, that aside, you just have to look at the facts of the situation. That Russia attacked Ukraine. Ukraine was not attacking Russia. And that is why the Ukrainians are fighting back so hard. This war was Russia's invention, and as someone was saying the other day, if the Russians stop fighting, then there will be peace. But if the Ukrainians stop fighting, there won't be a Ukraine anymore.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have that picture for you. Somehow it slipped through the cracks, but it's you have to just believe me when I say it looked very convincing. It even had a blue check, which is what a lot of people sort of look for to think, it's a verified account. But it was fake. It wasn't CNN, and it wasn't true. It wasn't real.
Yeah, the blue check is the first thing that you falsify.
Yeah, and they did it really well. I mean, it looked very, very convincing. But Joe Rogan, I have to say shame on him for not being a little better at vetting. Thomas Kent, thank you so much. I'm going to definitely have you back. You know a lot more than I do about this, and your wisdom is needed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
So if you were watching this program on Friday, you may have seen a story about the littlest victims of this war, babies. And not just babies, babies without parents. There are 2 orphanages in southern Ukraine that are supported by an American NGO called Abundance International. Oh, just look at these pictures. They're just super cute. These orphanages are bright and modern and well-equipped and well-staffed and completely at the mercy of war. And so what does that mean? It means that tonight, those bright and modern living spaces are completely empty. Instead, 58 children, a dozen of them under 1 year old, are crammed into this space. That's a makeshift shelter in a basement. And it also means that this somewhat hopeful assessment from the group's founder and director that he gave me on Friday no longer applies.
We contact the doctor who runs each institution, and they're fine. Their food supply is good for, a while, 3 weeks to a month.
So the new assessment, enough food for days, less than a week. When we come back, Mark Edward Davis joins me again from the front lines of a battle that you, right here in the U.S., can help win. Stay with us.
Russia invades Ukraine.
Is Putin ordering the Russian nuclear deterrent forces to be on alert?
There's a significant escalation.
From the front lines to our homeland, the truth about what you need to know.
We have crews around the world watching these fast-moving developments.
7 million Ukrainians could be displaced.
Do you think you'll ever go back to Ukraine?
I hope. It's my country.
NewsNation is news for all America.
We have continuing coverage here.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we are working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
Before I lost weight on Nutrisystem, I was in a very low point of my life. I basically was eating my feelings. Life is pretty rough right now for everyone. Being an ER nurse is so stressful. Having this weight lifted off my shoulders and losing 40 pounds has helped my stress level at work more than anything I've ever experienced.
My name's Ashley, and I lost 40 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of new ProSync shakes. Controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
We're a nation of more than just 2 points of view. We're a nation of many perspectives. And now there's a news network that can speak to all of us. Welcome to NewsNation.
A network built on facts, without the spin, without the arrogance.
No right-wing or left-wing agendas.
Just delivering common sense news. NewsNation.
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 News for all America.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention parents. If your child was born premature and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, also known as NEC, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Certain types of baby formulas have been linked to an increased risk of newborns developing NEC, a severe and potentially fatal intestinal illness that oftentimes requires surgery. If your child was born premature or at a low birth weight and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, the baby formula your child was fed may be to blame, and you may be entitled to significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call right now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-571-3054. That's 1-800-571-3054.
We're here in the Mykolaiv orphanage where they've taken the children to a bomb shelter below so that they're safe right now. It's not great conditions, and we're finding out that the need for food supplies is urgent, so we're going to be scouring the city for everything we can get.
That is Mark Edward Davis, founder and director of a Nevada-based group called Abundance International. It supports 2 orphanages in southern Ukraine. And when we spoke to him on Friday, he was inside the country, but not yet able to see for himself how the kids were doing now that the bombs and the missiles are flying. Well, now he has made it to the children, and he joins us again from Mykolaiv. Thank you so much for coming back to talk to us, Mark. I guess, what's your assessment? Have you been able to get a lay of the land for the kids?
Yeah, Ashley, thanks for having me back. It really became much more serious, much more bleak than I previously even assessed, and I was shocked. The main orphanage here in Mykolaiv had their food supply coming from Kherson, and because of the conflict there, they hadn't had it in 10 days. So by the time I was able to get to them, they were saying, we got about 5 to 7 days left. We need food now, in addition to medicine, some other things they asked for. Now, you got to understand, right now on the ground, because everyone is fearing that food supplies will run out, there are lines at the grocery stores that are an hour long to get through. And God bless the people here. You know, we came in and we told the manager, look, we got to get the stuff for the orphans. So he put us to the front of the line and let us get out first. Today, we found the owner of a chain of gas stations who said to us, hey, I have basic reserves. The gas is out for everybody else because we have tiny reserves for emergencies. We got permission to get those for the ambulances, for the children's hospital, for the orphanage, and they open up just for us. So we have people trying to help. Now, the thing that happened since then is the doctor who runs the orphanage we work with is also networked with all the other directors in Ukraine. And because the outpouring of love from all the people, we said, we have resources here. Perhaps we can help more orphanages. So she put the word out and said, tell us what you need. And we have lists right now. In fact, while we were waiting and talking, I got a text message from an orphanage that says, call me and help us right now in Kharkiv. We have children, orphans also like you, birth to 4 years old, and we're keeping them in the basement as well. So we're getting calls of help from around the country. Now we're trying to find people in Neat City who are already there, hopefully Westerners, because then I can take some of the donation money we're getting and I can wire it right to them so they can help. We've done this already twice. We found one small city. He took diapers, he took in essential aids. We took care of them in another part of the country. I can't even pronounce the name of the city. And we have a list from Odessa. So we're trying to meet the needs here to really create a network around the country to helping these orphans be cared for. It's
You're
not
amazing.
pretty, and we're really...
There you are. You've got 2 orphanages that you have to, look out for that are running low on food, and you're already reaching out to other orphanages, in eastern Ukraine to get food to them. I actually want to show what you just told me about you going out to the marketplace today to get food for the kids, and how amazing the people there were in putting you at the front of the line. And may I also just add real quickly for our viewers that there's no price gouging going on, which is what we see in war all the time. So let me just play that tape of you in the marketplace. Take a look.
We just got through shopping again for a massive list for the kids, and we came up to the front of the store and said it's for the orphanage, and they allowed us to come to the front of the line, which the lines are going out. People have been here for an hour. We came right here, and people have been standing for an hour. We said, hey, please, it's the orphanage. They said, no problem. Please go ahead.
That's just remarkable. It tells you what the Ukrainian people are like, right? It just tells you the spirit. I have to ask you about, the food is running low, but I've been told that you now have spoken to a doctor who runs that orphanage that says they're more concerned now about power. What's the story?
The power concern is that in the case of war, if they have power outages, they realize how dependent they were on electricity for cooking. They have electric stove tops. They have refrigerators. It can really inhibit them to not only cook and prepare for the kids, but also then to store food in the refrigerator afterwards. So she's trying to see if we can get a hold of using the donation money we received and go get a very expensive generator so they can keep it going in case something happens in the circumstance of war.
Okay, Mark Edward Davis, I am not through bugging you. I'm going to be pestering you as much as I can to see, how you and the kids are all doing. And I'm also going to make sure our viewers look at their screen, abundanceinternational.org. If you go to the website, you will see how to get to the GoFundMe, because at this point, the most you can do to help is to send money so that they can buy things for these kids and keep them alive and keep them safe. You are doing God's work, my friend. Mark, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for everyone who's
And we're going to be calling. I'm telling you, we're calling you early and often. So Mark Edward Davis doing just remarkable work. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Chernobyl as well. It's really like a post-apocalyptic ghost town. You will probably remember this is the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster in the 80s, but also, weirdly, one of Ukraine's top tourist destinations. It became one of Putin's first targets after invading this country, very strangely, and he just went ahead and took it. So what does he want with a concrete sarcophagus full of radioactive waste? And why is the radioactivity suddenly spiking there? That's next.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
This year, make good on your resolution to join a community that knows no bounds. Gather with more friends, experiencing places unknown. And become part of a family that knows the best adventures are the ones we share. Embrace each day, knowing that no matter where you go, it'll be one you never forget.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop, where right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you Rolo.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Meet 3 moms who each like to bank their own way. Luckily, they've all got Chase. Smart bankers. Convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity.
It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
What makes best reviews the best reviews? They have an unbiased team that researches products in real-world situations to give reliable recommendations on pretty much everything.
Call that a plasma source?
So you can be confident that whatever you're buying is right for you, no matter what life throws at it. Like your daughter Clementine, for example. For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever.
Tomorrow on Morning in America, a look at the sports ban on Russia. How will games on the world stage play out without Russian teams or players? Welcome back to Banfield and our live coverage of the Ukrainian defense against the invading Russian military. For days, the rest of the world has been forced to pretty much just sit back and helplessly watch as a David and Goliath fight plays out on their screens. Not surprisingly, Google and other search engines have seen a massive increase in online queries about Ukraine. How massive? Questions including the word Ukraine are up 4,000%. Most of them are about the military maneuvers like, why did Russia attack Ukraine? And will the U.S. send troops to Ukraine? And is China helping Russia in Ukraine? But one of the most common questions has nothing to do with the actual fighting. The question is, what does Vladimir Putin want with Chernobyl? Putin's army seized Chernobyl 4 days ago, on the 24th. It was one of the first things they went after. On paper, it kind of seemed like a weird thing to be at the top of the Russians' to-do list, right? Chernobyl is famous as the site of one of the world's worst, if not the world's worst, nuclear disaster. If you go way back with me to when I was in school, university, in April of 1986, the operators lost control of the number 4 reactor, causing a fire that destroyed the building. And then pressure from the steam built up, causing the core to explode. And that spewed radioactive material into the air. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, some 93,000 square miles in Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine are contaminated. And the winds blew radioactive waste northward for 310 miles. 50,000 people were evacuated from the nearby city of Pripyat, which remains a ghost town to this day. At least 1,800 children in the area developed thyroid cancer. In the weeks following the accident, the reactor building was sealed into a concrete and steel sarcophagus. Big old coffin. But it wasn't done very well. It cracked, and that needed to be replaced in 2019, so it was. And to this day, there is still radiation in the soil around the plant, and a 1,000 square mile exclusion zone has been set up to limit people's movements in and out of that area. However, that has not stopped thousands of tourists from traveling to the area to try to get as close as possible to that site. In 2019, HBO had a miniseries about the Chernobyl disaster, and that only made the tours more popular. In fact, it was Ukraine's most popular tourist destination right up until last week. Now Chernobyl and the nuclear waste that is sealed inside it are in the hands of this guy, Vladimir Putin. What could he have planned for it? After the break, I'll ask an expert on dictators and acts of mass violence. I'll ask him what he thinks.
Banfield, in association with York Peppermint Patties.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you Rolo.
Gear up for spring with your favorite brands. Get kids Under Armour $35 and under. Find must-have shoes from Nike. And tech gear tees and tank tops $30 and under. Plus, get free store pickup. Kohl's.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
60 miles per hour with a cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
Well, we're all here.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast, free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
Meet Brett from Apartment 2B. He's not letting an overdraft alert get him stressed. He knows he's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. Overdraft Assist from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
With Mucinex Night Shift, you've got powerful relief from your worst nighttime cold and flu symptoms. So grab Night Shift to fight your symptoms, get your Z's, and get back to your rhythm. Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, one sec.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
House, cleaned. Cabinet, handled. Bathroom, tiled. Get started on your next home project at Angie.com or download the Angie mobile app today. Make your home an Angie home. Angie, and done.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Welcome back to Banfield. When Putin's army made its way across the border from Belarus to Ukraine, the military leaders were carrying a list of targets that they wanted. And near the top of that list was Chernobyl. Most people know it as the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster, but it is also one of Ukraine's most popular destinations for tourists. So why would Putin want Chernobyl? And what would he want with it? I am joined by Amir Weiner. He is an associate professor of history at Stanford University. And Victoria Zilchinskaya is a Chernobyl tour guide who was just there just days before the Russians took over the plant. Amir, I'm going to begin with you if I can. What would Putin want with Chernobyl?
In terms of nuclear capabilities, all the reactors have been decommissioned since 2000, but Chernobyl sits on a strategic location close to the Belarusian border, which is one of the launching pads for the invasion into Ukraine, a corridor to the Dnipro River, and of course a key route to Kiev, the capital of Ukraine.
So I missed the top of what you said, but I was so curious about the strategic aspect of the location of Chernobyl versus the fact that there's so much radioactive waste there, and that's usually what people get worried about. What does he plan to do, if anything, with that? Can you make sense of that?
Basically nothing. The main thing is that it has nothing to offer because everything is decommissioned and not operational. But the main thing, of course, that worries everyone is that a mistake, that a direct hit on any of the nuclear plants in Ukraine, but certainly it doesn't seem to be so far the case there. There's something probably symbolic to this capture of Chernobyl as a famous Ukrainian site. It was a famous, most famous and probably the first one to be captured by the invading Russians. Other than that, it's simply because of its location.
Now, Victoria, I want to show some of the pictures that you filmed yourself. Gosh, I see some of these pictures of old shoes, of children's shoes, and I still can't believe it's been so long. But I want to show some of the pictures that you filmed of yourself with a Geiger counter, walking around, sort of right within the area of the plant. Let's roll those, and I'm going to ask you something about it afterwards. So the thing I didn't know, and I'm embarrassed to say it, Victoria, is that there were tours and that it was a huge aspect of tourism for Ukraine, for people to go and visit Chernobyl. I didn't think you could get within eyeshot of the place, but you've been there. I have so many questions for you. I'm going to start with this. Did you have a warning to get out of there in time before the Russians took it?
First of all, I visited Chernobyl last time on the 16th of February. And at that stage, there was nothing happening. So I never got any warning just to leave the area.
Then the next question I have is, how safe is it there? I assumed that anywhere near that sarcophagus is a no-go zone, but the Russians have it now, and you've been there. So how safe is it to be near that reactor?
All depends on how much time you spend near the reactor. Generally speaking, when you visit the Chernobyl exclusion zone or when you visit the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, you have a specific time that you are allowed to stay at the specific areas, and it might be dangerous in terms of staying in the Chernobyl exclusion zone for a long time. However, all the routes for tourists are absolutely safe. The thing is that you need to be aware of these routes. Us as tour guides, we are trained. We have a lot of exams in order to provide safe tours. And unfortunately, without knowing this information, you will not be able to stay safe in the Chernobyl exclusion zone because to present days, this is the site of the nuclear disaster.
Yeah, well, when I heard that the radiation levels were up, I worried, and then I read that it was because possibly the activity of the military vehicles stirring up some of the soil. I'd like to have both of you back. Something tells me it's not the last we've heard about troops at Chernobyl. So Amir Weiner and Victoria Zilchinskaya, thank you both. Appreciate it. As the war in Ukraine escalates and Russia is slapped with international sanctions, a brand new national NewsNation poll reveals if worse comes to worse And American boots are needed on the ground there. Just how many of you voting Americans would support the U.S. stepping in to defend Ukraine? I'm going to tell you right now, you are likely going to be surprised by the results. That's next.
Gear up for spring with your favorite brands. Get kids Under Armour, $35 and under. Find must-have shoes from Nike. And tech gear tees and tank tops, $30 and under. Plus, get free store pickup. Kohl's.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you roll them.
Todd and I consider ourselves partners in everything we do. So to be able to incorporate Nutrisystem and be one other thing that we're partners with, I think is amazing.
I feel like losing weight using Nutrisystem's partner plan has actually made us closer.
Absolutely. I think we are each other's biggest motivator.
I think Nutrisystem knows best when it comes to losing weight in a healthy and tasteful way.
Go online or call to get 50% off plus an extra $50 off.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
Just sold my car with CarGurus.
Yeah, you did.
And you instantly got the best, most competitive offer from our network of thousands of dealers.
So you're selling the car, but keeping the You sell the broom, too?
CarGurus. Get the best offer for your car.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free. Call 800-379-4046. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company. Call 800-379-4046. That's 800-379-4046. Call now.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
You just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for.
Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Oh, tomorrow is President Joe Biden's State of the Union address, and on the eve of what many are worry it could be the beginning of World War III, or at the very least, the start of Cold War II. NewsNation ran an exclusive national poll asking registered voters if they would support the United States taking a bigger role in defending Ukraine against Russia. 45% favored the United States stepping in to defend Ukraine. 37% were opposed, and 18% weren't sure what to do. But that is pretty fascinating if you look at the number of those in favor. I want to turn things over now for another special hour of live NewsNation coverage. Marnie Hughes is in Chicago. Leland Vittert is in D.C. Hello to the two of you.
Good evening, Ashley. So we have a special hour of coverage as the invasion of Ukraine continues, particularly as you've been seeing these images of a convoy of Russian troops 40 miles long, now headed into the capital city of Kyiv tonight. It is just after 3 in the morning there in Ukraine. Our special hour starts right now.
Tonight, closing in on Kyiv. A massive Russian military convoy with its sight on Ukraine's capital and the second largest city now under attack. Fighting ramping up from Russia as peace talks end with no outcome. The U.S. hitting back with more sanctions. Now President Biden faces his biggest moment in office yet, preparing to address the nation and the world during a pivotal moment in history. A NewsNation special report starts right now.
Good evening and welcome to a NewsNation special report. I'm Marnie Hughes in Chicago. Leland Vittert, my colleague, is in Washington, D.C. tonight ahead of the State of the Union address happening tomorrow, the first of Joe Biden's presidency coming during a massive crisis in Ukraine. We're going to get to more on that in just a moment. But first, breaking news tonight. Russian troops closing in on Kyiv, the capital, after several unsuccessful nights and Ukrainians fending off many attacks. The damage and the toll are evident. 352 Ukrainian civilians are dead, including 14 children. We know right now a massive Russian military convoy is headed toward Kyiv. There is also the heightened nuclear threat, with Vladimir Putin putting his forces on alert. Leland, this convoy is a lot larger than we originally thought, and as I said a moment ago, it is the early morning hours now after 6 a.m. in Kyiv as they prepare for another day of fighting.
Right, sunlight now on day 6. This ended day 5, and clearly the Russians are nowhere near where they thought they were going to be. We take pictures of the convoy. These are commercial satellite images taken of the area just northeast of Kyiv, and you can see the convoy. In this are fuel trucks because a lot of the Russian tanks and armor have run out of fuel. They also have resupply trucks because we understand that they thought their soldiers were going to be in cities and have available Ukrainian food supplies. They don't. There's additional Russian armor, meaning tanks and self-propelled artillery, and then also rocket launchers in this as well, to be supported by helicopters, armed helicopters and attack helicopters, and then also by air support. What we don't quite understand is exactly how close to Kyiv this convoy has been able to get. If we switch to the maps, you can see that the northeast part of the country, especially around northeast of Kyiv, is controlled by the Russians. And you see the 2 red lines coming down towards the capital, right to left. Those are the advance routes of these convoys. The western part of Ukraine is still controlled by the Ukrainians themselves, and that's how you are going to get resupply in. Take a look now at the drone video of what's going to happen to these convoys. These are Turkish drones that are owned by the Ukrainians and are used to attack these Russian convoys. Obviously, at some point, they run out of ammunition, and that's what's being resupplied. The shot of this is very important because what is being taken out is a multiple rocket launch system, MRLS, of the Russians. They are using these to target civilian cities on the way to Kyiv in a way that's very different than what you'd think of a normal army trying to attack another army. This is the Russians following their doctrine of trying to bring entire civilian populations to its knees by barbaric tactics, in this case using thermobaric weapons that explode and send a shock wave out and then collapse the lungs of hundreds, if not thousands, of civilians anywhere in the shock and blast wave. They have no military value. You can see the Ukrainians are certainly continuing to give just as well as they're getting. This is a number of Russian convoys that had been burned out and attacked by the Ukrainians. The one key issue here is how much resupply. Remember that the United States and Great Britain gave the Ukrainians a lot of anti-tank weapons and a lot of anti-armor weapons and also some anti-aircraft weapons. A lot of those have run out, Marnie, and now it is this race against time. What will reach Kyiv and these other cities that are holding out quicker? The resupply from the United States and other NATO allies that is flowing in, or these Russian reinforcements and convoys that measure in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of troops.
I mean, just looking at these images on the screen, Leland, of these tanks blown out, I mean, it is a bloody battle. It is a brutal battle so far. I guess the big question right now is what happens if all of these weapons that are being supplied by the U.S. and other countries don't make it in time?
Yeah, for as ugly as this war has already been, and clearly it has been a pitched battle that the Russians were really not expecting. In fact, the Russian soldiers have been told they were going to be welcomed as liberators into Ukraine. That has not happened. But it has been largely fought on the battlefield and on the highways, in and out of these cities and around these cities. The real danger is going to be for the civilian populations when it gets inside the cities. So you take, for example, Kyiv, and already hundreds, if not thousands, of people have turned out as volunteers. There are the young who say they never want to live under the Soviet regime. There are the old who remember what it was like to live under the Soviets and say they would rather die than live under Vladimir Putin's rule. And this is what awaits the Russian military, is hundreds, if not thousands, of Molotov cocktails that are being made. And this is just one of the many ways that an insurgency begins. They're making roadside bombs, they're distributing sniper rifles into apartment buildings, they're making Molotov cocktails, and it goes to show you, Marnie, just how long and bloody this war could be. We're used to things in television playing out in the matter of days and hours. That's what Vladimir Putin thought would happen. And clearly, it is not going according to the Russian plan.
No, it's not at all. And the image that sticks out to me is seeing the Ukrainian civilians building those trenches around the city, around their homes, building barriers, just standing at the ready for this mass of Russian troops headed their way. All right, Leland, we'll check back in with you shortly. In the meantime, we've got more breaking news to pass along to you tonight. Out of Ukraine, the United Nations warning that as many as 4 million people could leave their homes, making this one of the largest refugee crises that we have seen in the world. People's entire lives packed up in a suitcase. For some, they're leaving with just the clothes on their back. This mom holding her child to escape the Russian invasion. And this all happening as other countries opening their borders and welcoming in Ukrainians. Challenges are massive, however. Correspondent Robert Sherman is live in Poland tonight near the Ukrainian border with the very latest on what you're seeing there. Robert, the U.S. expecting about 4 million refugees. Are you starting to see that influx now?
Constantly, Marnie, and what I think that is important to note here is that you've seen about 500,000 leave Ukraine at this point, but the flow of people leaving Ukraine is constant. But there is a bottleneck. We're about 10 miles away from the Ukraine-Polish border, and the line that people are queued up to the border, I mean, it'll take you over a day in order to get through it here in Poland. So the demand in order to leave Ukraine and get here is quite severe, and it'll take you a long time to get into the country. So that's why every single day here we're seeing more people show up, new faces arrive here, and all these people need help. You mentioned they just have the clothes on their back. That's why they're coming to places such as this camp behind us in order to get food, water, clothes, any other supplies. They're in desperate need of that.
The images are so heartbreaking, Robert. What are they telling you about the journey across the border to leave their homes, how much time they had, what they were able to bring with them?
What's interesting, Marnie, is that a lot of people who we spoke with said they didn't ever really believe it would come to this. They didn't think that they would have to abandon their whole livelihoods. But then when the shelling started and then when the conflict began, it was pretty instantaneous that they packed up and they left. So they did not have much time. Many of them took whatever kind of means of transportation they could find in order to get out of their city and close to the border. But then a lot of them had to walk another 20, 30 miles to get to the border and then stand in line for 1 to 2 days in order to get into a country such as Poland. And I don't know if you could tell because of the way that that you could see my breath on camera, but it is cold here. It's below freezing, and people are stuck in this for days on end.
Yeah, such long nights. Robert, you've been talking to a lot of these refugees. What is their strongest message tonight to Vladimir Putin, and what's happening?
Well, that is a name that we've brought up a few times with some of the refugees we've spoken with, a name that has elicited anger and fear from some of the refugees that are here. One woman we spoke with, she told us that she couldn't believe that this was happening. She had this message for the Russian president. Listen to this.
Прекратите войну, остановите кровопролитие.
Stop the war, stop the bloodshed. Do you see what you are doing? You are destroying families. I was crying for 3 days because I'm not sure I will see my husband ever again.
So a lot of people don't understand why it has come to this, why an invasion was necessary, but they've been caught right in the middle of this, forced to flee homes and livelihoods that have been near and dear to their heart for decades on end. This is the situation. This is their lives right now.
Wow, incredible. And they don't know how long they're going to have to stay there and if they'll have Ukraine to go back to. Robert Sherman live in Poland tonight. Robert, thank you. Be safe. I want to welcome in retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton. He has been following every development out of Ukraine and joins us live here in studio tonight in Chicago. Great as always to have you.
Thank you.
Since we last spoke, we saw this massive convoy of Russian troops, now one of several convoys headed into Kyiv, 40 miles long. Militarily speaking, based on your experience in battle, how might this play out based on the size of the Russian force at this point and their frustration that they have been slowed?
Well, we talked earlier this evening about that 3.5-mile convoy and that 17-mile convoy, now reportedly a 40-mile length of a convoy. That's a huge, massive convoy in terms of trucks and so forth. Logistically, it's massive just to get that many vehicles on a road and then, to the place it needs to go to, in this case, to the Russian forces that are encircling Kyiv right now. One thing I may add, though, it also presents a very interesting target for what has turned out to be the conventional or the guerrilla forces of the Ukrainians. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that the Russians now feel compelled that they've got to put such a massive supply chain together with this X miles of convoy is to me still extraordinary. This is something that they should have resolved up front, but that's looking past. Let's look to the future. If I may, real quick, this means that they are really key on Kyiv. They're feeling that they've got to get supplies to their forces in place right now, or they won't be as effective as they now try to close in that circle that's around Kyiv to eventually try to strangle the city.
We haven't heard from President Zielinski in a number of hours. He's been very vocal on social media. I was looking at his last tweet 12, 13 hours or more ago. How concerned are you about his safety tonight, given this massive force of Russian troops getting so close in terms of their preparation?
Well, I think we should always be concerned about his safety, whether it's yesterday, today, or tomorrow. Right. Because he is such an extraordinary leader and so very important to the Ukrainian people and the war effort at this point. I think that, yes, we're concerned, but the more concern I have now is what is that convoy going to do once it resupplies and there enables those Russian forces to move in. The other concern I have is the impact that potential greater extension of the conflict with air power, with those thermobaric weapons that we talked about earlier, and so forth. As we candidly talked about, again, a couple nights ago, Putin inclined now to go big and go ugly because he's backed up.
Right.
And so let me, if I could, just change gears just a little bit. We've been talking about the refugees, up to 500,000.
Right, and more.
And more, and growing. But let's also remember that there are thousands of Ukrainians returning to Ukraine who have lived overseas and now are coming back to fight for their nation. That, to me, is extraordinary in and of itself. Whether or not it adds up to 150 or 200,000 forces against what the Russian forces have or not. But it talks about the fact that the Ukrainian military, this Ukrainian presence, these people are defending their homeland. Not only do they represent defending their homeland, but they're defending democracy. And so that should not be lost on the tactical aspects that we're talking about right now, be it convoys, be it raising the stakes in terms of air power and so forth. I think that's critical because the Ukrainians tonight have the moral high ground. Putin is the tyrant. He's the invader. And how long he's able to last as the invader and as a tyrant versus how long will the people of Ukraine fight for the defense of their homeland is still to be seen.
Well, he's a tyrant who has a massive nuclear power at his fingertips. How likely is it that he takes that dangerous step? He's already taken several steps and pushes forward in terms of threatening his nuclear arsenal. Joe Biden asked today, do you think that nuclear war is a threat? It's a chilling thought for the entire world, not just Ukraine at this point. Is he that dangerous?
I think he's that dangerous because he has access to those weapons of mass destruction. And I believe that he is in a position right now where we have more unknown unknowns in terms of what he could do with those weapons than perhaps we've ever thought about it, certainly in my lifetime. On the other side, though, again, our audience needs to be aware that they should have tremendous faith and confidence in our military, faith and confidence in what to date has been a more unified NATO and so forth, that is still in a very strong position to deter and in turn dissuade Putin. Should we get to a point where we have some type of an attack outside of Ukraine into a NATO, to an Article 5 nation, as we mentioned, I believe firmly that with overwhelming firepower, offensive firepower, we can destroy that advent of those forces. But nonetheless, we are in very new territory, Marnie.
Right.
And we need to be concerned and watchful of that. And the president is very much at the point of very high stakes brinkmanship that we've never seen before.
Yeah, and there's a lot of talk about this no-fly zone and how dangerous that would be as well. Lieutenant General Richard Newton, as always, great to have you. Even better to have you here in person as we continue this coverage. Breaking news situation in Ukraine. Up next, addressing the nation and the world during a global crisis overseas, the high-stakes state of the union and what Americans need to hear from President Biden when he speaks to the country and the world tomorrow. Plus, a crackdown on the Kremlin, the latest round of sanctions aimed at crippling Russia's economy as countries and companies now hitting back, including a media giant. That's next in our special report as we continue.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
And Doug.
And it's easy to customize your insurance at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? 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 Sorry, one sec. Yeah. There he is.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Michael Youssef here. You know, evil forces are working day and night to destroy our children's souls, their faith in God, and their moral absolutes. As parents, we have the responsibility to teach our children the truth. And we can only do that when we know the only one who said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Will you come to him?
Visit findingtruepeace.com.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well-deserved thank yous and congratulations, with products that bring smiles, celebration, and long-lasting impressions. There's certainty in that. 4imprint gives you that certainty with the right promotional products and a caring, trusted team dedicated to your success. Creating meaningful connections starts at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Russia invades Ukraine.
We are covering this conflict from the front lines to our homeland.
NewsNation has live continuing coverage. The facts, the journalism.
Robert Sherman, he is live in Poland.
What you see behind me is just a portion of the product of war.
NewsNation will take you beyond the what's happening and tell you the why.
Anybody who tells you that they feel comfortable, I think, would be lying to you.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
This just into our newsroom in the last couple of moments. NewsNation confirming tonight 70 Ukrainian soldiers were killed after Russian artillery hit a military base. This happened between Kharkiv and Kyiv, the capital. We are working to learn more, but again, 70 Ukrainian soldiers killed after Russian artillery hit them as they were stationed just outside the capital. Russian military trying to advance toward the capital tonight as we speak. Yet again, day 6 of this invasion. We want to welcome you back to NewsNation. Our special report tonight, day 1 of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine ended, unfortunately without any changes to this worsening crisis. On the ground, the only agreement is to keep talking. At this point, economic havoc for Russia, including from the U.S., with more sanctions put into motion. And all of this on the mind of President Biden ahead of the State of the Union happening tomorrow night. Leland Vittert, there in D.C. this evening. Leland, this is a very big moment, to say the least, for the president on the world stage for the State of the Union.
Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, this speech that's typically goes by with trying to score a few political points to your base takes on meaning around the world. There's a lot of different audiences here, right? There is the president's base from a political standpoint, talking about what he's accomplished, declaring victory on COVID, talking about his Supreme Court nominee, trying to take a little bit of a victory lap when it comes to the infrastructure bill and domestic spending. Then it comes to the people who are somewhat ambivalent about President Biden. There's only a 33% of Americans who approve of the job he's doing, 50-some-odd% disapprove. He's going to have to try and talk to some of them. There's part of that group that he's going to try to convince, look, you voted for me, you may not be happy with what I'm doing, but here's what I'm going to try to do going forward. Then there's Vladimir Putin, who he has to speak to and deliver this idea that the United States is more than just about politics. It is about being the world leader. So he's delivering a message of strength to Vladimir Putin. He's also going to be delivering a message of hope to Ukraine. What's interesting is that because this is not going to be purely a political speech, earlier tonight I talked to Mac McClarty, who was chief of staff for Bill Clinton, who went through many a pre-State of the Union nights with the president and says it not being a purely political speech gives President Biden an opportunity.
I think the international crisis in Ukraine, the courage of the Ukrainian people, and the deep concern, understandable concern about President Putin and this aggression, naked aggression, has awakened the world. It's certainly awakened America. That gives the president an opportunity for reset. But, Leland, he's got to do, in your opening commentary, you framed it perfectly, I think. He's going to have to talk about this crisis where you feel the tectonic plates shifting from a geopolitical standpoint, but he's also going to have to talk to the American people about the economy and how he's going to lift their lives as well as it. But he's got a story to tell It's a victory to claim, as you know. If I were him, I would think he would talk about the trend line going forward.
Now, elections about the future, midterm elections coming up, Marnie. The key for President Biden tomorrow is, can he match the tone of the country? And listen for him where he says the State of the Union is X. If he sits there and says the State of the Union is strong and everybody's doing great, there's a lot of people at home who are seeing rising inflation, who are uncertain about Ukraine, who just don't feel that way. President Biden needs to have the American people understand he understands how they feel.
Right. And they want optimism, of course, but we all are living day to day. So I think the American people also want honesty. They want the truth. Don't sugarcoat anything. Where are we right now?
Well, that's a big issue for President Biden, right? And one thing that our NewsNation poll found that comes out just before the State of the Union is there's a majority of Americans who really question President Biden's mental ability, mental acuity to lead the country. And one part of this speech is going to be its sheer length. Do you agree that President Biden is mentally fit? 53% disagree with that statement. It's one of the reasons the White House is going to have the president talk for more than an hour. That's how long the speech reads right now without applause. Mike Allen of Axios discussed that a little earlier. Take a listen.
The fact that he is going to be standing there for more than an hour, they'll point to that and say, look, he does have that stamina. You can remember that press conference shortly after New Year's Day when it went on and on and on and on, as my grandma would say. And the whole point of it was that went on and on and on. So we may see a bit of that.
Perhaps what will be most interesting, Marnie, is what's not in this speech. It's going through rewrites after rewrites after rewrites. Typically, the State of the Union's put to bed a week or so before, but obviously with this crisis, it can't be. But being stripped out of the speech right now is a lot of the really partisan parts of this, as the president tries to take advantage of being presidential.
Well, because the one thing that this crisis in Ukraine is doing is it is uniting people across the world, and not just across the world, but here in this country, when we have been so divided politically, that this comes at a point where President Biden, as you say, does have an opportunity to bring some people together, put the politics aside, and say our democracy is on the line right now. People's lives are at stake. Let's focus on that, and that's something we can do together. All right, Leland, we'll be checking back in with you in D.C. in a moment. Up next, financial fallout, the new sanctions by even more countries taking aim at the Kremlin as it refuses to back down. Even U.S. sports teams are standing up for Ukraine. You talk about the unity. Next, our special report continues.
The media are playing games with the news. They're taking sides on issues, refusing to show both sides. At NewsNation, we're different. We know the best way to get to the heart of a story is to present all sides. That's why NewsNation is the fastest growing cable news network. Because without balance, NewsNation, news for all America.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
We're 25 million prescriptions strong.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're working up a sweat before coffee and saying no thanks to a Boston cream.
Jardiance is a once daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardiance lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Over 60 miles per hour with a cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
Well, we're all here.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
Hey, what is this?
It's TV for free.
Pardon?
What? It's Antenna TV.
Oh, I love it. Holy smoke.
A one-stop spot of all your favorite classic television sitcoms.
That's absolutely true.
Antenna TV. TV how it was meant to be.
Where?
Go to antennatv.tv/channel finder to see where Antenna TV is in your town for free.
Common sense news for common sense people. These are the facts. You can formulate your own opinions.
The rest of us really just want the news. We want the facts. We want to get on with our busy lives.
Our job isn't to tell you how to think. It's not to give you our opinion.
It's really just about show and tell, not pitch and sell.
When we walk into this building every day, we check our opinions at the door.
That is the mission, and I think that's what news for all of America means.
We continue to follow major developments out of Ukraine tonight. A massive 40-mile-long Russian convoy on its way to the capital city of Kyiv. The Russian military upping its manpower after reports that the invasion really has not gone like they thought it would until now. We've just learned 70 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in a Russian attack at a military base in between Kyiv and Kharkiv. Russia controls parts of the outskirts of Ukraine right now, including near the country's 2 largest cities. In Kyiv, for example, the Ukrainian army is waiting, including the President Zielinski, who says he is being hunted by Vladimir Putin. He is also being called a hero for refusing to flee. He has been constantly updating the world through a social media post, but as of tonight, by our accounts, he has not tweeted out in more than 16 hours. One of the longest stretches of silence since the invasion began. It is the early morning hours right now in Ukraine. Kelly Meyer is live in Washington, D.C. tonight alongside Leland Vittert. Kelly, let's start with you. President Zielinski has been able to really rally much of the world in support of Ukraine, including more major moves today from countries in his region and elsewhere.
That's right. We're really seeing the global response to Russia, their attack here, telling Russia to stop this war. There's also the financial fallout we're seeing from the U.S., the U.K., the EU, and even Switzerland, who has really been a safe haven for global finances, all slapping sanctions on Moscow. Again, today, the U.S. kicked out 12 Russian UN diplomats for allegedly spying. And then also through all of this, Russia is remaining and saying that they haven't invaded at all.
Yeah, there's a cognitive dissonance between the facts and what Vladimir Putin says. You can either believe him or your lying eyes. It's one thing to see, Kelly, what's interesting is what's happening on the world stage by countries. So rarely, though, do the world's biggest companies get involved in a conflict because they do business everywhere. You watch them do business in China. Money's either green or rubles or yuan or whatever. This seems to have struck a different chord among a lot of American businesses. Why?
Well, we're seeing companies like Walt Disney. They are stopping their film releases in Russia. We're seeing sports leagues, the NHL, stopping business deals with Russia. You're seeing this. You're seeing the statement here from Walt Disney Co. Saying that given the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and the tragic humanitarian crisis, they're pausing the release of theatrical films in Russia. And then again, from the NHL, we're seeing them push back against Russia for this invasion. And you're just seeing this reaction from all sides, from both the movies, the film industry, the sports industry, everybody kind of, coming out and speaking out against what Russia is doing right now.
Yeah, you'd almost wonder if they would do the same thing about China, but I digress. The other question, though, is what else can be done for Ukraine? The Ukrainians say they need more weapons from the United States. They say they want more sanctions. And then there's been this call for a no-fly zone of NATO aircraft keeping Russian aircraft out of Ukraine. That doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
Yeah, we're seeing that's basically right now what's not happening here is there's no U.S. combat troops on the ground, and that means in the ground or in the skies. Like you said, with the no-fly zone, that is a no-go for the White House. That is not happening because, like President Biden said, once you have Russians and Americans shooting at one another, that's a world war. But what they are doing is continuing to push these sanctions, with which the State Department just said tonight that they are beginning to see the effects of those sanctions, pushing back on Putin himself, members of his inner circle, Russian banks, and then we're also seeing the assistance. They are sending over $350 million to help Ukrainians continue to blow up Russian tanks or their airplanes there as well, Air Force. So we are continuing to follow exactly what the White House is going to do next, but we do know that one of those things is not going to be U.S. combat troops on the ground.
Yeah. The Russian ruble is now completely worthless, Marnie, so that the White House is now saying is proof that these sanctions are starting to work. A ruble's worth less than a penny now.
Right, slowly but surely. Leland, Kelly, thank you. Leland, you spoke with a member of Ukraine's parliament who had a pretty strong message for Vladimir Putin. What did he say?
Yeah, it was interesting. This was a young man who in 2014 was my translator when I was in the eastern part of Ukraine for the first Russian invasion. He's now a member of parliament, and he is part of this younger group of Ukrainians who are fighting with whatever they can. Some with Molotov cocktails, others have been given guns, some have been given javelin missiles and anti-tank weapons, others radios to call in what the Russians are doing. All of them are taking their life into their own hand because they say, very simply, that living under Vladimir Putin is worse than death. Take a listen.
Everybody in this nation finally sees what Russia is all about. It's about death, murder, destruction, annihilation, and we do not want that. We don't want our future to be what our past was through the 20th century. We lived through Stalin, we'll survive through this. But the point for us remains central, that Putin now is doing the unthinkable. He's destroying the global world order by trying to destroy the biggest European state. Our nation is fair, our nation is young, our nation is beautiful, our nation deserves more than this. You saw that, Leland, when you were here. The point here is we stand to defend all that against Mr. Putin.
Yeah, it is a powerful message, Marnie. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, they're young, they're willing to fight. I'm curious, though, did he say anything in terms of the lead up to this, in terms of the preparation? It felt as though there were so many people, Ukrainian people, who were caught off guard that Vladimir Putin has done what he has done, that these troops are pushing into Kyiv tonight. It seems as though we had been hearing about it for weeks, the intent of this invasion, yet you've got these people at the very last moment rushing across the border, taking up arms. Did he speak at all about what they knew and when?
Specifically him, no, in that interview. In the past, Ukrainians, and they will tell you, they didn't think Vladimir Putin was going to invade this time. They've lived with this saber rattling and Vladimir Putin putting tens, if not hundreds of thousands of troops on the Ukrainian border time and time and time again. In fact, he did it last summer, and what did he get out of it? He got a sit-down meeting with President Biden. So every time Vladimir Putin put all these troops there, he got something out of it. They figured that's what was going to happen this time. What I think is most interesting, though, about the Ukrainians and about this crisis, and you're going to hear this tomorrow, for as many issues as the U.S. intelligence community had about Afghanistan, and certainly the administration had about Afghanistan, They've been spot on when it came to their intel about Ukraine and saying exactly and telegraphing exactly what the Russians are going to do, and expect tomorrow at the State of the Union for President Biden to talk about that and then predict what Vladimir Putin is going to do going forward.
Right, that's the big question, is the what's next. How do we prepare for what's next? Most importantly, those people in Ukraine. All right, Leland. Coming up next, we're going to break down the results of a brand new NewsNation poll, asking Americans about some of the biggest issues facing the nation right now ahead of the president's State of the Union address. Plus, Ukrainians waking up to another day in a war-torn country as that massive convoy of Russian forces inches closer to Ukraine's capital. It is now 6:39 in the morning in Kyiv. The sun starting to come up. Another day of battle.
This is NewsNation, news for North Carolina and news for all America.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
This year, make good on your resolution to join a community that knows no bounds. Gather with more friends, experiencing places unknown, and become part of a family that knows the best adventures are the ones we share. Embrace each day, knowing that no matter where you go, it'll be one you never forget.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop, where right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Nariva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Nariva, think bigger.
Icy hot. Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Feel the power of contrast therapy, so you can rise from pain. Icy hot.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
Deep in credit card debt? Did you know Credit Associates can help you reduce that debt? It's not nearly as complicated as you think. Let me show you what I mean. First, there's the total amount of credit card debt you owe. Whoa! We can reduce that by almost half. Second, how about those decades you'll be in debt? We reduce that down to as little as 24 to 36 months, giving you up to 20 debt-free years back. Lastly, how about the endless hours of stress and anxiety from being in debt? We can help reduce that too. It's easy to get started. Call now to see how Credit Associates can reduce your debt and save you thousands. The information is free and there's no risk to call. 1-800-600-6758. Call Credit Associates now to start living better, debt-free. 1-800-600-6758.
Well, we are now less than 24 hours before the State of the Union address, the first of Joe Biden's presidency, and it is happening with the nation in the middle of a pandemic that seems to be slowing, which is good news, but a crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border underway, and then the Russian takeover of Ukraine happening as we speak. The spotlight on President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris tonight in a NewsNation exclusive poll. We are getting a little bit more insight into what is on the minds of Americans right now, what they're thinking, what you're thinking at home. Leland, you have been digging into some of the information in this poll today. President Biden clearly has some work to do in terms of winning back public opinion.
Yeah, President Biden will address Congress tomorrow with the lowest approval rating of any Democrat since Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter faced one of the very same issues that Joe Biden is facing, which is runaway inflation. Inflation now is the highest it's been in 40 years, and that is the primary concern of Americans. 80% of Americans in this NewsNation poll say inflation is a real concern of theirs. Scott Traynor, director of Race Call Team at Decision Desk HQ, our polling partner on this, is with us on set in D.C. You can't get 80% of Americans to agree that they like ice cream or puppies. And true. For them to all agree that there is this one common problem, is that to explain most of President Biden's issues?
Pretty much all of it. I mean, like you said, 80% to get anyone to agree to all that is pretty stark, especially given the fact that this is something people are going to be feeling for a while. The prices of gas are not going to go down tomorrow. The price of milk is not going to go down tomorrow.
Yeah, and they get reminded of it every day as they fill up their gas tank, as they go to the grocery store. In part of that also, the president's message is what I'm going to do about it, but also that I empathize with your problems. And it was one of the reasons that Joe Biden was elected, right? He said that I feel your problems and I can deal with them in a way that Donald Trump was not going to.
And I can fix them competently.
I can fix them competently. So now we put up the poll, and I thought this was fascinating. The people who voted for President Biden by about 8 points over Donald Trump in our poll, which jives with the national popular vote. But today, President Trump wins 40-35. 16% say they would vote for a third party, 6% not voting. Are we to believe that there's a significant number of people who voted for Joe Biden who would now vote for Donald Trump?
Certainly, if it were held today, I don't believe that 16% would vote for a third party. That's more of a, I just don't like anybody, so I'm going to vote for anybody but these two. So that's
but it's in a ballot box. So you could be seeing a 12, 13-point spread here. Swing.
Easily 12 to 13-point swing, especially if it were held today. Now, it's not being held today, but if it were held today, easily that much.
All right, President Biden's going to talk to a lot of different constituencies. Conceivably, the people he needs to focus most of his attention on is that 13%, especially if he wants to have a chance for Democrats in the midterm. What are the issues and what are the talking points for that 13%?
It's pretty much all inflation, right? At the end of the day, what's really hitting these people at home is their cost for milk, the cost to buy a car, whether they can buy a car, whether they can buy a computer, whether or not their kid is going to school every day or being remote worked. It's basically the local domestic issues that he has to work on that he may not have control over. A lot of this is at state and local level.
Well, and the other thing about inflation is it has its own timeline. The short run and the long run in economics does not necessarily follow midterm election cycles. We were talking earlier today, lights are out at the White House in the second floor residence. We were talking earlier today, is there any good news for Joe Biden in this poll? You basically said no. I came up with one. I wanted to run it by you. Things have changed, and this was your tracking question that you very smartly put in this in terms of who you view as the greatest geopolitical threat to the United States. This is flipped among the American people. It was China a month ago. It is now Russia. And now 46% of Americans would be in favor of the U.S. defending Ukraine from Russian invasion. That's already happened. But this flip to Russia, if President Biden is able to deal with Vladimir Putin in the same way George H.W. Bush rallied an international coalition to deal with Saddam Hussein, and he fixes this, does that bring him back up in the polls even if inflation continues?
I don't know that it overtakes inflation, but it certainly helps him with the narrative that he's competent. Right, we look at his handling of COVID which has been bouncing between 40 and 50% in the tracking poll, which means initially they thought he was competent at and has been waning since then. This would be a win in his cap, especially given that if we don't think inflation is going to fix itself in the next 6 months, at least he can point to this, that, hey, I'm a sane, competent leader when it comes to foreign affairs.
Yeah, in a remarkable coincidence, the White House has declared that you don't need masks at the White House starting tomorrow. Congress has declared you don't need masks starting
the city we're in
tomorrow. The city we're in declares on the day of the State of the Union you don't need it. 4 states ended their school mask mandates on the day of the State of the Union. A remarkable amount of political luck has fallen upon Joe Biden here to be able to declare victory over COVID. Do the American people give him credit for that, or is it too late?
You know what? The numbers don't show it yet, but like you said, this all happened now. So it'll be interesting to see what it looks like in the next 2 or 3 months. As long as COVID doesn't resurge and people are able to go back to work, have their kids go to school, they can afford a vacation, buy a car, that kind of thing, I think we'll see it. But I think inflation might hurt some of that, or at least dovetail that down.
Yeah, and added bonus, we haven't had a nuclear war, so that would be helpful too. Scott, great work on the poll, obviously, as we continue to track it up to the midterms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Marty. And the other thing that President Biden has got to be given credit for is, for as bad as things looked last Monday and Tuesday in terms of U.S. policy on Ukraine, boy, he said he was going to bring NATO back and get Europe to get their house in order and start buying military equipment and stand up to Vladimir Putin. He has to be given credit for that.
As you said, an opportunity to highlight some of the successes right now. Hey, Leland, what's the poll say about Kamala Harris and what people think?
Yeah, that's something that probably is not really something the White House is too happy about. We asked and talked about earlier, do you believe President Biden has the mental capacity to be president? 53% of Americans say they disagree with that statement, and they are not that confident that Kamala Harris would be the right person to step in. If President Biden has a health crisis, how confident would you be in VP Harris stepping into the role of president? Only 42% confident, 58% not confident. It also tracks with her disapproval numbers, which are much higher than President Biden. Her approval numbers are much lower, and we've seen over the past couple of months that she does not take the same center stage co-president role that she took at the beginning of the administration. It'll be very interesting to see, not so much tomorrow, because obviously she'll be behind President Biden, but over the next few days, when typically the administration goes on the big road show to sell the State of the Union message, what her role in that will be. We know the president's going to Wisconsin. We'll have to see where the vice president goes coming this week and into the weekend.
A lot of insight into what people are thinking at home tonight. All right, coming up next, what another sunrise will bring for a nation at war. The latest on Ukraine as our special report continues.
Common sense news for common sense people. These are the facts. You can formulate your own opinions.
The rest of us really just want the news. We want the facts. We want to get on with our busy lives.
Our job isn't to tell you how to think. It's not to give you our opinion.
It's really just about show and tell, not pitch and sell.
When we walk into this building every day, we check our opinions at the door.
That is the mission, and I think that's what news for all of America means.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app. We're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Some of the destruction after days of brutal and bloody battles across the country of Ukraine as Russian forces continue to move in. Tonight, we are watching and waiting as a convoy 40 miles long pushes towards the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. At last check, the President Zielinski of Ukraine, is in Kyiv after talks at the Belarus border today really resulted in nothing. But you are seeing more and more troops emblazoned to fight and defend their country, the Ukrainian troops, as a mass of Russian forces, clearly a frustrated President Putin pushing forward with his intent on taking over not just the capital, but in enveloping Ukraine as part of the Russian nation. We are also hearing tonight 70 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in a Russian attack at a military base between Kyiv and Kharkiv, and also a number of civilian casualties, much more than we may even anticipate at this point, as we have seen hundreds of thousands flee to neighboring countries of Poland and Romania, seeking shelter and safety. And some of these images on your screen are just chilling. Families, moms holding their children's hands in the frigid cold, standing for hours waiting for water and for food, and for some information about what tomorrow brings. Leland Vittert is in Washington, D.C. tonight ahead of the State of the Union, one of which will be important for President Biden to address not just the nation but the world in terms of this ongoing crisis. Leland, as we look at this convoy headed towards Kyiv tonight, the landscape of this battle is changing. Russian forces are massive, and we're seeing them increase. And as we watch some of these battles take place, it's not just happening in Kyiv, but it's all across Ukraine.
Yeah, for sure. And you expect President Biden to talk about some of the issues you just did, Marnie, of the humanitarian crisis and the civilian casualties. You can see that there's big parts of the eastern part of Ukraine, the southern part of the country, out in the east where a number of the Russians already were, but around Kharkiv, Luhansk, and then out in the northeastern areas as the Russian columns push towards Kyiv. The Russians are changing their battle doctrine. This is now entering into day 6 because it's sunup there Tuesday morning. And the Russians are probably not even where they expected to be day 1. Russian military doctrine says at this point you begin attacking not military targets but civilian targets. And we're already starting to hear reports of indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas, the use of what are called thermobaric weapons against civilian populations. That's what this drone footage is likely showing being taken out, a Ukrainian drone taking out a Russian rocket launcher capable of launching these thermobaric weapons. And this is going to be the discussion over the next couple of days of the Russian army targeting civilians with weapons that are meant nothing more than to kill mass numbers of civilians. I talked about the thermobarics. This is something that is meant to explode and create such a shockwave that it kills thousands of people anywhere within about a quarter mile of the blast radius. Once those start getting used, watch for even more language from President Biden turning Vladimir Putin into the world's pariah, like what we'll hear tomorrow night.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. That is for sure in Ukraine. Leland, thank you. And we want to remind you at home, Leland and I will be back tomorrow as we continue our coverage of Ukraine and also the State of the Union address as President Biden addresses the country and the world at this pivotal moment in history. Thank you for joining us tonight for our special coverage. Good night. Be safe.
Tonight, breaking news. Russia on the offensive, attacking Ukraine's second-largest city with explosives. As a 17-mile-long convoy of Russian troops close in on the capital.
This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the Second World War.
Kyiv braces for another night of fighting as Vladimir Putin ups the stakes with the threat of nuclear war.
Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons.
Tonight, a growing humanitarian crisis. NewsNation on the ground with stories of survival and despair.
We are just driving and crying because seeing how people are desperate, that's just impossible.
As countries around the world open their borders and their wallets in support of Ukraine and its president who promises he's not going anywhere.
Slava Ukraine.
NewsNation Prime starts right now.
Live from NewsNation headquarters, this is NewsNation Prime with Marnie Hughes.
And good evening to you. I'm Marnie Hughes. The fighting in Ukraine is picking up speed and it is intensifying tonight. Russian troops are on their way toward the capital of Kyiv with a massive convoy. They have already bombed the country's second largest city, including a residential neighborhood with civilians and children inside. Now, Vladimir Putin has put nuclear forces on high alert. A first round of peace talks today had no outcome. Ukrainian soldiers will try to hold their ground for yet another night. Many of them have never held a weapon before now, volunteering to defend their homes and their families. And caught in the middle of all of this are hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians trying to escape the battlefield and to find safety. With them, many young children, grandparents, pets, entire lives packed up in a suitcase, or for some, leaving with just the clothes on their backs. A humanitarian crisis unfolding before our eyes and the rest of the world. All this on the mind of President Biden ahead of a crucial moment in his presidency, the State of the Union address set for tomorrow night. Correspondent Robert Sherman is live at the Ukrainian border tonight. Leland Vittert also joining us live from Washington, D.C. And retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton is also here on set to walk us through the state of the war right now. We have a lot to get to tonight. We begin with Robert Sherman on the ground in Poland. Robert, I get the sense that the anxiety has heightened even more in the last few hours.
It most certainly has, Marnie. For a lot of the people that you see behind me, it has been a tumultuous few days. They've walked dozens of miles, trudged through the cold to get here. They're now safe here in Poland. They're utterly terrified about what's happening across that border in their beloved homeland of Ukraine.
Around Ukraine today, more images of citizens standing up to Russian troops. These residents chanting "Go home" and singing the national anthem. Satellite images taken today show a convoy of Russian tanks and armored vehicles stretching 17 miles long towards Kyiv. But on the ground in the capital city, a tense calm allowed residents to line up in long lines to restock food and supplies. Around them, aftermath of overnight fighting. This woman says, "Thank God our soldiers were successful. As far as I can tell, they did the right thing." And this couple, picking up spent bullet casings from the ground, said they expect victory, that the Russians will turn around from the resistance they've encountered. Video from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, showed a building said to be a clothing factory on fire after shelling.
This is a residential area with no military objects, and people lived very close to this building where the missile hit.
And similar scenes after shelling in the separatist-controlled city of Donetsk. This woman says she hid in her cellar when the shelling started. Thousands packed train stations across the country trying to get out. Across the border in Poland, a massive humanitarian effort is underway to help the hundreds of thousands of refugees housed in temporary camps. Bodania Bilipachuk made it out of her war-stricken country with her family. But the joy is short-lived, as not everyone is together.
We are not reunited because my father is not here. He stayed there to protect Ukraine from the enemies. I feel my family is not complete.
And Ukrainian President Vladimir Zielinski is welcoming foreigners to join the cause of moving to temporarily lift the visa requirement for anyone who wants to come into Ukraine and fight for the Ukrainian army against the Russians. That decree takes effect today, as it is now early Tuesday morning. Marnie?
Robert, you know, the days, I think, are bustling, right? There's so much going on. There's so much activity. There's so many people. But I think about the nights, and you mentioned it's 3 in the morning now. The little kids at night, it's cold there. I can see your breath in the air. What are the nights like? Are they even tolerable for these people who are in so much despair?
It is so cold here, Marnie. I was well below freezing here in this area. What is important to keep in mind is that things do not quiet down at these camps. About 10 miles away is the border. People are stuck in lines for 1 to 2 days to get into the country, so they have to stand in line in this cold every day. Things do not stop. People must live through it in order to get out of Ukraine and here to safety.
So much resilience in the face of so much danger. Robert Sherman live in Poland tonight. Robert, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you shortly. I want to bring in Leland Vittert now live in Washington, D.C. ahead of the President's State of the Union address. Leland, this could not come at a more important and critical time for the nation and the world. A lot of people are asking how important this moment is, in particular for Joe Biden as president.
Very important, clearly. What's probably interesting purely from a political standpoint is the American people who are upset about inflation. 80% of Americans say it's a big problem that's facing them. The president's got a low approval rating, only 33%. The last time a Democratic president was that low was Jimmy Carter. But he has been given, in a way, this political opportunity because he doesn't have to solve so many of the world's problems. Even Americans who would be relatively skeptical of President Biden right now are looking to the president for presidential leadership on Ukraine. And the way President Biden has handled Ukraine, as bad as it looked early last week and during the invasion, suddenly has turned. And we talked earlier on Balance with Mac McClarty, former chief of staff for Bill Clinton and one of the great political observers of all time. The last time a president rallied an international coalition in the same way was George H.W. Bush for Desert Storm. And we all remember the success politically President Bush enjoyed until a recession ended his presidency in 1992. But President Biden now has the opportunity to not have to be all political tomorrow. He can be political and also presidential.
Right, striking that important balance. Leland, what does he need to do in order to restore confidence when it comes to the crisis in Ukraine, to get people behind him?
Well, so far as we can see, he hasn't lost the American people on the issue of Ukraine necessarily. What he needs to be able to do is explain to the American people that I am here, I am in charge, and I will lead the free world. That's what Americans want their president to do. really the presidency comes down to two things. Do people feel as though they're secure, and do people feel as though they're prosperous? That was George Will's line. It's true. On inflation, people do not feel they're prosperous. Economically, they feel like they're hurting. Ukraine's going to only make that worse. Do they feel like they're secure? That's a bigger question. And today, President Biden was asked, will there be nuclear war, Mr. President? And it stopped me cold, because in all my years covering the White House and traveling the world covering war, I'd never heard an American president asked, will there be nuclear war? But people felt the need, reporters felt the need to ask that question. And that should give us a sense of how perhaps insecure much of America feels, knowing that Vladimir Putin has put his nuclear forces on alert. The president needs to remind all of us that he's in charge and he is leading, and he will lead the free world out of this crisis without a nuclear war.
Enough to send chills up your spine, and the threat very real given Russia's nuclear capability. Leland Vittert live in Washington, D.C. And a note for folks at home, Leland and I will be back at 10 Central, 11 Eastern for a special report on the continued crisis in Ukraine. Leland, as always, thank you. I want to welcome in retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton to talk more about this crisis that we see developing before our eyes, particularly the threat in Kyiv tonight. I want to talk about that, but first, what Leland was talking about, the threat of nuclear war. What is the greatest risk right now in a serious miscalculation, given the fact that today President Vladimir Putin said he is at a heightened alert, his troops and his military, in terms of his nuclear capabilities?
Well, Marnie, as Leland articulated, the stakes are getting ever higher. It is, and he also said it, in my career, I never really heard the term in terms of the president saying that concerning any degree at all about nuclear war. So it also shows that Putin is, I'm sure, is stymied by the lack of operational momentum in this campaign. He seems to have, his forces in the north and the forces in the east are somewhat stymied at this point. They've lost the operational momentum. And so you have a Putin who's almost backed into a corner, is going to raise the stakes, certainly from a diplomatic standpoint or a strategic communication standpoint, says, I'm going to go ahead and raise my posture of my nuclear forces. And so a couple things come to mind. Number one is it's not going well in the field. In fact, I'm stunned that it's not going well in the field. Secondly, forces are probably undermanned. Ukraine is the size of Texas. It's the second largest nation state in Europe. And if you try to put in a force of, say, 200,000 or 150,000 or whatever number you want to throw there, you cannot be everywhere all the time. And so if you're trying to be everywhere, you're really nowhere. But let's now get back down to Kyiv and Kharkiv.
Right. So the concern with Kyiv is, as you're saying, Putin has not brought the full force of the Russian military against Ukraine to this point. He's been frustrated, he's been deterred, he's been slowed. So how long can Ukraine sustain this as we watch these two massive convoys, as we speak right now, move in on the capital city?
Well, we're starting day 6. Let me put it in perspective, though, from a historical standpoint. Operation Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, for us to invade Iraq took 26 days. And that was with air superiority. That was with the world's best military. So putting that into perspective. However, credit goes to the Ukrainians. Credit goes to President Zielinski. He's just done an extraordinary job. Credit also goes to the Ukrainian military and the civilian populace. But in and around, Kyiv is surrounded right now. And so as he's lost operational momentum, he's still got other weapons in his arsenal that can break that open. Rather than going street by street or block by block, you can go with much longer range artillery.
You're talking about carpet bombs, other
Absolutely.
missiles.
There's reports, and I've got a report just before we came on set of a use of a thermobaric bomb weapon in Kharkiv, which is a decimating weapon.
There's no chance of life if you drop something like that.
You can wipe out a battalion of 700 or 800 soldiers in a matter of minutes.
So in terms of preparing for something like that, they see that coming. What's the military might behind reacting to a potential threat like that?
Well, if I'm the Ukrainian military, I have to hunker down. And the advantage the Ukrainian military has is they're fighting on their home turf. They're fighting for their freedom. They're fighting for democracy and so forth. And they will, I believe, that what they've demonstrated over these last several days, and you and I started on this just a couple days or a couple nights or so ago, they will fight to the end. They've demonstrated that. So that's on their side. However, with overwhelming force, not yet overwhelming advantage, but overwhelming force, they're just going to have to be able to fight and not give up. And then also what's so important is NATO and the United States-led NATO efforts to resupply weapons and humanitarian assistance and so forth for Ukraine, to show them that externally outside of Ukraine that they have the free world's support. But it also has to come down, as President Zielinski said almost on day one, he says, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition.
Right, and that's the silver lining to all of this. You've got the United States, Great Britain, France, Absolutely. Other nations providing a lot of support, military, humanitarian support as well. I want to talk to you, though, about airspace in this portion of the world. It is contested right now. The U.S. says it is exploring some options. One of those being discussed is the deconfliction mechanism.
Sure.
This is your expertise. What are some of the other options, and why is the airspace so important and critical at this point?
Well, I believe what you're referring to is European airspace, not Ukrainian airspace, and that's to prevent Russian aircraft from, even airliners, from going in and out and closing down the airspace. But what is not on the table, what my sources tell me, is to put some type of a no-fly zone over Ukraine. That's an act of war. And so that is something that would again, unnecessarily, in my view, escalate the conflict. Remember, Putin's already backed into a corner. And so I don't believe we're in a position where we actually need to do that. In fact, the Ukrainians still own some modicum of air superiority at this point. Now, that's not going to last forever. But what I would consider doing is really try to rearm with weapons, with humanitarian and so forth. Going into and trying to do a no-fly zone, I don't believe is on the table. It's also would create an act of war, which, again, Ukraine is not a Article 5 nation.
Right.
And so there's lots of things going on here. Last point is, we've been focused up to this point in really the military piece, but there's other national security tools to use. There's diplomacies, there's economic and finance, there's information war. By the way, this is the first war is almost being fought on a
Everybody's watching it unfold before
Absolutely.
their eyes.
And so, but there's also other tools of instruments that we should be using, not just the military one, in terms of what U.S.-led NATO and other free world allies and partners are doing.
We're seeing the implications of the sanctions already, and also the communication breakdown. All right, General, we appreciate you coming in. We're going to be talking to you throughout the night. Thank you very much. Also up next, the threat of nuclear war, as we were speaking of, Vladimir Putin's most recent action that has the world on edge, and also, importantly, how America is responding tonight. Plus, a city-turned-war zone, a medic on the ground right now in Kyiv, is going to be joining us live next with what he is seeing at this hour tonight. That's next, here on NewsNation Prime.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
It's a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
I really needed to lose some weight for health issues. The major stress, I would say, from my weight was leaving my wife too soon. And
But that's all right, because we are on the plan now. We're ready to go. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take care of each other and get healthy with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Call or go online to get 50% off, plus an extra $50 off.
I can't stop worrying.
Why can't I sleep at night?
How do I deal with all this stress?
When did the world get so scary?
Hello, this is Michael Youssef. There can be no doubt that our world is filled with troubles right now. And yet, there is one person who said, I can give you peace that can never be shaken, even in the worst of your circumstances. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the only giver of eternal life, and he's inviting you to come and surrender to him. and he will give you unbelievable peace. A peace that seems too good to be true, but it's true. Will you come to him?
Are you looking for a peace that can withstand any hardship life can bring? Visit findingtruepeace.com to find answers. Again, that's findingtruepeace.com.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Deep in credit card debt? Did you know Credit Associates can help you reduce that debt? It's not nearly as complicated as you think. Let me show you what I mean. First, there's the total amount of credit card debt you owe. Whoa! We can reduce that by almost half. Second, how about those decades you'll be in debt? We reduce that down to as little as 24 to 36 months, giving you up to 20 debt-free years back. Lastly, how about the endless hours of stress and anxiety from being in debt? We can help reduce that too. It's easy to get started. Call now to see how Credit Associates can reduce your debt and save you thousands. The information is free and there's no risk to call. 1-800-600-8682. Call Credit Associates now to start living better, debt-free. 1-800-600-8682.
This is News Nation, news for Missouri and news for all America.
There is growing concern tonight over Russia's ability to unleash its nuclear arsenal at any moment amid the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin upping the ante in an almost unthinkable way. He has declared a nuclear alert. Correspondent Tom Negvin live in New York tonight with the very latest on this escalation and, more importantly, Tom, what it means.
And you know, it's the second mention in the space of a week, Marnie. Very concerning. This time it's an outsized response to Western economic sanctions directed at Russia. The very real fear now is it brings us closer to nuclear confrontation, if even by mistake.
Should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No.
The president's one-word response to Vladimir Putin's ramping up of the nuclear threat level, citing aggressive statements by NATO as he places his nuclear forces on special combat readiness while waging war in a country that has no nuclear weapons. It did, but when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine's nukes were returned to Russia. That was back in 1994. According to the Federation of American Scientists, Russia's nuclear arsenal leads the world in size, more than 6,200 warheads to 5,600 in the U.S. And right now, no sign that either side is loading any onto planes or submarines. But rhetoric is the first step toward confrontation, and Putin's is especially significant given that just 3 days into this year, the leaders of the 5 nuclear states, including Russia, reaffirmed that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
What I would tell you is we've seen Mr. Putin's announcement. We believe it's as unnecessary as it is escalatory. Secretary Austin is comfortable with the strategic deterrent posture of the United States and our ability to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners.
So tonight, in spite of the tough talk from Russia, staying the course seems to be the administration's mantra here, saying there seems to be no reason to raise the current U.S. alert level. Marnie, all the energy, all the effort right now being put into de-escalation.
And diplomacy. All right, Tom, thank you. Up next, countries teaming up to crack down on the Kremlin, the latest series of sanctions designed to cripple Russia's economy. Next on News Nation Prime.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamode.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water?